Man, getting started. Nope, folks. I'm not screwing up or whatever. This is kind of like a little bit of a pre-show to the show. Normally, I would not do this. I just like to have talk with people on other streams, or I'd be I'd be in the chat just talking. Um, don't expect this to be a thing. I don't know. I figured it out, but I'm just gonna kind of talk it up with you just a little bit before I get started with everything because you guys know I have topics in my head. I just totally moved my entire window out the way. Um, Hopefully you guys are good. Um, I won't be. I'll just let you know right now. I will be moving around the internet for tomorrow, but most likely I will not be online because Sundays are my days. You guys already know Sundays are my days where I go about doing edits, writing, doing a lot of research. I have a shit ton of tabs. I got a shit ton of more tabs. I gotta at least get rid of two windows. I gotta get rid of two windows of materials and content and what they're relating to, because my list of topics keep coming in, but my material, my time to be able to research, to get ideas, to write down right questions, to put down bullet points within those questions, to be able to give you guys a stream has only been increasing. I need to figure out a way to either, yeah, no, it's not even either. I just really gotta find more time to research it so I can give it to you guys um on a good basis. But I just kind of want to come in and just say what's up to you guys, good and early before we get started with the show, before we get customary with the show. So you got a little bit of things going on. I'm gonna do a quick sound check. Oh, there goes my music in. That's crazy. Wasn't expecting that, but that's when my music just kicked in. So okay. Feedback freaking, of course. By the way, guys, if you're stepping in here, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit that like button. Before we get a little bit started, we gonna do this. I'm gonna start getting myself in my mindset. I had already been starting up my drink so I can start doing my own thing. I cleared out a couple of other things. This side of the office is looking really, really good. I was moving a lot of stuff around because I'm trying to think about. I'll be very, very busy for this month. Trying to figure out the new layout for those who didn't know, because this is a pre-show kind of thing. I just finished buying the paint, so I'll have a busy time sometime when I get freedom to give a whole new layout. There'll be a whole new look. Um, so for those who are used to this particular type of look, it will be changing. Let me change up my normal mic. I see that's down low, but it'll be changing up. So what we're used to seeing as the normal opinionated look will take a whole new look moving forward. I haven't figured out exactly how I want to branch out, how to change up the new styles of shows, but I will make sure that we are doing things the way we've normally done it, but in addition to some new things happening for the future. Um, outside of that, I don't really have too much right now because I don't really know what I should say, what I will really hold down, and what will change for the future. So sorry, I'm gonna have to keep that one a little too close to the vest because shit changes all the time. Anyway, I hope that you guys are good today. Hope you guys are good. We're gonna be getting into this conversation today. We're gonna get into this conversation, and actually, even when I was writing and I was looking at material, actually, I was looking at not a podcast. I was looking at an interview that one of these kind of questions came up, and as more as I got into it, I started having this thing, and I started writing it down. And then I was having a conversation with my girlfriend, who we were having a talk because she saw part of the stream last night, and then she was telling me what she was thinking about it. And then, in addition to that, after the show ended, we had a really good talk last night. For those who were back after the panel for like 2 hours, we had a really, really good talk about what was going on. how things have moved, how things move to a different way, all kinds of stuff like that. So sometimes my girl watches, sometimes most times my girl does not. But sometimes my girl watches and I say, all right, it's whatever. So it's always interesting when she does kind of give me feedback. Like, what do you think about this person? I don't know who that is. And like a lot of you guys are new. Um, a lot of you guys are new. So sometimes she'll catch me live, and other times she'll catch me on a quick replay. That is if she doesn't have anything else interesting that she wants to look at. So it was really weird when she was bringing up some things, and then it spurred on new questions for myself for other topics, but those topics are really still based in morals. And you know me, guys, I don't like to bring forth a lot of shit when it comes to morals because we get dragged into separate areas, and then I have to also think about how am I going to finesse that to make sure that we stay appropriate. And I got no clue, no clue. Um, uh were your feelings hurt? Were your feelings hurt? Your feelings shouldn't be hurt, Lindsay. Didn't you know we use that as a term of endearment? Your feelings shouldn't be hurt. Lindsay, Lindsay, you know I rock with you. You know I rock with you. Your feelings should not be hurt at all. At all. Not at all. To me, I listen. I know, Lindsay. I'm fucking with you. Listen. I've had bosses that I've called nigga. They're like, Resla, really? I was like, that's how much I like you. That is how much I actually like you. So just putting it out there. All right. I kind of want to get started with this just a little bit early. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be a little bit customary. We are gonna get into this whole thing about talking about are your morals for sale? Now you guys might take this in a lot of different ways, But I think it's something we need to have a talk about. But before we do any of that, I want to make sure I do this properly so we look like we are still professional, right? I'm gonna lower this down a little bit, and we're gonna get started in our regular customary fashion, and we will move on from there. So, of course, the way how we get started. Welcome to Opinionated. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it.
Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Opinionated with yours truly. I am your guy. I am your host, Resla. Look, I'm already scrubbing some things. Let me just do this real quick. Welcome everybody. Again, I am your host, Resla. And hopefully we're gonna have a really good talk today. I'm gonna go to, of course, my bit of a monologue because I have some questions that I ask, and then I kind of just do things in real time. I got my bullet points in those particular segments that I like to call it, and then we're definitely gonna open up the panel for today so that you guys have your own thoughts as well. So we'll get into that. In case you are new here, this particular channel, we like to talk about narratives, dissecting narratives. We like to talk about talking points. We like to get into the conversations that are really the heart, the meatiness, if you want to put it that way, of the subject. Because we're here to talk about the things that bother people on a regular basis. Sometimes it's unpopular conversations. You know what? Hold on, let me just boost up my mic because I have a feeling I'm about. No, it's up there. So sometimes we like to get into unpopular conversations, which I think are the most important ones because these are also the conversations that a lot of people in real life don't even have with their own family members, their friends, or whatever. But the most important part is that when we are here on the internet, as most of you are watching me, same way how I'm also on the internet as well, we get into this state of being where we get into our real lives. We pull the internet into real life. Oh, look at this. Okay, I'm getting different notifications. Let me just let me put you on vibrate. So we get into the meatiness of this thing where people pull the internet into real life, and what happens is that they start saying things that come from the internet that they don't even see in their real life. So the question is, when you're having conversations with people, is the things coming out of your mouth truly the things that you believe in, or the things that you've been subjected to over time? And that's how we run things here. So let's get a little bit into the conversation, and then we can cook it from there. Morals. Are your morals for sale? You ever notice how the loudest ones in the room, the loudest people in the room, the loudest voices, the loudest actors, the loudest influencers, if you want to, they are the people who like to act as if they've got all the answers figured out. Everything about what's right, what's wrong. They are the first ones to drop their morals when the price is right. I wish I had a doo 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 doo. Somebody needs to remind me of that. And yeah, I know, I know these type of people that we're talking about because I've seen a lot of these people like that. They're out here preaching about integrity. They're out here talking about staying true. They're out here talking about being your best self. But the second someone throws the bag at them, just one little bit of power their way, they start bending the knee, and they do it faster than just saying yes, your grace. They do it so quick, it is crazy. Now, we've all we've all been sold this fantasy that we can live above it all, higher than the rest, with our morals all being intact, our values locked in. But what happens when you put someone in position where they really need to choose between their so-called morals and the good life? The good life. Living the good life. How do we judge that? How do we, when you get a person who turns around and says, "I wouldn't do anything. My morals are the highest thing and whatever." When you get some other people that turn around and start saying, "Living my best life. I don't give up." But you, come on now. Plenty of people do that. Plenty of people do this. You'd be surprised at how many people, yeah, people you might admire, you may know, are out here doing backflips for a slice of the pie. The big question is, what's your price? Are you really as loyal to your principles as you think you are? Or are you just waiting for the right moment so that you can cash in? And look. We're 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 about to get into the nitty-gritty, because this is something that's going to hit you personally, and you have to really think about yourself. Some of you guys have already comfortable. You already said, "Resla, if people throw dollars at me, I'm tooting my ass up." You already figured your shit out. But there are a lot of people who are out here saying, "I'm on my high horse. Jesus loves me. I would never. This I know because the Bible told me so." But then I also see a lot of people who say those same things, and they totally are on the floor, call me a bootlicker, but they're there, all tongue and cheek, all up on someone else's shit, making sure you got a scuff, sir. Let me take care of that. And I think that shit is crazy. And let me just say this right now. Let me just say this right now. If this episode ain't for you because it's about to hit hard, we don't baby proof conversations over here. This is going to be the real deal. I need you to get acclimated to what's going on, or you need to back off. Go leave, hit the X button, come back another time. Come back another episode where it's more cheery for you. Because we about to talk about what happens when the money talks, and the morals walk out the door. Just being honest with you. But before we even get into that, I want to thank everybody who's already walked into the building. As customers, what we do here, I'm going to go down the list. We have Dom that already had walked into the building really early, and actually he had a pretty good question. So, if for sale, how much? LOL. If it's not something to be offered and received with gladness and appreciation. So it makes me. I don't think everybody has appreciation or really cares about appreciation when it comes to giving up their kind of stuff. I can't really say that's really what you're saying or whatever, but it's in my mind. But we got Locksmith Jeremy that's in the building. I appreciate you, my good guy. Peace, Daniel's in here. Say, what's going on? Happy Sunday to everybody. James was actually up in here and actually a pretty good time. Hopefully we get some really good comments like that. Because quite frankly, he's right. A lot of people do have the perspective, or rather the mindset that they are living in their moral positions. They think about what the high cost is in reference to what they're being compensated by. And a lot of people have the actual belief about what are they looking at as their absolute breaking point when it comes to morals versus if they're just renting out. Like this person that said, I didn't just give it all up. It was just I just sold it for a little bit, I'm getting it back. So it's a little payment. That's all. A lot of people have kind of conversations like this, and I just think it's funny, which is why he was making the difference between the whole for rent and for sale. And I've seen so many people move in this particular way. I just don't know if it really works out for everybody because there's the concept and the saying that says that how you do one thing is how you do all things. But I do appreciate the perspective. Cellulite Podcast is in here. If you have not seen my guy Will over at the Cellulite Podcast, do yourself a favor. Give yourself a moment. You know what? I'll even give yourself a moment while I'm doing this little bit of talk. Go over to the Cellulite Podcast. Click that subscribe button so that you know when he's going live. He just did something earlier today that was making me thinking about names having power. Come back over here so we can chop it up. Appreciate you, Will. Appreciate you, my guy. 10th man is in here as well. Says, oh no, he spends all day at church. That is crazy. Some people do. Some people do. Lindsay Smith is in here. Appreciate you, Lindsay, for being in here. Cardi was in here. It says, yes, morals are for sale. Ooh, cause isn't that what happened to America right now? Shit. That's crazy. I didn't even I did not even think of that in this particular conversation. Let me do some justice in here. Hold up. Let me do some justice here. Because I told you guys to do this, but I realized sometimes I deal with the internet. Sometimes I forget this. And I'm not a great content creator. I'm just doing what I can. But for those who are interested, please go out to my guy Will. I just dropped his link in the actual chat. So check out the Cellulite Podcast. I need to remember things like this. But I like to appreciate those who have also appreciated me. So if you haven't checked out the channel, just do that as well. That's a really good one. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's actually a pretty good one. I'll have to think about that a little bit more. I'm not too politically and heavily involved. Mayo Monkey is in here. Race that hurt my feelings. I mean, hurt the feels. It's some people they gotta get over it. Mayo, I know for sure it hits feels is not hurt. Mayo is some of the toughest of bitches on the internet I know personally. So, nice topic. Listen, it came to me. I just needed a little bit of sleep after a great conversation that we had last night. You were there for a good part of it. So that's how I came up with this one for today. I figured we needed to have it. Who else is in here? I know there's a lot of people. Oh, Orthodox walked over here. Yo, good time last night. I appreciate a lot of your perspective and what you were giving. There was a lot of contemplation, a lot of things I had to hear. It was nice to hear it was nice to hear a refreshing voice. Um, and I think this is why I love when new people come to the channel. I love hearing new perspectives or just having a fresh eye looking at the project. I do appreciate you. Uh, Clay Foundations, 1A Press. Brick is in the building, folks. He says, I'm I, I'm in, but maybe distracted working on the case before. Oh shit, you hear? Oh shit. Oh shit. I'll have to see how that turns out. That's crazy. All right. Ewan T, what's going on? What's going on? OTW. OTW live is in the chat, folks. I appreciate you being here. That's what's up. That's what's going on. 10th man has been in here, but 10th man, he be lurking. Sometimes he's out front, and sometimes he is you never know where he's gonna be at that. But he said stay appropriate. I can't believe I just saw that. Oh man. But I appreciate him being here. Crazy Mama has always been here. I don't even know how she gets all the invitations, but she be at all the parties. I show up there, and for some reason, Crazy Mama is there. I'm like, I thought only I was. How'd you get here? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know how she keeps getting all the invites. Oh, I didn't even realize this. Wow. What's going on, Leopard Print? Some people be donating money but hide the fact that they ain't got morals. This is part of a conversation I want to have in the future. I'm not sure if we're going to get to it tonight. If it somehow sneaks in, we may have to cover it. May. But I don't think I will because sometimes I want to have conversations that I know is going to bother people. So I don't think I want to bring it to this one, but we need to have a talk all the same. The lovely, the talented, and my original baby girl, Yvette Marie, is in the building. Every time I see him, I'm just like, damn, that is crazy. And of course, the man who be trying to move around the chessboard himself, always in L figures though. Nightish is in the building. I appreciate Nightish for being here as well. Let's see if there's anybody else. Even if there's any newcomers in the building, I'd like to say what's up to you guys as well. B Love is here. B Love is here. B Love she was on the panel. I appreciate that. That was crazy. Just Becca is here. Appreciate it. She says, hey, Resla, Locksmith, Crazy Mama. I appreciate it. Just Becca's definitely a new person who's been here and has a lot of different perspectives. We be having the talks like whether a lot of the comments, like because I appreciate a lot of the comments and the things that she says as well. Sometimes it's a little bit uplifting. I like it. I wish a lot of you guys would take your time to actually write shit in the comment, give your own perspective, what you did, what you didn't like. You should be able to do that as well. Another guy I appreciate as well, who I talk to, is Crab, Rude Mud Crab in the building. Appreciate you. So just so I don't try to drag this a little too long, because trust me, you know I can talk about shit, and I know I have plenty of bullet points I want to go through. Let me just dive into it. So, folks, if you haven't taken the moment to realize, we are talking about our morals for sale. And I'll get into my first question, which is my first segment. Damn it, he already beat me to it. Since I started looking at it, what's going on, due diligence? He says, peace. Peace to you, my guy. First segment is, I have it written up here as the myth of people who have unshakable morals. Let me crunch this up. The myth of unshakable morals is what I'll call it. Now, first things first, you said what you don't like is seeing the link. So here's the issue with that. If I drop the link early, people like to come in early, and I'm not willing to drop it early. I do a monologue, and then we'll have a conversation. Because if I do that, people come in and they distract more than anything else. So I already beat people to the punch. That's what we do here. First thing first, I want to talk about this idea, this myth of the unshakable morals, because we've all heard, we've all heard, right? People who go on and on about their unwavering principle, like they're invincible to temptation, like they like to let people think that they're real. But let's be honest, I'll just say it as someone who's dealt with so many people across different sides of the table. Everybody's got a price. Most of us like to think that we wouldn't budge if the money came knocking. But trust me, when that check hits your account, or if a promotion within reach, you'd be surprised how quickly shit changes. It's easier to say that you'll never sell out when your bank account is sitting on zero. But what happens when you've got a dream job right in front of you? When you have that thing that you've been looking for right in front of you, or someone offers you the kind of lifestyle, the kind of opportunity that you've always wanted, and it's not something that you were able to get yourself. Money makes people do crazy things. And it doesn't just stop at the big stuff. It's the little compromises. It is the little compromises that we go through every day, that we see every day, that adds up over time. The small things are what get us. Which is why I say everything matters. It's it's agreeing to cut corners when you know the work is all about doing the things that matter to make the project go faster. It's overlooking the toxic behaviors that you see in people because they're the ones signing your paycheck. It's the lies that we tell ourselves to go to it's the lies that we tell ourselves to look good and to feel good about the things that we're doing that doesn't exactly match up to the ideal version of ourselves. I want you just to take a second and think about it. Think about it. If the price was right, wish I had that jingle again, could you really hold on to your so-called values? Or, there was an or, would you start rationalizing why it's okay to bend just a little bit, so that you can notice or you can justify how all the little things can be compromised? Is it just one time? Hmm? Just one time. It's not a problem. It's a small favor. It's just a tip. Sorry, sorry. My bad. That's what I like to tell them. Sorry. Just a tip. But once you start going down this slippery slope, you're gonna find yourself justifying bigger and bigger things. And before you know it, you're gonna be neck deep in a compromise that you don't even know you were gonna get yourself into. I'm not saying, I'm not saying you're a straight up sellout, but come on. How many of us would take a deal if it meant a better life than what we currently look at? Especially if you're someone who says that you're down and on you're in your worst part of it. Moral integrity is nice. It is a nice thing to talk about. But let's see how long it lasts when temptation shows up at your door. You don't really know how strong your morals are until that moment actually arrives. And when it does, that's when you really need to think about what you're truly made of. Possible? I agree. This I agree with. Pause. My dog boys are. Oh, wow. Okay. Damn, that was crazy. That was crazy. You said you would. A lot of people say that they would, but I'll be honest. As a person who has been low level to mid level, and sat on many sides of corporate conversations and been there even with shareholders, I see a lot of people either get intimidated or they cave because it's a new experience they never dealt with. People seek validation for selling. Absolutely. It doesn't always mean money. Sometimes it just means position. Sometimes it just means power. Sometimes it just means what we look at as status. It's comfort. A lot of people will move their life into an area that they've never seen before. And this is what we get into the whole thing about greed versus integrity, which I'll make as my second point. Greed versus integrity, like that struggle that everybody goes through. Because we have heard the saying like money is the root of all evil. But here's the thing. Most of us can't most of us can't. Do I really want to say that? Let me rephrase this. Most of us are not able to get by temptation because we don't know what it looks like until it hits us. It's like being in a supermarket and you walking down the aisle. Sometimes you just don't know what you want to buy until you see it. It's like we've been pre-programmed to want more, to need more, to justify how we can have it, even if we don't need it, even if we don't see, if we do not see the reason for it to be in our house, we will make up a reason on the spot for it to be there. You've got people on one side that turn around and say on this spectrum, claiming they don't care about money, that they're above it all. But they like to throw around things like spiritual, holier than thou, telling that material wealth is nothing but a distraction. But let's just be honest, as much as you don't care about money, there's nothing that we deal with these days that doesn't revolve on you needing it. And let me tell you something. There's a reason these folks usually like to sit at the top of the pyramid, living comfortably while everyone else is hustling for scraps. What they don't want to tell you is that behind their little speeches of purity, there's this dirty game that's being played. They've learned to play it. And guess what? They're winning. This is the thing that got people pissed off at one of my last streams when I talked about oppression and people who are losing. I mentioned this kind of stuff and people weren't catching on to it because they wanted to talk about the other things, the lower level things that they think are holding them back. Success. Never mentioned success. All this money. Didn't mention money. They were bringing in conversations that had nothing to do about what I said. Ask me, what do you think is success, Resla? I didn't mention success at all. But what do you think? It doesn't matter because it's subjective. I said winning. People did not listen to understand. They listened to respond. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that you need to give up everything and live like a hermit to stay true to yourself. What I am saying is that there is a difference between understanding the game and getting played by it. Look at look at CEOs who turn a blind eye to their workers struggling while their pockets are growing deep. Look at how social media starts promoting toxic products for a check. People have found a way to sell you a lie. They're selling you the ideal that they're in control, that they're still authentic. But the truth is that They're more of a sellout than anyone else because they did it for status, for income, for power, for influence. Power is intoxicating. Money is an amplifier. The more you get, the more you need, the more your addiction grows. So, what's worse? What is worse? What's going on, Marcus? Because to me, what's worse is that they know that they're sellouts. They know exactly what they're spinning. They know that you are the thing that's necessary for them to keep going. And they also know that a lot of people like yourself are willing to compromise because you haven't yet gone through what they've gone through. They'll say, they'll say, hey, I'm just playing the game. But you're not fooling anyone. You can dress it up however you like, whenever you like. But we all know, looking at these people, that the higher up they climb, the more sacrifices they make. Look at the whole self-made millionaires, the ones who claim that they got all their shit figured out, that they were on the sheer grind, and that's exactly what got them to the top. What they don't tell you is what they had to do to get there, what they had to do to step, who they had to step on, basically, who did they had to deceive, who they had to betray. There are people who steal other people's work and other people's papers and everything else to get forward. And they say, I can't believe that you would do that because we're friends. And they look right in the face and say, we're colleagues. We're not friends. I did what I have to do. I'm sorry that you saw this different. You saw this in a different way, but that's not my problem. That's yours. All of it is part of the game, whether you like it or not. The more power you have, the more you're tending to compromise your own integrity to get it. And at the end of the day, it's all a balancing act. You claim to hold on to your values, but you really maintain, you really only are maintaining them when the stakes are too high. The question isn't whether greed and integrity can coexist. That's not it. It's whether should they ever? Should they ever? You know, and speaking of some of the most moralistic people, I'm just gonna bring this up. Let's talk about the church of power. Let's talk about you mofos. Because I want to talk about some of the biggest offenders that we see of all time. The self-righteous. And you know who I'm talking about. I'll just start with the highest ones. And we'll see if I go down to the lowest ones. But you know who you are. I'm talking about your religious leaders. The spiritual gurus. The ones who claim that they're above the fray. They love telling you how to live your life, how to be virtuous, how to stay pure. But the minute they get a platform, money, power, connections, it's all up for grabs. You ever notice how some of these, some of these people, some of these folks have the cleanest public image, but behind closed doors, they're living like kings? They preach about humility while they're flying around in private fucking jets. They're rubbing elbows with some of the richest people in the world. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. There's a place for spirituality. I'm not saying it's not. But some of these folks, they know what's up. Come on now. Just because they have their own specific niche does not mean they don't know what's up. They've learned how to sell out and keep the appearance of looking righteous. And then here's the sad part. Here's where you guys fall in. When they do fuck up, and inevitably they will, instead of tearing them down, tearing their clothes off, and making them start from scratch again, you forgive them. Because what they already know, you will. Because it's part of your religion. It's part of being righteous to turn the other cheek. And they're expecting you to do so. And it's not just the private jets, by the way. Like I said, it starts off with the little things, the little endorsements. It's the fame, the status. At the end of the day, some of these so called holy figures are just compromised, just as compromised as everybody else. They learn how to keep up, like the Joneses. They like to keep up their appearances behind the scenes as to how corrupt they can be. They're still selling out. They're still selling their soul to the highest bidders. Don't get it wrong. They absolutely are. We've been seeing people sell out their dreams, if you want to call it that. And not for nothing, there's plenty of people, just like every day. It's not even just the larger people, there's very small people. We've sold out our dreams that we were able to sell our dreams if we looked at things that were good enough to get. The universal reward system, if you want to look at it that way. In reality, that that universe, that other side, is just waiting to see much, how many of us are willing to forego our integrity to make the trade for spotlight. How many of you? How many of you are? I'll tie it into my next segment. How many of you are willing to sell out for comfort? It's what it's really going to come down to, folks. Selling out for comfort. Because people, we know that feeling. You know that feeling when you're sitting at home, maybe scrolling through Instagram or whatever your favorite platform is. I mean, I do TikTok, seeing everyone else living that highlight reel. And you start thinking to yourself, you start telling yourself, I don't need all the fancy shit. I don't care about private jets. I don't care about it. I'm on a mission. I just want to be comfortable. I see that question, Lindsay. What makes you think I already haven't? I understand the way how the world works. The question is, how much is too comfortable? Some people say they don't need all that fancy shit. To me, a little bit of peace, maybe even a little bit of security is worth it. Some people say that's all they need. Sounds like a good plan, right? I mean, who needs who needs all the extra drama chasing fame and fortune and all the other status that comes along with it? But here's where things get tricky. You might start off saying you're cool, you're good with the basics. You might be able to say, you can quit some of the things that happen. You just want a simple existence. But when reality hits you, when you need a job in order to pay the bills, when you need that side hustle to actually bring forth decent cash, when you want those vacations, when you want your family to have everything that they deserve. And soon enough, you realize you're not going to get any of that shit without stepping into the game. And guess what? The game is not just about being the hardest worker. It's about being the person who's willing to make the most compromises. The little ones first, by the way. That's why I said the little things matter. The little ones first. Like taking a deal that feels a little bit shady. Maybe it's about aligning with people who aren't exactly on your same wavelength. But hey, if they got the power, if they got the power to get you ahead, and before you know it, you're knee deep in things that are bigger than your own expectations. Now, here's the real question for you guys. What happens when you start selling out just to keep that comfort rolling? To keep yourself at that level of being comfortable. What happens then? You make the first compromise and you think, oh, it's not a big deal. This is nothing. It's just one little thing. But once you get that taste of comfort, that those vacations, the shiny new car, the freedom to relax a little, guess what? You're on the hook. You're on the hook. The temptation keeps climbing and getting stronger, and the small little things that seem harmless are to become your biggest pileups. One lie here, one backstab there, all the same name under the same guise of comfort. And you've already gone too far. I can't turn back now. It just seems I don't want to go back to spam and ramen noodles. I I don't want to go back to being paycheck to paycheck. I like having available excess of cash. Comfort's a drug as well, folks. It feels so damn good when you got it. But here's the catch. The shit is not free. It's not real freedom. It's a trap. Comfort's just another way to get you settled, to to make you think you have it all without paying the price. But deep down, you know what it's costing you. A little piece of who you really are. It's one thing to want comfort, but it's another thing to sacrifice your integrity just to get it. And here's the hardest pill to swallow. Once you start selling out your comfort, you're playing a game without you're playing a game you might not really be able to quit, which is why people who are all addicts start something that they can't find themselves quitting. You start telling yourself, it this is just what it takes in order to survive. I've been there. But eventually you have to turn around and take a look at yourself in the mirror. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was this really the life I wanted? You'll never get the answer until you're knee deep in it. And by then, The price of comfort might be more than you're willing to pay. Start asking yourself, what's the real cost of compromise? This is why I say I can get down to this point where I have these conversations with you guys and I say, compromise is a dirty word. This is why one of the books that I love the most is where are you? Chris Voss. Never Split the Difference. It's a great book from a hostage negotiator. And I understand it. I would rather take no deal than a bad deal. Compromise is a dirty word. So what's the real cost for selling out? I think is when you start compromising, it's easy to tell yourself it's just one time. Just one time. No one will know. It won't be a big thing. And you don't even recognize the person that you've become later on looking in the mirror. It's not just about the money, folks. It's about who you become along the way in the process, which is why something else I tell you guys is who you are to be, you are now becoming. Most people don't think about the person that they're going to be in the future because they're too busy thinking about who they used to be and who they are today. You start telling yourself that the end justifies the means. I've done this myself. That it's just business. Everybody does it. Compromise is absolutely a dirty word. You say it's not, it absolutely is. Everybody wants the best deal. Two wrongs, I'm sorry, doesn't make it right in the world of reality. Everybody wants what they can get. That's why they tell you to ask for something extremely stupid so you can land on what you actually want. Because if you started with where you actually wanted, you'll find yourself what? Losing out on it. This is the art of negotiation from the very beginning. From the very damn beginning. The conversation starts with no. It doesn't end with no. It starts at no. People start telling themselves all this different shit. But inside, you know something's missing. And that's the real price of compromise. Your sense of self. It's really what it is. The stuff that makes you you. Once you sold out, it's not like you can just snap back to your old self. It leaves a hole in you. And it takes time for you to go through rehab to build that back. So, what's the cost of staying true to one's morals if it's so easily compromised? Maybe it's a little harder to think about. Maybe it's a little harder to make it. Maybe you make, maybe you won't get as much attention. Maybe you won't get as much money. But here's the thing, you still have your integrity. And in a world where everyone's willing to sell out for a quick buck, for status, or for a moment of fame, that's it's more than what you think if you're not paying attention. But again, I want to give you based on my thoughts, based on the hundreds, if not thousands of people that I've spoken to about these kind of things, going through it myself. me thinking about multiple conversations, me doing research, me looking up things on forums and blogs and YouTube and everything. So it's not just my personal perspective. So it's perspective. It's the perspective and the points of views from many people. But again, this is what I'm giving you based on what I think. The question is, what do you think? Link is in the chat. Pin to the top of the chat. Give me a quick moment. I will hit the bathroom and then I will come back. Just give me a moment. I already see somebody just came up in the back. Just give me one quick moment. I'll be right back. All right, all right. And to you nasty and hyperallergenic people, yes, I washed my hands. I don't know how many of y'all are crazy like that, but yes. Uh 10th man, what's going on?
Yeah, where I come from, you don't have to wash your hands after you urinate
That's
because
crazy.
they taught
That is
us not
crazy.
to. They taught us not to urinate on our hands. Yeah.
What's going on? What are your thoughts, brother?
Is it weird? This is kind of on topic. Is it weird that I don't troll you during your intros anymore because it takes you longer to get through the intros then? Because you'll address like the radical stuff that I say sometimes, and it just takes longer for you to get through it. So I don't do it no more because I'm just trying to keep the chat spicy. So I switched it up to other things, right? I just try to make the
I mean,
show better.
I do what I do, but there are plenty of people who
I
even
know,
tell
I know.
me there are people who tell me, you shouldn't pay attention to the chat. I'm like, I'm used to reading, so I like going through the chat. I like knowing what people's perspectives and what they're
The
thinking.
chat is what makes the show. If there's no chat, there's no show,
I
really.
agree. I agree. What's going on, gentlemen? Oh, let me put up people's names so we know
Hey
who
there,
we're talking
guys.
to. What's going on, James? What's going on, dude?
Oh, not too much. It's a topic that interests me, but I'm going to wait until the conversation happens to be just the right wave to surf before I jump in.
I normally don't do this, but I'm gonna do this right now.
Yeah, yeah.
If you have a really good question, not to troll, not to just put out BS, because I do read things, but if you have a really good, insightful question that maybe even the chat and everybody, the panel wanted to talk about, do me a favor, at me, at Resla, so that I can see it. But if it's just regular old bullshit, I'm not even gonna bother answering it. I'm not even gonna bother bringing it up to the forefront. So
Mm-hmm.
the first time I'm actually gonna say that. Normally I try to get rid of it because obviously writing in all caps is not gonna do it. It's not gonna get my attention. I will just ignore it. But if it's a really good one that you really thought about and you really think it's gonna be a good uh point to bring up or a good point for us to go through here on the panel, you can do that. Because I think it's something when we get into this idea of morals, is something that we really need to cover. And I'm thinking about different type of shows for this because a lot of people And I have a lot of pretty much everybody claims that they have morals, but also people have claimed that they have a values based on what values they borrowed from other people, not that they have these particular values themselves. But again, based on what I'm just saying right now, when it comes to people saying that they have their values, and that, I would never sell my values, but some of the highest preachers, spiritual people, and everything else that's up there, we see scandals, we see internet shit, we see shit happening all over the place. And again, it's not just people who are religious, people across the board. And I've met plenty of people, by the way, who are spiritual. I agree. I came up spiritual in my families before I started taking a step back. And I meet plenty of people who are religious who then turn around and look. Great example. Shit just hit me in my fucking head. Even when I have like someone like GS come by and he's like, you have brought forth things as someone who's like not doing that anymore and made me think otherwise. Because so many people will even try to say that anyone who is not religious has no morals. And I think that's fucking crazy. So
Yeah,
if we look at both people, so if you look at both people who are moral, who are religious and non-religious, I'll just put it that way. If everybody's to have morals, if anybody can do it, because we see from religious figures and non-religious figures, are your morals for sale? And personal thought to yourself, don't have to say shit. How much would it take for you to compromise on your own? Just some food for thought.
Not to this. I hope you don't see this as a distraction from the topic, but it's kind of like, I think it was Andrew Wilson, but I can't remember exactly who said it, about how rights don't exist unless they're backed up by violence. And I took that to heart because it's true. And it's the same thing with morals. Morals are all based on violence. That's it. It's all about violence.
Violence is the fundamental force in humanity.
That's all it is. It's everything that we talk about day in and day out is either violence or not violence.
Hooray for violence.
And violence is not a bad thing.
It's the way you use it that makes it bad.
That's right. Like that lady about 5, 6, 7 years ago who they stopped to ask her directions. She was in a big truck. And then the guy grabbed her purse through the window and ran. No, he was in the truck. And then like grabbed it and the old lady fell down. I would have hurt that person. And I would see that as good violence.
I want to answer. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were done or not. I thought it sounded like you were about to end. Sorry.
No, that was done, buddy. You're good.
So to Rube Mudcrab, the conversation didn't come up about. So here's my thing. I came from an area that did bounties. Pretty much, you can say started the whole bounty shit, right? I don't have a problem with bounties. I don't personally have a problem with bounties. I have a problem with the abuse of bounties because sometimes if we're really going to be having conversations, really good conversations, the aspect of bounties compromises the dirty word, compromises the integrity of why a bounty is used. Because let's just say, here's an example. Let's just say me and Du is up here, right? He and I have really, really good conversations. He and I are chopping it up. We can be on all kind of levels, philosophical, I don't know, mathematics, fucking theorizing, conspiracy, whatever. But if you, Crab, say, I don't like this motherfucker dude. Any way he goes, I'm gonna pay to drop him. Even though it's beneficial to everybody else on the panel or even in the chat. How well did that conversation turn out if he can't say his piece?
Well, Resla, I think that's a matter of supply and demand, man. There's a lot of demand to take somebody off a panel, but not a whole bunch of supply. So I think you should outrageously jack up the prices.
Yep, that for sure. That, and also they can say what they want to in chat.
But so I love the fact that they can say whatever they want to in chat. No problem with that. I pretty much give open, even though I probably shouldn't. I give a pretty open leeway to people who are in the chat because sometimes I have to really regulate people who are up here on panel. And you guys know I really don't try to go hard on that. So I give a little bit the same way how I say I give more respect to anyone who shows up on the panel. It's the same way in the adverse effect is that I give a little bit more leeway to what people type in the chat, so long as it doesn't hurt the platform. And I do that both ways. But like, it, I don't like the idea that I don't like the idea that the thing that we will say at the end of the day that compromises a good conversation. Because again, even let's just say Du and I are having this back and forth, right? He and I are having a one-on-one conversation, but I'm always cognizant of the viewers. What are they learning from it? What are they getting from it? What is it that what is it that Du's going to say that will give them that aha moment? What is he gonna say to me, quite frankly, that I didn't consider, that I'm going, fuck. And I never get down to it because, say Crab says, I don't like this motherfucker. Boop. I'm gonna drop my $20 and he gone. And I will never get that a chance of enlightenment.
I like the idea of you doing it.
Can anybody hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got
Go ahead, Du.
Yeah, I'm trying some new shit with this mic, so if it's messing up, let me know.
Nah, you sound pretty good.
Yeah, to your point, bounties can hinder great conversations because somebody want to be funny or somebody is playing teams, all that type of mess. You know what I'm saying? So I'm more interested in having a great conversation than to entertain people with bounties and foolery and clownery and all that type of stuff. I'm interested in the conversations, not seeing people get kicked off because they're doing well or people don't like them.
Well, let's be honest. Most of the time, see, here's my thing. Let's just say now we're all up here, right? You and I are having a conversation. It's all whatever. It's a different thing of saying people are up here, and because this is why I'll run it back and forth. Welcome, Lindsay. Here's how I feel about it. Like, let's just say we're all up here, and Du and I are having the same conversation. We're gonna go back to that. Now, 10th, say you came up in here, and then you were sitting here trolling. You're the one that comes in, throws the grenade into the whole conversation. If motherfuckers turn around and say, yo, we was listening to something, this motherfucker came in and ruined shit, I'm gonna pay the money to have him drop. That doesn't bother me because I understand the premise. But if we're really having a good conversation, he's not being disingenuous. I just fucking flew out with that word. Oh, I gotta really work on my fucking vernacular. But he's not being deceitful. He's not, he's not trying to provoke anything very specifically. He's not like bringing up shit that had nothing to do with the actual conversation. And he's really engaging, really bringing forth some shit. I'm like, no. Let's talk about that. Like, he's really making me work for what the fuck I said. And you come in and you fuck everything else up. And somebody said, get this man Tim the fuck out of here. He really messed up the conversation. That's way different than someone I just say, I just want to drop him because I don't like him.
Well, that's what bounties originally were for.
They were, yes.
Back in the day. But people started weaponizing them. They started organizing to just shut down certain creators and ideas they don't like. And that's where it comes to you as a moderator. Be like, I'm going to send you a refund for that.
I'm sorry. This motherfucker's like, how much to shut down the whole stream? You know what? Give me $300. I'll shut down the whole stream. I'll shut the whole shit down.
Listen, I think a lot of people.
You sold out fast and quick on this, Red. You just sold that colors right there. Damn, sold us out fast. What? It didn't take much either.
Oh shit.
Violence and time are the two things that run the world.
So to engage in the topic, though, you asked the question. I'm going to go ahead and throw myself out there first. I'm going to say, hell yeah, my morals are for sale, and I'm not proud of it. I just think that I'm a realist. You know what I mean? And I just think that I'm a realist, and, some things, like, I'm not going to say all of them, you know what I'm saying? But, like, particular ones, like, they are elastic, right? And I don't draw these hard lines. You know what I'm saying? I understand that everything has exceptions. I understand that, you have exceptions to the rules, and we often do these false dichotomies, right? They say you either got to have this or that. And a lot of times it can be this and that or neither, or this and that and something else. So whenever we talk about, morals and can you compromise your morals, and you saying that compromise is a dirty word, I'll give you a little pushback on that. I don't believe that compromise is a dirty word, but I can see in some situations to where you shouldn't compromise, right? But if you are on the if you're on the B side and you don't have any leverage, it may be beneficial to you to compromise in some situations. And I know you know some of those situations like that also. But in general, Resla, yes, my morals are for sale, but only you know not all of them.
Now,
You know what?
wrestler, you know I came up here to make
Congratulations.
you work
Can
for
I
your
just
money,
say?
right?
Can I just say? I want to say shout out to you for being able to admit that. A lot of people will not even admit that their morals are for sale. They'll just hold the torch and say, "Not me," while they do shit in the background.
Yeah.
So I just want to give you your props for saying it outright.
Now, wrestler, you know I came up here to make you work for your money, right? The title of your stream is "Are Your Morals for Sale?" And I'm glad that y'all are having this conversation, especially when you talk about bounties, because that gets into the deeper psychological aspect of what it means of running a show. Are you running a show for the purpose of the conversation so that you can evolve the topic to actually come to a conclusion to where now we have a precedent, or are you just here to run a show in the hopes of getting money? Because if it's the latter and you say, I'm just here for the fuck shit so that I can make some money, then yeah, you should be promoting the bounties. But if you're going to say that I'm here to have the conversation, even if it goes on for 2 or 3 hours and we may have continuous disagreements, if I say, hey, wrestler, check your cash app and it's $1,000 in there, but you have to shut down the show, are your morals off for sale or are you just hypocritical? That's my question.
I'm glad. Oh my god, I'm
Great
so glad.
question, huh?
I'm so fucking glad that you did that. Because this was this was the greater point of the conversation that we were having. That I had myself, but this was the greater point of the conversation that we had after the stream. And like I said, there was like a good 2 hours that had went by when I hear like the for and against, because it's like what's in both positions. If you ask me personally, both positions came at a point of really what their self interest was. I miss this being really good. And I like this being what it is. And I'm listening to everything. I'm giving and I'm trying to respect both points because I understand monetary gain, and but I also understand the premise of why I'm doing this. Yes, at the end of the day, if you want to look at it, it's a business and the idea is to get money. But if the idea of that doing anything for money changes the foundation as to what it's all supposed to be about, that should also be taken into consideration first and foremost. So if I said the entire premise of the opinionated show was not just for me to give my opinions, but listen to everybody else, but to also engage in a real thoughtful conversation. But the idea is that it can absolutely be subverted due to everybody just wanting to turn around and tear each other down. That also means that they're not there for what I am there to provide in the initial point of the conversation. They just there to show their asshole. This is why I said toot your ass up and just spread your cheeks.
I want to
Because that
respond
means
to you, but I'm cooking. So y'all carry on the conversation for a second.
because like the whole point is like, let's just say, because part of the conversation, I'm not saying
Hey,
that the people
wrestler, mute me because I can't. I'm using both hands. Thank
you
you.
double stroking. Is that what? Damn,
No,
both
I'm
hands.
cooking.
No, nah, you muted.
Fancy.
Don't say shit. Don't say shit. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. Don't answer fucking it. It's all right. You good. Just let me know when you're back. Uh the aspect is that, and I'm trying to be open and listen to it. Like, even if I did that more often, right? And I said this even in the conversation. I'm not gonna tell the people who were up there. But because some people would wait till when the show ends and then they hit the link and they come up and we have conversations. If we're up. But the idea is that let's just say if this was something that happened more often, right? I do several streams a week. What would stop people from saying, if this is the stream that I'm interested in, which is the arguments and the back and forth and all that stuff like that, what's to say that anything else that happens throughout the beginning or the end of the week that wrestler does, I'm not interested in, because I'm just interested in when everybody else tears each other down. I'm not gonna show up for any other show except for when I know he's gonna do this particular type of show,
That's
which would
boring.
defeat the entire point of me doing what I do. What are
Yeah,
your
and then
thoughts?
you should just call your show Jerry Springer then. You know.
Maybe you should
Right.
stop talking to my girl.
Wait, who's your girl?
Just whoever.
Oh,
my girl's my cousin. It's a dude. His name's Jeremy.
You hear
but
this?
due diligence thinks that it's a chick.
Allowed?
You know.
You hear this shit? No women allowed.
All right, my bad. I'm back. Yeah. So every time this conversation, and wrestling, you know where we come from, this conversation hits deep, and it never goes.
Can you tell them where we come from? Because apparently people think I lie.
The Fight Club space. Yeah, in the Fight Club space. Okay, so wrestling's been live for 1 hour and 15 minutes and 20 seconds right now, right? 35 minutes into the Fight Club show, the link gets dropped. 10 people hit the link, and within an hour, there's already $1,000 dropped, and those 10 people that hit the link is not even up there no more. But Due Diligence has a following of about 200,000 subscribers. So when Due Diligence get dropped, his subscribers dropping money in the chat to bring Due Diligence back up.
Yeah.
So, and sometimes they will have awesome topics. I'm talking about top of the line topics.
Yep.
Due Diligence come up and he can drop some great knowledge or give some great perspectives on the conversation. But 10 minutes into the conversation, and they be like, "Hey, Due Diligence, what you think about the topic?" Well, bam, he dropped.
Never even get it out.
Didn't even get it out.
Well, yeah, but see what Sarah does when she's doing this is even though it's not an immediate drop. Quite often, Sarah will go, "Okay, you're going to be down for 20 minutes. I'm going to give you 60 seconds or so to give your rebuttal of what's going on." That's one of the things she does. It's great. Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I respect that Sarah actually does, because I've had people turn around and say, "I gave you X amount of dollars. I'm mad that you didn't drop them fast enough." But they were in the middle of fucking talking.
And then she tells them to go wash their vagina. Oh no, that's me. Sorry.
I respect that wholeheartedly about what Sarah does. They were talking. I'm not really inclined.
Wait, you expect the woman telling another woman go wash her vagina?
I usually say that to dudes.
I know, but I thought he said that Sarah said it. Like, wait, did she literally say that? All right, listen.
No, I was joking. Then I said say that. Okay. I said I was just joking.
I'm confused. What happened? Because I'm just like, wait, why is there women with dirty vaginas on the panel?
We lost your mic, Resla. We lost your mic. When that PayPal or when that YouTube check comes in, this will stop. We still can't hear you, bro.
Yo, when he said it, I laughed. I thought to myself, I immediately saw Sarah on a panel. There are people, and she says, "Go wash your vagina." And I was laughing in my head because I was like, that never happened. My imagination took off. That was just funny for me. Sorry.
She gets me to say it.
The only one with a dirty vagina on here is 10th Man.
If she did, I would. Sarah, if you ever did that, I would clip it. It would be fucking hilarious. Oh man, that would be great.
For the right price, she will.
Yeah.
So I think the question is, to Resla's topic, the question is there anybody on the panel who is not willing to compromise at least one of their morals?
Say
yes, me.
Is there anyone on the panel who's not willing to toot their ass up and spread their cheeks?
Me.
For betterment.
Whoa. Can you describe it a different way? Can you
in a more flattering way, please?
Yeah, can you I need an adult. Baby, I'm on the panel of wrestling, and the question is there anybody who's not willing to lift their sack and spread their cheeks just for $1? I'm scared to answer this question, because if I say no,
for $1?
I won't do it for $1, but I'll do it if you're hot. It went before I was married.
Here's the sad part about it, though. So here's the best side part about it. We have had plenty of people be up here and who did it for free.
Oh my God! Busting it wide open for free?
For free.
A lot of feedback on that mic.
Let's do some. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay.
Was you about to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll entertain you on this conversation. Not the nutsack and the vagina one, but the other one about sacrificing your integrity and morals. That one.
And you say You say that you would or you wouldn't. You say you wouldn't.
I have because I'm a human being, and what I'm likening this to is cognitive dissonance. And cognitive dissonance means a few things to different people. So I'll just go ahead and define it for this sake here. Cognitive dissonance is when you do something that goes against your principles. You may not realize it, but you have a way of coping with it, so you justify it, just like we were talking about before. Like you say, okay, only this one time, or I'm going to cheat on this calculus test, and I don't
What happened
respect
to
myself for
vision?
cheating, but I didn't study for it, and I really know how to do it. So you downplay your cognitive dissonance when you go against your own set of integrity and morals. And I think we've all done that at some point or another. And
Nope.
and we go around. Okay, thanks, babe.
No,
Keep,
no,
keep going.
no,
Okay,
Keep
you're
going.
great.
Please
ahead.
keep going.
You are great right now. Yeah,
Kent is
you
not
can
talking
keep going.
about shit.
Yeah, keep
There's
going.
this.
That was great because that was exactly what I was leaning on for so long. Go ahead.
Okay, this is just my opinion because I know 10th Man has the halo thing on. What am I talking about with the halo thing? We all like to go around thinking that we're angelic and we're perfect and we would never do this and we would never do that. But when the time comes, if you're desperate enough or needy enough, and I'm talking about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that pyramid where you have the basics at the bottom, foods, comforts, beds, water, food, all the basics that you can't actually progress to the top, which is self-actualization. Like 2% of the people in the population can actually um, reach self-actualization according to the model. So who would we think we are if we could actually reach that point? We are flawed human beings, and I say we're gonna mess up, and it's okay. Does one or two bad things in your life define who you are overall? If so, we would all hate each other and not talk to each other and write each other off.
Allow me to give
It
some
I
depends on
caveats
love
to it
it.
because
I
individuals.
I
that was
love
well
it.
said.
I love it when she drops like my underlying message that I'm not trying to say, but she brings it to that psychological point. She brings it like, hey, this is what I love it. That's
Well, there,
exactly where I was going with it.
there's
I
two
love it.
things that come into play. For one, there's moral relativism, and then there's morality being subjective. Because each individual person here, we can have a list of issues or problems or things that happen, and we can break it down. But well, I don't think it's moral, or I don't think this is that bad, and we can have that discussion. But I mean, there are some things that a lot of the people agree on that are bad that I don't think anybody with for any amount of money would break, and there are some things that some people don't think are as bad, and they would break it for a Klondike bar.
Hmm.
That's
You
that's
know,
the point. That's the
That's
whole point.
yeah.
And let me also say, there's things called, like, I believe in the concept or the idea of the greater good also aspect, right? And then like I said, also like false dichotomies and stuff like that. And also you have to consider that morals are subjective also. You know what I mean? Like, some people like to say that they're not, especially if you believe in some type of religion or some type of God, then you're going to believe that morals are objective. But I always say all you have to do is look at history, look at different religions, look at around the world, and then you will see that morals are subjective. Do we have some universal norms? I don't agree with the phrasing, but in a general sense, yeah. So I say that to say, you people are going to compromise morals because morals are subjective and they are elastic. There's no hard line in between them, and you can see
It's
these
moral
people.
relativism. That's
Indeed,
exactly what that is that you're describing.
indeed. Thank you. That was more concise. Now I was dragging it out. Thank you.
Yeah. I love it. I like to give up thoughts, but like it's really nice when I run across people that can really deep dive and really think about even when I'm seeing the message behind the message, because like the way how even a lot of people don't, by the way, which is why I also run into people who take offense to it, right?
Resla, do I have to call this dude niggas blackus? Who is this man? Who is this guy? I don't want to say that.
Yeah, who
I was
is
I was
that?
gonna call him. I was gonna call him niggas. He put it up there. What am I gonna do?
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I was gonna call him niggas. I was already looking at it earlier. I'm like,
Stop,
I'm
you just
calling
said
him
it too
niggas.
much already, Tenth. You just want to say this shit now.
Niggas.
Nah, hey, it's the way she goes.
Oh my
Y'all don't
gosh.
know who Negus Blackest is?
No.
He's a real person.
King Black, man.
Google it. He's a real person.
I'm sorry, Resla. I was just, I'm saying
I
you.
even think about that
I'm
was
saying-
fucking funny. Oh
You
my
end me
god.
from now on. I'm not calling you niggas blackest. I'm not
Okay.
going to do it.
Okay.
If I could have it,
Okay.
just a couple.
Okay. Well,
Sorry.
they also call me Will. I'll change my name in a second. But yeah, what's up? What you got?
Nah, because you was
He
trying to say
black.
that you wouldn't spread them and all of that, but I think you took it to an extreme. It's the
Oh no, I
subtlety.
did. I was just being an asshole.
Okay, well then I don't have anything to say then.
Hey, 10th
Well,
man.
well, the thing
Yes.
is,
Excuse
like
me.
Getting
Hold on.
back to the. Oh, go
the
ahead.
thing
My
is,
bad.
like a lot of people will say, "Well, oh, there's not a dollar amount that'll make me break my morals." Like, all right, cool. Well, we have to understand how can we gauge your morality, right? And a lot of people will give you subtle examples that's environmentally agreeable, such as you don't like seeing children hungry. So if you have a plate full of food, or even if you had a medium-sized plate full of food, and one of your children comes to you and says, "Daddy, I'm still hungry." Of course, you might offer them something off your plate. That's understandable, right? When you look at why you think in marketing, when it comes to showing those children over there in those third world countries, they dirty, beat up, hungry, all that, they want you to feel some type of way. So morally, we all have a way when it comes to we want children to be safe, clean, fed, well educated, and all of that and the other. Now, if someone said to you, "Hey, I'll give you X amount of dollars if you roll through this village and say fuck all these kids," all we gotta do is all you gotta do is just get on the speakerphone and say fuck these kids, and we'll pay you X
I'll
amount of
say
dollars.
that for free because it's funny.
There you go.
Hell
That
yeah.
is a fact. That is a
I
There you
say
fact.
go.
that about my kids all the time. I'll say it right
Man,
now. Fuck them
them
kids.
kids.
There you go.
I'm talking
So
about
now we can have an understanding of where we lie at morally. Now we can ask the question. Depending on
Moralism. When you talk about moralism, you really need to focus on actions and things that people do.
of course,
Like
but here's the thing though. Most people would feel some type of way if they knew the thing that you did was immoral and you accepted money for it, right?
you also have consensus morality, which is group morality, and individual morals. We as a society all believe that
law
grape
and
is
policy.
wrong. We all believe that child rape is wrong. We all believe that murder is wrong. We all believe that theft is wrong. Right?
Of course.
Right.
So there is consensus morality. And that's where a lot of your religious morality comes from. Individual morality is something that has skyrocketed since the philosophical concept of moral relativism, and moral relativism become is honestly a mental dead end.
But
It is a reason to spread communistic nihilism. And if you want to know what I mean by communistic nihilism, look up the nihilist definition. It was on Google at one time as a denial of anything traditional or traditional ways of thinking or traditional culture to further the advancement of the Communist Party.
Mm-hmm.
to
Sorry,
add
you had asked me something. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
to add to what you said too, um, to have the moral conversation is often not fair whenever you have religious people in the conversation because they come from an objective viewpoint
That's where I was about to
that
go. Yeah.
that
That
God is the ruler and he sets the rules and anything outside of what the Bible says is not morality. You know what I'm saying?
And
It's
then I
not
get
moral.
called the F word on a regular
So,
basis. Yeah, I
so
know.
so here's my
That's true.
sure if you want to say being called the F word, but so here's my thing about that dude. I don't agree. Don't agree. I don't disagree with whatever is saying about that. Right? Is that it's even hard to figure out who is the religious person because even spiritual people will still jump on that same bandwagon because they just don't believe that because even though they don't wholeheartedly agree, that little part that says that I want to believe in something rather than just say it's not, I'm not gonna have you sit there and disrespect. So there are people who jump on that bandwagon as well, even though they don't wholeheartedly agree. And I think that that's something that yeah, it should be taken into account, but at the same time, if we are, here's the truth of the matter: if we are really ever going to get down to the root cause of being able to have a foundation of talk and be able to really become enlightened as to what the next step is, we have to be able to challenge the things that are very much uncomfortable. And I think that's something that both people, the people, whether you are religious or whether you even are atheist, need to come to common ground on.
Well, here's the thing, Resla. Whenever we talk about objective morality, in order to have something that's objective, that means I have to submit to somebody's guide. You know what I'm saying? That I'm taking, and who's the arbiter of truth? Like I don't know that. If you could,
I love it.
I'm
I
not
love
saying
it.
for you, Resla, but I'm talking
Yeah.
about these guys that hold their position. Really, what they're telling me is they're saying that there is objective morality, but they're saying that it's coming from their God, and also submit, and anything outside of that is not moral. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
just, if somebody could convince me of it, I haven't been convinced yet. I haven't heard a good argument for it. I hear a lot of dogma. I hear a lot of pleading. I hear a lot of begging the
Mhm.
question, but no one has
You
ever.
ever see those arguments end well, where somebody
Well,
learns something or changes their mind, or there's a definitive conclusion, other
If I
than we
may,
agree to
whoa,
disagree?
wait. Can I just
to,
add something real quick? There's a difference between, and this is something that we also. I've had to talk with many people. I've had to talk with people in bars. I've had to talk with people who are overhearing conversation. There is something that we also need to look at, right? And this is not on in you, but you mentioned something that's very important. When you say a good argument, I am willing to listen to someone who has not to agree with, but I'm willing to listen to people who have a reasonable argument.
I'm going to try to say,
The argument doesn't need to be good, but it should be reasonable to have me think about it. Some people get so caught in their stance that anything that is not overwhelmingly
He said
convincing,
fair. He didn't
it
say
is
good.
not a zero sum game. Like it's nothing. And I'm like, no, there's nuance there that we need to look at because everything has context. People like to live in a zero sum game. This is black and white, yes or no, and that's not the way how the world works. So if it sounds reasonable enough, not to say that I'm going to believe it, but I should at least think about it. That's my point.
That's fair.
every time
That's
I
fair.
hear people have these conversations, not
Okay,
every time, but too much, you see two different people that are saying God is great arguing about the intricacies of how great God is. And I see it the same as like people arguing Harry Potter lore. And it
Hey,
just
wrestler, I'm
it
about to go serve dinner, bro. Y'all have a good conversation.
it makes my
Appreciate it,
Yeah.
head
bro.
want to explode because then you actually start pulling up the text of what they're talking about in a Bible or whatever, and they'd have no clue what they're talking about at all. That's why
Let me give
Dusty's
it a
been doing
try.
that Bible reading stuff, is because I don't think I think that most people don't even
Let
like
me
they
give it
know
a
a couple
try.
things.
I think I can give it a try.
Oh no.
Oh
Hey,
shit.
Lindsay. Hi, love. Hey, babe. I sent you out
Wait,
for groceries like an hour ago. Why are you
before
on
you
the
get
show?
cooking, before you get cooking, I do want to welcome officially. We got Imperius on the panel. We got Brick on the panel, and first time OTW is on the panel. What's going on, my guy?
What's up? What's up?
So you were saying Imperius. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean I can give it a try. I mean, I think in general you have to just look at the reflection of reality upon what you're basing things off of. I mean, if you want just a secular reality, you would base your truth, if you're talking about truth, on the reflection of how much influence or effect something has on reality, right?
You get to cooking. Let me say this: there are a million and one
Let
good
him, let him go.
arguments. There are a million and one good arguments. Most people just don't listen or don't care because their worldview is already set.
I'm
Mhm.
like Resla. If you have a
Yes.
let's not have a meta conversation about it. If you have a valid argument that you believe is valid, bring it forward.
Yeah, here was what I was going on. You would think that something is a reflection of reality is by how much it influences it, right? Like you would reflect truth upon how much something is true based on your identification on how much the thing affects through its purpose onto reality.
So I want to do a quick interjection right there. So you can have something that's a completely abstraction that has no basis in reality that someone made up, and we can all believe in that thing, and it can have real life effects on society, but really has no bearing in reality, like it doesn't exist outside of man.
And a good
So
example of that is Jesus.
Yeah, I was going
eh,
to say
eh,
that or
No,
God.
hold on. We're doing a lot of precepts and jumping a lot of steps here.
I did
Like
not.
so
I did not.
we're jumping
Oh,
around. Like if
so
we're
so
gonna
hold on, Imperius. Your claim was you can get a good bearing on reality by how something affects reality, and I just gave a case to where something that's
All the
fictitious.
atheists in the
Hold
chat.
on, Orthodox. But I gave an example of how you could have something fictitious that has no bearing on reality still affect reality because people's belief in
you
it.
can have abstract, not fictitious.
All
You
the
can have
atheists in the chat
you
be
can have
like,
an
Schrodinger's cat don't exist.
you can have an
Ab-
abstract. You can have an
abstracts are fictions, but
no,
anyway,
they're no abstracts. No. Abstracts
is a
are
fiction.
a metaphysical description of something that we can't describe in reality.
I don't
It's
want
a
to say.
for example, the laws of logic.
Hold
They
on,
are
hold on,
true. The
Orthodox.
laws of logic are true,
I mean,
and they reflect.
Imperius.
Can I? Oh my God. Okay, never mind. Resla,
Wait,
I'll
wait,
wait a
wait.
few.
Okay,
Listen,
wait.
listen. Hold on, Resla. Hold on, Resla. I don't want you
I
to
need
get
one. I need
sidetracked
one at a time.
because we don't. Okay, our definitions are different. I think I don't want to talk past each other, but the point still stands that you made the claim on how something affects reality on it can give you a bearing on how true it is. I'm paraphrasing what you said, and I gave an example. So let's stay there.
Yeah. So, for example, the laws
Yeah,
of logic.
Imperius. See, that's what I.
You would say you can't have the laws of non-contradiction. Something can't be something and its opposite at the same time. Correct.
That's
That's
a great.
another. That's
That's a great question.
But I don't want
Is
to go
the
down that road. He's
I'm
derailing the
gonna hop
conversation.
off the panel. Resla. We're not really at that level yet. So
No, what it is, no, what it
I'll
is,
hop
sir,
off a
is
little
you
later.
think you need to tell people how to think. Do you understand that probably we're just as smart or smarter than you? All these extra words, we can get to the end. You don't have to lead us there the entire
Exactly.
way. Do
Exactly.
you understand that?
Exactly.
Stop acting like you're smarter than everybody, and then we can have a conversation with you. I've watched you for about 4 months now. You do the same thing over and over. You go up there and you go, well, logic, blah, blah, blah. I'm a scientist. I'm a rocket surgeon, blah, 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 blah. We don't want to have a 4-hour conversation
so
about the book you read yesterday, all right?
So
so so wait,
Beginning and
he claimed
end.
that he could make
so
a case.
let me put it this way. I'm not saying what Tampa Man said. I'm not even indicting what you said. But I will say this because this is the first time that this is. I'm not gonna lie. This is funny enough. This is really the first time that this has really happened on that I can remember right now happening, or I'll just say for recent times, since I don't remember any of the time. I understand that people are at different levels of whatever their positions or cognition is, right? But I always run on the idea I don't know what I don't know. But the idea is that if we are not to say that you are, I'm doing this, but the idea that if people are running on the idea I know more than you, then quite frankly, it's going to be very hard to even have a real honest conversation if everybody's just looking to say that I'm going to be the smartest person in the room. Because let's be honest,
His words were just,
no, do not
we're
interrupt.
not there
Do
yet.
not interrupt. Do not interrupt. Because the truth of the matter, at the end of the day, the smartest person in the room is the one that can at least admit that he doesn't know everything. Not the person that thinks that he knows everything, but can easily be disproven on something that he does not know. That's my point. Go ahead and go forward.
Oh, thank you for the compliment, Resla.
His
I got a
words
question
were,
for you,
we're
Russ.
not there yet. As if,
No, we're
well,
not at
due
the part in the
diligence, just
conversation where we're looking at the
He
act.
said we.
Yeah,
As a
we, as in
different.
all of us. I'm included in the we, dude.
Okay,
Am I
You
not
just have
we?
a
Like,
hate boner for him.
yeah, dude. Like
Apparently.
I said, we, bro. I didn't even come up. Like, if you want me, like, you've seen me. If you've been watching me, you've seen me on all these other shows acting real bad faith.
okay,
I
so
didn't come up here like that. I was.
Man, could you have treated Imperius like a dog? No
No,
problem.
let's move forward. Let's not do all that. Imperious, just
yeah.
make the case. Just make the
Okay,
case,
all I was
Imperious.
saying is, look, if we look, what I always revert to is the reflection of the best explanatory hypothesis in the scientific method. You look at something called the best explanatory hypothesis. You're never going to have all data. You're never going to have every single possibility. But you look at the reflection of what the data can most explained be. Okay? If you're looking at an existence of the universe itself, with the trillions of instantaneous calculations that were done at the
We get
moment.
it. You can move on.
Okay.
Fast forward. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lindsay, you're a woman. You
Let
don't get
him
much.
finish.
But like Lindsay, if you Lindsay, tell me what
Let's go on.
Move
what
forward,
is the weak,
Curious. Just move forward.
Lindsay?
please.
Okay,
We
Lindsay,
get it.
what is the
We get it.
weak and strong electrical force of the universe?
Oh, here we go. That's the point. that
Oh
Kent was just
my
making.
God, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson, get to the
it's
fucking
not. No,
point.
it's that you have 213 unchangeable constants in this universe that without a mind or an intelligence could not have defined, created, or implemented.
Stop it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I need to bring a little bit of mind, force, and intelligence in here. What's going on, Melanie Cosmic Fox?
Hello, Resla. Good to see you.
We got it. It represents an educated guess, so I was wondering what you had to say after that, Imperious.
Thank you.
I'd say what I'm saying is that the philosophical principle of the beginning of the universe is a question that is a philosophical debate. It is, you cannot explain it with science. You have to use deductive logic, because there is no scientific method or scientific calculations or scientific way that you could observe the beginning of time and space itself. You have to look at what the possibilities are for time and space to actually exist through an outside cause and effect.
So what I'm
easy.
hearing here is that the only explanation that you have for things that you can't explain are magic.
No, sir.
How many?
No,
believe
again,
it's
it just
possible
shows how stupid you are that you didn't hear one word I said. I said 100 words, you didn't hear one.
So
That's why I speak so many. You didn't hear.
I
I said
listened to
100 words, you
everything
didn't
you
hear
said.
one.
Listen to
Imperious.
everything you said.
How
You were-
many of you believe it's possible?
And why are
we
you
live
so
in a
stupid
simulation?
that you didn't process any of it?
Can you focus for 1 second?
How many of you believe it's possible that we live in a simulation?
I wanted you to
Yes.
Well, I go down
Okay.
that road.
Okay, so y'all go down that road, but the thing that I find really weird about atheists, because I am a
Oh my
science Christian. I love science and technology. What is the difference between us living in a simulation and there being a God? Because they're both intelligent design.
There's no difference.
Both are
Not much.
possible.
Not
Yeah,
much.
Yeah, they're
They're
both
one and the
much.
same. They could
But-
exactly.
They could
Yeah,
be
so I
absolutely
want
one
to
and the
tease.
same.
I want to tease out what Imperious, because Imperious, check it out, bro. You said that you could make the case. We're talking about objective morality, but you just went on and just kind of, talked about a little bit of different science, but that did
Imperious
not.
likes to fly around the
No,
world before he
it's
lands
called
his
you
plane.
have to lay the.
Hold on.
Please,
May I
please.
may I make the point? May I
It's-
make the point?
Oh
You
my
go
God.
ahead.
Help.
You
Resla.
did not make a good case for objective morality. What was
I
the basis?
have to make the case for objective morality first. What is objective morality? It means there's an outside being beyond time and space with the intelligence, the omniscience, the omnipresence to impose morality, because morality is a reflection of intelligence, of cognitions. An
It
ant
took you a
can't.
long
An ant
time
can't.
to get
Shut the
there.
fuck up, you hole. You wanted me. You want me. You guys keep pushing me.
That is so
Imperious,
Christ-like.
you're the hole that keeps
You still.
flapping.
No, you keep pushing me.
Merlin,
I
I've had
trying
enough
to
of your
ask-
bullshit.
We're trying to ask you to be
Then
concise.
and
Then
please
be
allow
There's no
him-
concise when you're
please
talking about
allow
the
him to
creation of a
finish.
universe.
Please
That's why
allow
you're
him
so
to finish.
stupid. You want to concise things down to a nugget of a moron.
Okay, listen, you over emotional.
Just
And
allow
you
No,
him
guys-
you're
to
a
finish.
hole. You're a walking petri dish.
Okay,
Don't
okay,
ever.
I'm curious.
You
I'm
walking
curious.
petri dish. Don't you ever
Why don't
equate
you
yourself
just
to me.
talk already?
Don't-
Christ's sake.
Don't
Imperious, calm down,
ever
bro.
speak to
You
me
good.
like you're my equal.
You're such an
good,
angry
Imperious?
little man.
Who is that going on that
Yeah.
rant?
What
If
is
we
this?
were on flows right now, he'd be playing Talcott saying, God is
Flo
beautiful.
already gargles on my balls. He wants me back so bad because I make more for him in an hour than you have.
Praise God, man. Praise God.
The sun, the birds,
What would Jesus
The
do?
sun, the birds.
I had non-sexual orgasms.
rainbow,
Look, my
Man,
finger-
praise
Tantric.
God. Shout out to
10th
Jack
man's
Talcott.
gay sex. Bro, 10th man, bro, we really just don't give a shit. Imperious, please finish your point.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you hole.
Thank you. As I said, reflection is a morality of intelligence. If you're having something with the superior of intelligence, you can't question what it does. It has greater understanding, greater
How convenient.
perception, great. It's very true. Can an ant question your morality?
No, it just doesn't have the brain power to.
If morality
Exactly, and you don't have the brain power compared to an omniscient being.
That's not necessarily true. That doesn't
You
necessarily
you
follow.
think you what with your limited brain power that you reflect on these panels think that you're equitable to an omniscient being.
It doesn't even have to be omniscient. It could be. It could be one
interrupting the
dimension above
baby.
you.
Let the baby talk.
And with
Okay,
your
well,
limited
will you pull your
intellect, you're
titties
trying to
out so I can
explain it.
suck on them? Will you pull your titties out so I can suck on them at least? If I'm the baby,
Calm down, little babe.
can I have the titties at least?
Finish your point.
Can I have the titties to suck on after I'm done?
Focus.
You two are gonna
You're
make beautiful babies together.
I know, dude. You have no idea how much Lindsay rubs one out with her. She also has. She has that. No, she has the what is the water one? What is that called?
So Imperious. So with
Bring
morality,
them back,
right?
Brick. Bring them back, Brick.
Yeah, if morality exists, like, so that we don't have to agree that morality exists. In fact, I'm one who would say it doesn't, right? If morality exists, then yes, it would stand to reason that it would only exist within a mind.
Exactly.
Is that simple?
Yeah, there's actually a great quote from a book that we all kind of know that I'll bring up in a second that talks about that everything in itself only is reflective in reality from the human mind. If there is no human mind to observe it, it isn't real.
Right. Well, that would
it is the Schrodinger's cat, but there's a greater question than the Schrodinger's cat. There's a larger question than the Schrodinger's cat. There's actually
you made a point. You made a point.
Hold on a second.
And
The
it's
moral
great. You made a point.
establishment has been
that
made
is true.
over time.
Go ahead, Brick.
Well, no, Orthodox is new. I want him to go Orthodox.
I'm eating right now. I'll go ahead.
Oh, are you? Oh, that was OTW.
That was me. I'm the guy
OTW's
next to
new.
you. OTD.
I kind of want to take a bite.
I apologize. It sounded
It's something
like
that's established through time.
No, it's mine. You can't have any.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the mind, but it's something that, like, if the humans establish over time, over all kinds of different events that happen, wars, all kinds of. It's something that was established, within tribes, and eventually freaking fused with other tribes, and then it's like this morality thing is something that humans establish because of like how immoral we can be and how despicable and how easily we can destroy. No. So I think that's how it was. It's not some god that came up with it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would say if everybody
stare into the face of Satan,
morality definitely.
Mind if Resla, can I read? Right,
Okay.
Resla, can I read? Can I read a quote real quick when he's done?
Resla, can I say something too, please? So I just want to point out, I can quickly argue for objective morality. Not all morality is objective, but there is such thing as objective harm. And avoiding that objective harm, the principle of beneficence, is an objective morality.
Morality is just as valid an
Hold
argument
on,
for thought, right, claim. They're all claims, by the way. Every one of these things that you're talking about within the metaphysical reality, these are just claims. My morals are better than your morals. My rights are better than your rights.
Right, but I'm making claims about reality.
So beyond that,
but I'm willing to commit violence. So at the end of the day, I'm correct.
Beyond the claim, is it something that you're willing to compromise for? Are you willing to sell for it?
Brick, let me read you something. I'm going to read you a quick quote that I think you should know by who it's talked about. So, ready? Anything could be true. The so-called laws of nature were nonsense. The law of gravity was nonsense. If I wish, O'Brien had said, I could float off this floor like a soap bubble. Winston worked it out. If he thinks he can float off this floor and I simultaneously think I see him do it, then the thing happens. Suddenly, like a lump of submerged wreckage beneath the surface of the water, the thought bursts in his mind. It doesn't really happen. We imagine it. It is a hallucination.
So how do you start accelerating?
Jesus Christ, I'm done. This is why the internet, every one of you should be put up against a wall. Good night.
How do you start accelerating?
You can try, but I'll put you up against the wall first.
The
Wiccan
how do you overcome these?
and wizardry actually operate upon this.
I mean, homoeroticism and domestic.
Not the homoeroticism.
Exist within the physical
whatever you
so there is reality, and because there is reality, we cannot change certain things.
The cucked Yankee fears the southern
reason
radical.
We cannot change certain things has nothing to do with our vision, our viewpoint, or our morality. The only real thing is what is tangible. Now, if you go off of that basis, if you don't go off of the basis of what I believe is true, then you can have a valid point to make. But if you go off of the ideal that morality is what rules you, I am going to say that you are willing to sell out every single time. Because eventually, guess what happens? Tangible things come into play. Money,
I have another way of
firearms,
thinking about this.
reality.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt everybody. I'm sorry if I get this wrong. Azila, shit. You tell me your name, but your first time up here. Yeah. What are
Hello.
your thoughts? What's going on?
My name is Eliza. Hello. If you guys,
Eliza.
yes, it's okay. If you guys get confused with Eliza, Allie will do.
No, I like it. It was just a weird spelling, so I didn't know how to.
Eliza.
By the way, I've been drinking for a little bit, so I can't.
Oh no, that's okay.
I took off my glasses.
Believe it or not, I spelled it like that so people do not get it confused with Alize, because that was the
good call. By the way, I would have thought about that. Yeah, good job.
But whenever we're talking about the morality clause or the core of morality, we have to remember morality is a decision, and it's supposed to be a decision that not only is in harmony with you, but it's in harmony with your environment or your surroundings. So as far as it being something that was established by a sentient being with a mind or a brain, and yes, even ants can have morality. It may look different than you, but it literally pertains to their community as well as their way of life as they see it. Okay.
How do you explain?
Hold on. No. Hold
on. Let her get her thoughts out. Let her get her thoughts out.
So with that being said, that is what morality is. It is a decision. This is the reason that we still have people that make what are perceivably immoral decisions as well as moral ones, right? But if we're going to have the conversation about the morale, we also need to have a conversation about the ego, because without the ego, the morale cannot stand.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Feel free.
All right, how do you explain people that are brought up in an immoral lifestyle?
It depends on
abuse. How would you relate them, and how would you give them the ability to make moral decisions?
Okay, well, first of all, whenever we're talking about moral, especially whenever you're talking about somebody else, you also have to take on account that you are putting onto someone else your version of morale. Because yes, somebody may go through living in an abusive household. There are many that do. But these are also the same people that don't go to school and start beating up their classmates, beating up their teachers, wanting to sit there and try to ixnay a post office or, coin the term going postal and things of this nature. I mean, matter of fact, in this wonderful country that we call America, and yes, 100% sarcasm behind that, okay? But in the corporation that we also consider to be America, there are so many things that are perceived as immoral, but yet we still have people that are walking, that are talking, that are still doing certain things that, as far as the social standard and the social view, are still socially acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
That I agree, because some, I would say that, in the elite status, billionaires, millionaires, would have different moral standards than the lower class.
Exactly. And once again, that will go back to pertaining to their environment. And that also includes the people that they choose to be around, the people that they have access to, as well as the community aspect of it. I don't mean community as in a group of people where you have somebody that's supposed to represent you. I mean community in the aspect of these are the people that you choose to be around. These are the mindsets, the concepts, the ideas or ideals, as well as the conversation topics that you're taking on yourself on a regular basis.
So in other words, you're saying that all of this, it all depends on social dynamics. So a whole moral objectivity is depending on social dynamics, all depending.
Okay. As well, yes, as well as your ego as well, yes. And for clarification, the reason that the ego is also a part of that is because if we're going to be 100% honest, the only reason a lot of people will do things that are considered morale is to try to look good or look a certain type of way to somebody else. It is not something that actually helps or hinders themselves. It is to try to impress somebody, to try to influence somebody, to try to persuade somebody, or to try to manipulate somebody. So,
Agreed.
yes, it also has
Agreed.
to do a lot with your ego.
Man,
Are you saying nothing
Yeah.
is true and everything is permitted?
She's on fire, bro.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
man,
she's
that was
fucking,
fire.
wait. First of all, I gotta say she's fucking cooking. I did not expect it because listen, even
Yep.
to the point of what Crab is basically saying. He says that morality is 100% subjective.
Right.
She's cooking right now.
Mhm.
What was the point in anthropomorphizing the ants unless you were speaking about moral relativity? And then you were saying that the ego has to be involved to have a set of morals. So, and you were claiming that these ants, had the set of morals. So that's why I was saying you were anthropomorphizing them. What is the point of bringing the ants into the argument if you're saying, what are you saying exactly, like with the
Okay.
ants compared to humans?
Sure. Okay, so the reason I brought the ants in was to pretty much make the statement that honestly, anything that is a sentient being is able to make a moral decision. Okay.
You?
Now, wait. Let me answer your question, darling.
But I
Okay,
got a
before we
question.
ask another
Humans
one.
are the only sentient
Okay.
beings on Earth.
On your question about ego,
Okay.
are you claiming that these ants have ego?
So I'm going to go ahead and finish my statement so that way you may be able to actually receive your answer while listening. Okay.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute.
So-
How do you find sentience? Because humans are the only sentient beings on the planet.
Wait,
No, they're
Lindsay
not.
has to
That you know, no.
No, they're
Wait,
not.
what?
Lindsay has to receive her answer.
That was crazy.
But that's what religion teaches people, right? Is that we're above them all. They don't even think.
How do you define sentience?
Wait. We need her answer.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you.
Can you give your answer? Yes.
Okay,
Tell me
so
about that.
I'm
yes.
listening.
Oh,
Got it.
So my answer to that was the reason I even brought the ants into it is because they are still sentient beings. And how it correlates is because according to their community and their environment, aka they have a queen, there are certain rules and regulations that they also have to go by, follow, as well as certain things that happen in what would be perceived as reality, regardless of whether there are Homo sapiens sapiens there to view it or not, that would still be able to go along with the sentience and being able to have thought or to even be able to wonder outside of your immediate being, right?
Yeah, I don't think ants can do that.
I
though.
just don't. I don't
Actually,
agree
they
with that,
can.
but you're
Oh,
not done answering.
Wait.
Correct. So, okay. So the reason I sat there and brought that in was to actually kind of respond to the other gentleman that left. I believe I took his place. I don't know his name. But whenever I was talking about ego, for the Homo sapien, yes, ego plays a very big part. Now, I didn't say we had to have ego. I said plays a tremendous part because we do have ego. That is also part of our makeup, right? We not only have sentience, but we also have a lot of things that come along with that.
So it was
Now,
an unequivocal parallel.
my dear honey, you have to listen. I understand you're excited. I get that. But sweetheart, you also have to listen. That's why we have two ears.
For 10th
Okay?
man, because I'm not imperious.
Okay.
I just goes to the
I'll mute
definition of
myself.
sentience in the back chat, and humans are the only beings on this planet that fit all of these
Wait.
categories.
When we say things like sentience, right?
Mhm.
Hold up. You know what? I'm just to make sure I don't. I'll stick my foot in your mouth. I have my own idea, but I'm gonna turn around and just look up the word in itself because I know it. I understand a bit, but I know people like to pull up from different dictionaries all over the fucking globe to try to make their point. I don't want to.
My question would be, like, what is, like, regarding what you just said, right? There's been lots of important questions about like morality and philosophy throughout life. Like, is there ever a good lie? How do we use what you just said to bring clarity to any of those questions, or like the trolley problem, for example?
I don't know if I'm aware of the trolley problem, but to be able to go ahead and answer that, once again, morale actually depends on you or the person that is viewing whatever decision. I'll give an example, right? We can go ahead and use Luigi's, and this is only because this is a bit more recent, it's a bit more relevant, so people should be able to relate, or at least comprehend, right? So Luigi, it is seen as immoral, right? We're talking about morale. It is seen as immoral for him to be able to take a life of one person. Yet the person whose life he took, they've also taken many in its place, right? So they've had access or had a hand in taking of many other lives, right?
Okay.
So with that, once again, it kind of looks like, if you were sitting into the deceased's standpoint, then what would be considered morale? Because I mean, as far as they're concerned, none of the insurance issues have anything to do with them. That's all on the other
That's the
people.
trolley
Hold on,
problem,
wait. Oh,
by the
okay.
way.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I didn't know. Thank you. So I guess
Melanie, are you a utilitarian?
Wait, no. Do not even think of answering that, because that will
okay.
move on to something totally different. Be
Okay.
very careful about what you answer and how you answer. I tell everybody not everybody, but you should definitely take a pause. When we come down to the aspect of what is considered to be sentient. Sorry, it is not simply imagination. Even animals, if you want to even put ants in there, are considered to be sentient, because the first thing that they talk about is feeling pain, feeling
Mhm.
pleasure, feeling fear, feeling comfort. That is something that even humans go through. That is
Prove
the
to me that
category
ants
of
have an ego.
that is the category of sentient. Even to the point right now that we have to worry about AI, because why? We are worried
Resla, in
that,
order to
we
be
are
It's
worried
becoming
that
sentient.
we are
in
worried
order to
that
be considered
we
sentient,
are worried about
you have to complete
AI
all
can
those
consider
categories.
pain, can consider pleasure, can consider all that. So if we host those very things off all in the same, we know what
One
sentient
second.
means. It is not about imagination only.
All
No,
right.
it is not
So
about imagination.
I
It is
have
about
No.
have
Who keeps saying imagination?
the
Wait,
ability to
I
be
never
able to
said imagination.
expand.
I never said. Wait.
It is about
You're
the
muted.
ability to be
lost your
able
mic,
to
Resla.
expand outside of oneness or yourself. So in other words, if you can have any thought about anything else outside of your body,
I posted an entire
Wait.
category.
I never. Wait. First of all, I just want to say I never said that you said.
consciousness.
But I
No,
never said you said. But the
yeah,
idea
no.
when people mention being sentient, the first thing that a lot of people, not just you, not just saying you didn't say that, but a lot of people go to the fault of being imaginatory. Like there are plenty of animals that have imagination. For instance, I never say shit about a dog, but I've seen a dog kicking its fucking sleep. It's dreaming. That's also imagination.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Right,
Well,
but
we don't
I
know if
always,
that's just
I
like
always had the
that's not
feeling that it
memory.
was about
You
being
don't know what
conscious and
I'm
aware
dreaming
of
when
your
I go to
existence.
bed. I
So
could tell
You
you
Resla,
that I don't dream at all.
also don't
But the
don't
thing
know
is,
if that
Mel,
dog
that
kicking.
you claim a claim and yet you have no proof of it, or you claim a non-claim and then you provide no proof. You're saying that a thing isn't so. That's a
Sure.
non-claim.
Yeah,
Now
you
you
know,
want to say there's proof of a non-claim?
It's an unequivocal parallel. That's what I have a problem with. Is she not astute? This woman is smart. She's on fire. Period.
the problem is that
Yeah,
the
let her
problem,
finish. Let her finish. Let her finish, please.
When she tries to finish, I had to mute
Good.
myself to shut up. Now
Yes, you
everybody
did.
else is interrupting her.
Yep.
So what do we
Yeah.
do? I'm trying to shut up.
Because she's breaking their programming. She's saying what I've been saying in a whole lot more words. I just try to break it right down to the bare nuts. But go ahead, ma'am.
I
You're very
disagree,
intelligent.
Finley.
Go.
You say a whole lot of gay stuff.
by the way, Eliza, I don't think you're delineating between the id and the ego in a lot of what you're saying. And just to point out, the ego actually like thinks long term, thinks about like I have to live with myself and the decisions I make. I have to worry about how others see me. So, and I think that's what separates humans from ants. And
But you know what you just said right there? You said that it's ego that separates humans from ants. You did not say that it was morale. So thank you.
Shit.
Not only that, but once again, I stated that with the Homo sapien or the Homo sapien sapien, yes, we also have other aspects to us, such as ego, right? I didn't say that everything had to have ego. I also did not state that you have to have ego in order to have morale. I
So
said
let me
the way
ask you this.
Go ahead.
You got interrupted again.
Yeah.
She just clarified that point.
How about you go right after her due diligence?
Yeah, I mean, I said, let me ask you this. She said, go ahead. She gave me permission, but I don't mind if she
All right.
finishes.
Okay.
Okay. Let me say it. So is it okay that he interjects to ask you a question?
If she
Sure.
didn't object, then yes, but then other people got a white knight.
I asked her a question. Since he was the one that was interrupted, is it okay that he interjects and asks you a question based on what you were saying, Eliza?
Sure. And after him, the goddess can go.
The
Yeah.
goddess? Who's the goddess? Is it Lindsay?
Lindsay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
What?
And I and I
I wasn't
What
aware
was
of
that
this
about?
status that you had, Lindsay. Can you tell us more
That
about
that
this?
is how
and
gods and
anyhow,
goddesses is how I refer to as
we
other
just
Homo
joke.
sapiens. So
We
yes.
just joke. But anyway, I appreciate all the help you guys, but I did ask the question. I didn't just interject. I said, "Can I ask you a question?" And she said, "Yes." Thank you guys. But anyway, my question then will be because I feel like you're saying the same thing as some of the rest of us, just with different words. Then you also believe that morality is subjective. Then
Yes.
yeah, so I'm with you. You elaborated it in different ways, in ways that I wouldn't necessarily word it, but I'm not going to split hairs with you on definitions and verbiage and things of that nature. But principally, I agree with you. That's all I wanted to ask.
Right. It's so simple. All right. So, is it more wrong to
Damn
kill
it.
an innocent
I'm so
child?
sorry. I am so sorry. Lindsay, he is the other goddess that is up here.
I thought I was. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm
You
sorry.
are.
You know, my shit's super fast, dude. I listened
Yeah,
to
queen.
Buddy sit there and talk for 10 minutes about the same thing.
Let's hear it.
Restless
I take
following
20 seconds.
Ken, be quiet.
Restless reading the room. He's following the conversation. He's trying to keep it flowing. Good job, Resla.
I'm just saying, she literally said it was okay for Lindsay to go next.
Yeah, go ahead, Lindsay.
What she didn't say, Eliza too. I know it's Lindsay. I think she's off doing somewhere else. But Eliza, will you compromise your morals? Will you sell your morals? Because we all had a chance to answer that, and you came in and you talked
You came in
about
a
it. But
little late.
that's the question.
No, I won't compromise my morals. No.
Oh, you want to get it, Resla?
So what exactly? So to go down to a baseline, what exactly does it mean for you not to compromise your morals? What exact? Because the whole point is that are your morals for sale? And the question is, what are you willing to do? If you're willing to do, because that's the point that we're getting down to. What is it that you don't consider as compromising your morals?
What do I conceive? What do I perceive as not compromising my morals?
Yes, because here's the truth of the matter. I don't know what your threshold of morality is.
Oh, you could have asked that as well. But what I don't consider compromising my morals is being authentic to me. And when I say I'm not going to compromise my morals, that means that I am not going to sugarcoat. I am not going to wear a mask. I am not going to do a lot of things, regardless of how society sees it, regardless of how other people decide that they want to judge. I'm going to continue to be me authentically because that's who I am and that's what I love about myself. Okay. So with that, no, I am not going to go above and beyond to try to cater to somebody else to make them feel comfortable. What I'm going to do is continue to be me.
So I love
and I wanted to add to that.
I
That is an
absolute
moral
I love the fact that you said that, but also we have to have bring it to this whole thing is that it's not the whole ideal of compromising is not necessarily it is, but it's not always about compromising for others. Sometimes it's about compromising for better situations, better living conditions. Sometimes it means even compromising for the people that we claim that we care most about.
We'll see.
Are you willing to forego particular things for particular ideologies that you have in order to benefit your family and for those who are around you? And what would that cost look like?
For example, Eliza, what he's trying to articulate, do you believe in the concept of the greater good? are you willing to compromise your morals in order for maybe your seeds to have a better life, or your ideology that you wish for the world to accept? Would you do
Beautiful.
things that compromise
Beautiful.
your morals in order for those things to have a positive outcome later on down the line?
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to answer your question with a question. Who's to say that doing certain things to enact the betterment of my family is not my moral? And then if it is my moral, then how would doing anything like that be in the shape of compromising?
So yes, she has a price. She is saying, but it is within her morality, which is what we were talking about with Resla, how we learn to soften our cognitive dissonance in certain situations
Correct.
and and allow it because of moral relativity.
Well, how would
Everyone
you
has the
pursue?
everyone has a price, because at the end of the day, morals are a luxury and survival is pragmatism. If you
Just if
have
I may,
morals,
Right, because in a
if you
life
have
situation,
If I
morals
may, if
if
I
you have
may,
morals
No,
and a
okay,
belief,
and here's the thing that we have to understand as well. The same way how the weather's change, the seasons change, how the same day today will never be the same way it looked a year ago, or 5 years ago, or 10 or 100 years ago. It will be a different day. I know this is the same date, it's a different day. The same way how our morals or our ideal morals change and evolve over time based on situation. The
but
question
see,
is,
that's not
the
accurate.
price of
Hold on.
abandoning your morals is not always money.
if I
Because
may,
wait, wait,
just
wait, wait,
imagine
wait,
this.
stop. Did I say it was always money?
May I respond, please?
No.
Oh, I may not. Oh, or were
No,
you
no, no,
answering
that
him?
was no,
Oh,
that
okay.
was. I'm
She was
sorry.
answering my
That was,
she was answering my question. She was answering my
yeah.
question.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
so funny.
My
That was so
apologies.
hilarious.
Well,
Okay.
Eliza, you asked me a question. I'll let you go, but I want to get a chance to actually respond to the question that you asked me. But go
Okay.
ahead.
So my thing is this, your morals are not the same as everyday duties. So I understand the host concept of, hey, it's the same day with a different year and things are different. Your viewpoint is different, the weather can be different, the season can be different, especially in today's crazy weather. But that does not, I'm trying to figure out how that pertains to morals,
I
because
got you.
morals
I got you.
are okay.
I got you. So here's the question. Because you
Mhm.
said that you wouldn't compromise any of your morals, so just let me give you some situations. Let me give you some dilemmas. Let me give you some examples, right?
Please.
So what about stealing? Would you ever steal?
No.
So this is the easy one, right? And it's going to
Mhm.
be extreme. So if you would just engage in the hypotheticals, the last one
Mhm.
I gave you, you gave me a question instead of answering. But I want you to at least try to engage in
Okay.
this one, right? So
Okay.
let's say you found $1 million in an open field and it has somebody else's name on it, and you know that it's somebody else's money, but like you 99% you're going to get away with this money. If not,
I
let's say
wouldn't
you are,
touch it.
hold on. Oh,
Mhm.
okay, so bam. Okay, so that's one. Let's get that out of there. So I'm gonna say I don't believe you, but whatever. But let me try to put you in another one, right?
I
So
believe her.
let's say, what about murder or killing? Do you believe that murder and killing is immoral?
For me, yes. For
Yes.
others, not so much, but yes, for me, yes.
So what if someone murdered your mother? Would you try to implement justice yourself? Is there any
No, what if
situation?
her mom murdered someone else? She had a
No,
psychotic
make it more
episode.
simple. You're being too extreme. Okay, you're
No, but
starting
you.
Hey, here,
and you
here.
see an
Wait,
apple
wait.
orchard. You see an
Oh,
apple
oh,
orchard,
hold
right? And
on,
the
Tank.
apple orchard's overflowing with apples. Would you take an apple?
No. Okay, so here's the
Okay.
thing. Here's the thing, to go ahead and help them out with the murder scenario. My brother was murdered. He was murdered by uniformed individuals. Okay. My mother
No.
actually did a 20-year bid for murder. Okay. I still would not murder. Okay. So
Got
I
you.
have both of those aspects. I still
Would
would
you
not do it.
commit
You answer.
perjury
Now,
You're
for your mother
answering
or
good.
your brother? Which
no.
means that you would have to lie on the stand, just a teensy little lie to get your brother out of prison or to keep your mom from going to prison.
You wouldn't.
Absolutely not. And the reason why is because the reason why they did those things is their own, which means that they were already ready to take on the consequences of their own actions.
No, no,
So
no, no.
no.
Hold on, Eliza. So let's not use a real life scenario. That's why I like to use hypothetical. So let's take. I don't know. Do you have kids?
Yes, I do.
Would you lie to keep your kids from getting in trouble? Let's say that they did
No.
something. So, Eliza,
Listening.
Would you still
you
mess
got
with
it.
your sick
I'm gonna
baby?
tap out. I'm gonna say I already said I don't believe you, but you already if you that self righteous, you that self righteous. I'm gonna give it to you, but I'm gonna tell you I don't believe you to your face.
I'm listening to her, and she makes me feel so corrupted. It's
I
like,
know. I feel dirty.
I'm
I
such a
feel
Here's
dirty.
the
I
thing.
feel
I have a
bad.
scenario.
I'm gonna
I have a
I'm
scenario that
okay,
I do believe. I
guys,
do
here's
believe, Miss
here's
Eliza,
the
I believe that you would fold on this one. Do you believe it is morally okay to kill dogs?
no.
Old Yeller, Cujo, those two scenarios, the movies, would you kill the dog?
No.
You
Would
wouldn't
you
kill
lie?
Cujo?
She
You'd
said
let
no.
Cujo eat your
Okay, hold on.
kids.
Wait. Hold on. To answer your question, no, I would not kill Kuho. And actually, I read the book and watched the movie. Okay, so no, I wouldn't. Now, I'm
Would
also
you
going to
lie?
say, hold on. I'm also going to say, I would not have been in the situation that that woman found herself in,
One
because
more.
once again, a lot of people don't pay attention to that as
We'll
well.
move the
Wait,
goalpost.
Eliza, are you
Really?
vegan?
I got one.
I'm
Let me
gonna
get
say
one.
first and
Let me get one.
foremost, you're the only person I ever known right now on the internet, at least on the internet, who said they gonna let Cujo live.
Wait,
That's
Eliza,
nonsense.
are
So
you
hold on.
vegan?
I got one more,
No.
Eliza. Would you lie
Interesting.
on an application in
Jeremy
order to get a
knows to
job?
say no. Look, this is the
Would you
halo
lie?
effect I was
Wait,
talking
I
Hold
need
about.
on, Lizzie.
wait, guys. I well, first of all, Eliza, appreciate you being up here. Love the perspective.
Thank you.
Definitely,
Mhm.
not for nothing. I already said it. You've been up here for less than a half hour. I'm like, I think I like this chick already. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. You brought forth a very interesting perspective. I love new people that pop up, but I need everybody at a time because you're bringing forth something I think a lot of people are not used to, and I love it. So I don't have a problem with everybody asking questions, but can we do it one at a time? Because I'm loving her.
I've been very
Yeah, it's
patient.
like-
If I may just ask her one
I'm
quick
like
question.
due diligence. I can't.
Wait. Stop. Apparently, I gotta kick in.
I would like to go
Melanie,
after you, please.
Melanie, you can go, but you can go after I hear due diligence. When you go, Mel, then after you go, I want to hear from Lindsay. After Lindsay, I want to hear what Tiff may have to say. In that order. Go ahead.
Mine is going to be short and sweet, but I'm gonna have a caveat once you answer. So my question is, would you lie on an application in order to get a job?
No.
So
Love it. I love it.
He thought he was gonna get her for sure.
I love it.
no, I did. I don't know what to say. So there is no situation in the world where you could ever compromise your morals even a little bit. Not one exception. You won't save your kids. You
He's
won't lie
untouchable,
on the
man.
application to get a job. You won't steal an apple from an orchard. You won't do none of this stuff. Well, 99%
He's an
of
untouchable,
humans in
bro.
the world
I'll
will do.
listen.
Eliza,
Yeah,
I
this
love
is why.
you,
This
but
is
you
Can
a
I
lie.
answer?
You a
I-
lie.
I'm not lying. I'm going to answer.
answering.
Hold on. I'm going
I'm
to
not-
answer your question. Hold on. I'm going to answer your question.
Let me
Okay,
say
so
this before you go. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to be funny. So I hope you bear with
Oh
me.
no, I
you trying to be
understand.
funny.
I understand. So here's the thing. The way I raise my children, I raise them already understanding the consequences of their decisions. Okay, so I don't wait till they reach the age of majority for them to actually learn the consequences the hard way because I've been sitting there trying to be gushy mom. That's not my job. My job is to prepare them for the world, no matter how hectic it may look, no matter how beautiful it may look. I also do tend to, emphasize on looking at the beautiful things, taking a moment, breathing it in. You don't have to rush. Okay. So, no, I don't have to lie for my children. That's part of their upbringing is if they do something, they need to go through the consequence now, because if they do not go through it now, they will be forced to repeat the cycle as they get older. And that can cause more damage. That's one. Secondly, whenever it comes to stealing, no, I don't have to steal. I'm not saying that I live in abundance, but what I need, I find a way to be able to provide. or my husband finds a way to be able to provide, or I also have a support system that finds a way to be able to provide. If that support system cannot do it, I don't have any problem rolling up my sleeves and making it do what it do. Okay. That's two. For all of the scenarios that you guys are given, and I get that, you know, you don't have to believe me. That's okay. I just met you. But let's also take in consideration the way you perceive somebody else is based off of the trauma that you've had. I have not lived your trauma. Therefore, I have not gotten the responses of your trauma. Therefore, whenever I'm speaking for me, I'm speaking 100% legitly. And when I say I don't lie, I don't even lie on panels. Believe me, this is not the only panel where I've gotten on people's nerves because they're trying to influence or persuade something and it's not shaken and I'm still 100% legit. So
Well, I actually have a better way for not lying, you know, because I'm too dumb to remember my lies. So
Also, yeah, I think it's my turn to go, please. I've literally written down.
It's actually Resla's turn right now.
I'm crazy right now. Who are you? I really go out of my way not to lie, and I get so much shit for it. And it's so funny that you're getting asked all these questions because you're even saying that you're a person of a character that doesn't like to lie. I'm like, who are you? It is so rare that I meet someone.
Jesus, obviously.
Who the fuck are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not white Jesus and I'm not Yeshua. No. I am somebody that has made the decision, the active decision that it's an active, right. It's an active decision to make sure that the things that come out of my mouth are truthful. Because for
I know,
me,
but when you say this stuff, then you make me say crazy stuff.
Pretty sure it's my turn to talk, 10th man.
Hold on. I'm going to say this and I'm going to land my plane. For me, here's the thing for me. If I were to lie, the first person that would hear it would be me. It would sink into my psyche. And that is not something that I want to deal with. That is not a trauma I want to have to heal later. So therefore, I make a concerted active effort every day that if I am going to open my mouth, it will be nothing but the truth, regardless of how other people feel about it. That is part of the beauty of me being honest. I don't have to bow, or I don't have to submit, or I don't have to cater to anybody else's emotional standpoint. You cannot like what I have to say. And guess what? You have every right not to like it, but I'm still stand on what I said. So that's more important to me than catering to somebody else's feelings.
So I appreciate what you're saying, because I said this even. So we run into so many different people, whether you are influencers, and the reason why you're new here, so I'm gonna say it, I categorize my opinion only. I categorize people as two different people who tend to show up on panels, because either they're very comfortable showing up on panels, and I look at them as influencers.
You muted yourself.
You muted.
Muted, bro.
I hit my mic. Sorry.
We were taking turns.
And again.
Maybe it's a sign.
Mel wants to talk.
I need it. By the way, folks.
I'm writing down more questions the more y'all talk.
By the way, folks.
I'm gonna need like 10 minutes.
We've been doing this for like this week. We've been doing it this week. We need to promote the new sound system fund, because obviously I keep buying mics that keep going the fuck out. So we need to promote to a good sound system fund. All right.
You need an analog mic, man. You can't go wrong.
Damn it! Help me buy it. I ain't rich. Not everybody on YouTube is making money. Not everybody's Mr. Beast. God damn it! What are we doing here?
Come on, man. It's $170 for a decent.
No, it's more
mic.
than 100. I gotta buy a whole new set. I don't have anything to plug into an XLR. Not one. In fact, the very mic you're looking at has amps built into it. All right.
They actually, hold on, they had a whole setup, and maybe this is because I also frequent TikTok, but on the TikTok shop, they actually had an entire setup, and they had it for like $34. I'll send you the link.
You'll have to show me what it is.
That's true.
Yeah,
she's absolutely right. On Amazon, you can get it. You get whole kits, the whole thing, everything.
Yeah.
You want a soundboard.
You'll have to show me. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. You'll have to show me it.
I'll drop the link within 5 minutes.
God damn, I am so tired of my mic. I'm on my third mic now. I'm on my third. No, keep in mind, my first mic actually does work, but when I tell you I have so many USB ports, I have a whole big system that
I don't think it's your mic, because your camera keeps freezing too.
You're a liar. Oh, you almost made me
I'm telling you.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Maybe it's StreamYards.
It could be StreamYard, but it ain't me. It ain't me.
It could be a hardware and a software issue, as well as an
It's your
internet
mom.
connection issue.
Anyway, let's let
Well,
Mel
wait,
go before she
I will say,
spurges.
I will say, even though I live in a very how do I say? There's a lot of businesses around me. So while I'm not paying for a corporate internet, there are a lot of businesses around me. So I know that just by wiring, because I used to be a tech myself, I get something decent compared to what people who are living in like more secluded areas are. Not rural, just secluded. So like I can say that. You don't know this, Eliza. I'm here in New York City, so there's some things I'm able to get away with because of my background, and that's it. Thank you. By the way,
I understand.
thank you, Brick. Thank you, Brick, for the $1.99. I appreciate you, my guy.
That's a banana peel because we slipping.
Yeah.
I have a very short question. Very easy.
Sasquatch, get in line. Get in line, Sasquatch. Get in line.
The funny part about like what I'm saying in terms of you, Eliza, is that I get up here and I say a lot of things to people up here. The same way I am in my normal life. What I do not tend to do. I'm not saying I'm perfect.
Can you say this in a DM by chance?
You want to DM me? Is that what it is?
I'm just saying you can save a lot of time for all of us.
She's trying to tell you to shut up, so
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not here to save time for y'all. I'm here to long stroke you. I'm here to give you as much time as possible. So,
I appreciate that.
So I tend not to lie. What I tend to do is if I'm just gonna be salacious, just be funny with you, or I tend to just omit. The most I try to do is admit. I try not to lie, and
he also likes to waste your time.
Cool. That's why it's called long stroking. Happy that you felt it. Is that deep enough for you, Mel? Is that deep enough for you?
Saying, hope you don't appreciate your time.
He wants it deeper.
Hey, you know what I say? I appreciate my time because my time is also your time, and apparently, if
I was talking to Eliza. You can do whatever you want.
Hey,
Quit stroking, Eliza.
My time isn't wasted. I actually enjoy intellectual conversations. On top of the fact that if we're going to sit there and talk about long stroke, I think your POTUS already has you beat because he's fucking everybody in the asshole hard with no no lead.
Hey,
we went there.
Permit you to have a
Sasquatch, is it your turn?
I dropped it in private, Resla.
Yeah, I didn't ask you either.
I love the fact that everybody's going to their point, but I did say we need to hear Mel. I still haven't heard Lindsay, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, and the link.
I'm cool
to the
with
kit,
letting Sasquatch go first.
Podcaster kit. The link is in private. Resla, go check it out.
All right, I'll go take a look at it. Mel, go ahead. Don't long stroke.
Thank you. I mean, I've been given a lot to ask. So you said that you wouldn't lie, but don't you think that you have certain duties that are stronger, like protecting your children? So like say like there was an obscene punishment for stealing, right? And it's murder, and your child steals. Like obviously murdering them isn't going to teach them a lesson. You just need to teach them not to steal. Don't you think it would be a good lie to protect them from stealing? Number two, you said you're not vegan, and I have to ask you, if you wouldn't kill a dog, why would you kill a cow if your morals are consistent?
Wait, what?
If you have
I agree with Mel.
If you have
stop making me agree with Mel.
If you have a double standard for pets, that's arguably selfish and based on how you feel about your pets versus how you don't feel about cows. And in general, I'm wondering what the general source of your morality is. Do you get this stuff from the Bible? Where do you get the sense of what is right or wrong? Are you utilitarian? Do you have a notion of like these different camps?
Okay, so to answer your question. No, once again, even for my children, I still would not lie. If I were in a living situation, or let's say in a country where the punishments for stealing or any other crime for that matter were so extreme, thank you, that's the word I'm looking for, were so extreme, then I would leave. I do have the ability to do so.
That's not always true.
Hold on. Wait. No. That's not true for you. I'm talking about anecdotal. I do have the ability to leave, okay, and to rebuild. That's one. Two. Once again, I never killed the cow, so I can understand If you were sitting there saying murder was bad, but I didn't kill the cow. Now, once
So it'd be
again,
fine for me
wait,
to-
hold on, because you asked 3 questions. I'm going to answer them.
I'm just
I
asking a quick
also-
clarifying question.
Yes, but
Wait.
once again, we're going to stay focused, okay? So there is also a rule that I grew up with. It's called waste not, want not. So what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit there and waste something that's on my plate. And if the cow has already passed, once again, not my hand, then I will not let its sacrifice go in vain, because I also believe that's spiritually immoral for me. Now, number 3, okay, number 3, where I get my morals are honestly from me, internalized. There is no, I don't get them from a book. I don't get them from anybody else's ideology. These are things that work for me. Okay. These are things that work for me. They fit for me, which is one of the reasons why we have a lot of people that are getting triggered by them.
So
I don't.
So
okay, cool. If you would like to call it egoism, cool. Go ahead and call it that.
no,
call it
you're
whatever
just,
you
you're
like.
just relating it to lifestyle. You know.
Thank you. It is personal choice, personal lifestyle. Now, here's the thing. I am not a leaf. That means that my ego, not my ego, but that means that my morals are not going to change depending on something else happening, or depending on fear-based mentality of, oh my goodness, if that happened to somebody else, that could happen to me. No, my morals stand firm.
Yeah, that's
So
how they
just
sell
to be clear,
insurance.
just one quick clarifying question. You would let your children die because they stole something, just because that's where you lived, assuming you couldn't get out? You wouldn't just lie to protect them if you had no other choice?
So a clarifying question. Did I not answer that already? You just
No,
didn't like the
I'm
answer?
saying if you had no other choice, you couldn't get away.
Hold on, Melanie. Hold on,
But see,
Melanie.
I never said there was no other choice. I said that I have the ability to leave.
Eliza, she's asking
Yes.
you to engage in the hypothetical. She set the boundaries, and you adding in the
Mhm.
option that she didn't give you. Given the options that she gave you, she just wants you to entertain the hypothetical.
Can there ever be a good lie?
A noble.
For me, no.
Oh, okay.
So if that meant
She
letting your
better leave
children
before
die-
I get to talk. I'll tell you that.
May I just to be super clear, if that meant letting your children die, you would do that just so you didn't lie and violate
That's
your own
what
personal
she's
morals.
saying. That's
So
what
I
she's saying.
no, that's a hypothetical
Here's
with
what
a
I would,
latitude.
no, here's what I would say. I would not say that there are good lies, but I would say that there are beneficial lies. Not that I agree with them. Not that I agree with them. People do lie for other people's benefit. I will say that.
If I
For
could
instance,
lie and
for
save
instance,
my
one of the beneficial lies that I wind up going through is me keeping my fucking mouth shut when I hear something that's not for me to hear, but it's said in front of me. I keep my mouth shut.
That's
It's
an
an
omission.
It's
Yeah,
not
but
my
how
business.
far does that go? Like
Is
that's
what
minding your own
what we
business
call
to a
is
certain
what we
extent.
call in what we call is omission. I keep my mouth shut because it had nothing to do with me.
Yes. Yes.
And Furby, I think you got
Right, but morally speaking, hold on a second. But morally speaking, dude, you would say something if it was causing another person loss, injury, or harm. Would you not?
I'm not there for them making their own bad decisions.
It's Lindsay's turn now, as per Resla's rules, and she handed off to Sasquatch.
I want to come back to this with you, Resla.
Sure.
Actually, before we go, can I answer his hypothetical, since I have to go ahead and obviously there's rules I have to abide by in this hypothetical.
Yes.
So you guys might not like this, and honestly, I really don't care.
Okay.
If my children were in a situation where they would be put to death for stealing, would I lie for them? No. No, I
Pick
would
off
not.
the panel right now. Pick off the panel. No.
No.
So if that meant,
How much? How much?
if that meant that they would have to accept whatever,
I know.
they would
G,
have to
hold
accept
on.
whatever. I mean, once again, y'all don't have to like it. That was already the caveat to begin with. But at
So-
the end of the day, that's just me. You
I
don't
love
have
it.
to agree with
This
it.
is
Wait.
this is why
One moment break. I love it. I love it so far. I'm loving the conversation so far. I am being harassed from the chat. Sorry, I'm a person that likes to read the chat. And we did have a super chat come in. He's being asked, Resla, are you doing bounties? Why are bounties so important to you? We are having a really good. Did
People
you not
love
catch
it.
the monologue? Wait, did you not catch the monologue? Did you not catch what we were doing earlier today? Yes. we are really having a good conversation. The only thing on your mind is, can you disrupt the panel with bounties? We had a whole
This goes into our
conversation about it.
conversation last night.
I hope we keep her. She's fun.
We are really having a really good conversation, and the only thing you care about is, can I drop a motherfucker?
You remember what we were talking about last night with it becoming a
This is
cancer?
crazy right now.
Well, I mean,
you see where I was coming from, Rizla?
I
You see
am.
where I was coming from?
I'm sorry. It's not
Resla, here, hold on a second before you continue. Why don't you just make it extremely expensive so it'll just discourage people from wanting to do it?
$200.
It's like, yeah, it's $100 to drop a panelist
You
for
heard
5
my
minutes.
price.
But
You
but
heard my
but
price. It was
but
even
wait.
higher than that.
But Orthodox, we had this conversation, whatever. Like,
She's making it
call,
fun.
did it not just call into what I was even talking about even last night? Like,
No, you were right. It's a cancer.
It's this very conversation right now about
when we
the
got
slippery
something
slope.
good going, someone's like, you know what? I need to throw a grenade and get rid of people, even though they're not moving in bad faith.
Well, that's why I asked, do you want to make money or do you want to make money? Or
Wait. And everything being said, he's still holding his dick, talking about. So no.
I'd still like to have my turn, but I would like to have Sasquatch go before me, if that's okay, because he's been waiting forever.
You can have Sasquatch go. You know what? He's where I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it a panelists. Since you guys were affected, it's not anyone else. I'm gonna do this for Saturday because I don't think I'm gonna do this tomorrow. Dude, would you like bounties being up here?
You already know my answer. You already know
I
my
want
answer.
you making money, bro. I don't care how you make money. Get the bag, fix your mic, do better content. That's the whole reason I'm here.
At least do it till you get your mic.
I got 3.
Yeah, please do it till you get your mic.
I got one. No, I got 3.
It
Wow.
would be a morally sound decision to actually implement some beheadings or, like panel removals. It would be morally sound, yes. Because it's only for a certain time limit, right? You're removing them for all the panelists have to do is be patient backstage for 5 to 10 minutes. Big deal.
So that's your
Right?
morality. Here's my morality.
I am
You want to know my
totally
morality?
corrupt, bro. Nobody has asked me any freaking questions since I got here.
Rick, to be honest, I don't really care about your morality.
No, Melanie, we don't care what you gaily say either.
Yeah, I don't care what you straightly
We
say.
don't care that you suck a lot of cock, Melanie.
I don't care.
You don't care what he startedly says.
There's nothing wrong with
Here's the
sucking a
thing,
lot of
we can
cock.
play the game. We can play the game tonight.
No, it is for me.
like
it is for me.
I'm speaking for the female Homo sapiens sapien.
Rick's just jealous that I actually get action.
Hey, let's get
That was the first thing she said that actually made me like her.
Man, let's
gonna
move
play the
forward.
game.
Let's move
Resla,
forward.
it's
Come on,
entirely
Brick. Let's
your
not do it,
choice.
Brick. Let's not
No,
Melanie Brick.
bro,
Let's
you
not
got
do
the
it.
bounty.
So
He feels neglected. Brick feels neglected.
What's wrong with Brick? Brick, are you okay, man?
Stop.
Brick, you need a hug, Brick?
Stop. Again, I like to do a bit of democracy. And since it's the people that are really on panel who are going to take the hit, which is why they're asking for bounty, because they're not asking whether I can cancel somebody else who's in the chat. They're asking for people who are here on the panel. I just need a yay or a nay across the board. We already heard 3. It's OTW, it's Sasquatch, it is Melody right now. I just need to hear a yay or a nay. I don't need to hear about Cinderella and the 7 Dwarves. I don't need to hear about that one time back in band camp. I just need a yay or nay. I don't hear about I don't need none of that bullshit. I just need a yay or nay. 10 man, yay or nay.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Due diligence, yay or nay?
Yay.
Orthodox, yay or nay?
Based on me and your conversation, I have to say nay.
Okay, we got 2 nays. Lindsay, yay or nay?
Yay.
Okay. Eliza, yay or nay?
We got majority already.
The yays have it.
The majority rules, so apparently you can throw out bounties. Now I'm gonna let you know right now.
I wasn't even gonna answer. I was gonna refuse to answer because this is stupid, bro. I'm out.
Yes, you abstain. We understand, Congressman.
I understand.
I did want to add a caveat onto that, though. The caveat that I wanted to add on to that was this. You know what? I'm all for having bounties if we can have a mature enough crowd that'll sit there and do it, and not based off of their ego and the fact that somebody says something to hurt their feelings.
You just
If
said
they can
all
be
your morals
between,
are based off your
I don't know
ego.
how I feel. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about that because
I said the bounty,
the
even
reason
though
why
we know they're not going to do it. So
I am very worried about that because here's the truth of the matter. It seems like with the kind of people that's sitting here on the internet, period, a lot of people get into their feelings over anything. In fact, a lot of people get on their feelings because they simply didn't do this one thing that I do in every one of my panels. They don't listen. I am butthurt, and then they get in, whether they leave or whatever. You know what they find out later? They weren't paying attention. I've had a whole conversation. I've done an hour. I've done hour of monologuing. Same thing I did today is the same thing I do a lot of other shit, and they go, I don't like what you said. I'm like, what did I say? Why? This is the last 10 seconds that I heard of an entire hour. So, oh, by the way, I want to bring up someone new to the panel as well. Appreciate you.
Oh, snap.
Baby boy.
What's up, 5/5?
This nigga baby boy. How we doing, my people?
We up here. There are lots of people. Like someone keeps knocking at the door trying to get in as well, but we have full panel right now. So I'm gonna say this is apparently people have even in the panel have agreed that they could be dropped.
I just did that for the drunk people, for the really drunk people.
That means if you really want someone off the panel, you're gonna have to put up for it. I was holding out for as long as possible for at least the last hour. People have been knocking on the door.
Yeah, but you haven't set a price yet, and I think you should go with what the other guy said and raise the price quite drastically. You said no caveats, but I'm trying to help you, right? So, you should be a higher price than some people charge, right? Because you always said you're not about that. But if that's what people want, then yes, but it's going to be like $5 a minute.
He's saying we need to raise the price of the brick. That is crazy.
$5 a minute.
Resla, look, you're going to have to sacrifice your integrity a little bit here too if you do charge prices because you don't like
them. Not for the conversation, for your morals.
No. Remember, it's just a little bit of your integrity, not your morals. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing.
Right? It's just
I'm teasing. Look,
here, I'm gonna
right.
No, what we're saying is you're a high-priced hoe. You ain't no fucking street trash giving hand jobs for $5. They want to pay you, Resla, the secondary only. You're secondary only to Jesus and Kanye West and myself. Like you and I are at the same level.
Look,
let me know once you figure it out so I can keep engaging in the conversation.
I think we need another vote.
It's just fucking impossible to have a word on here sometimes.
Fuck. And they already agreed. They already listen because y'all already agreed on it. 10 minutes to 10, man.
That was fast.
Yep. I saw that coming. Lindsay, I believe you were next.
10 minutes. 10:44, sir. 10:44, you can come back.
Trying to give it to you first so that you could have a chance to speak, and then I was going to speak after
about what
you.
you asked for, folks. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, Sasquatch is not going to go, correct?
Oh, you want to Sass first? Okay, Sasquatch can go first.
I'm trying to let him cut in line.
I was wondering whether or not such a strict consideration of morals and virtues has left you with a possibly deflated sense of humor. Are you funny, madam? Or are you always serious?
Are we speaking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, honestly, either or. If I hear something that is entertaining or something that is funny, I laugh like everyone else.
Do you tell jokes?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Hell, I'm incognito.
Sorry.
I just want to say real quick. Hey, Orthodox, we had this conversation, right?
Oh yeah.
Rabies, right?
Yeah, it's a cancer. That's the thing. You said you didn't want it, and I said, hey man, it depends on what you want with your channel. Then if you want to make money, bounty's best way. If you want to have an interesting conversation where nobody gets dropped down and not make any money, then no bounties.
It also allows for people to be bullied, like Brick.
I think Resla show is doing good. I don't never see, whenever Resla does allow it, it's not never no random, somebody just taking somebody down. It's somebody being absurd. It's somebody being unruly. So let's have a progressive conversation. And I was going to give you one more dilemma, if you don't mind, Eliza, because
Go for it.
I'm still on your bumper. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Because I
okay.
don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Honey, I don't mind it from the back. What's up?
So
Whoa.
Eliza, you are the queen, right? You are the queen of your nation, right? Another hypothetical. You can't add nothing or take nothing away. I'm gonna give you
Okay.
another hypothetical. You are
Okay.
the queen of your nation. Your scout comes back and tells you that there's an army approaching, right? And this is one of the baddest armies, right? They are known
Mhm.
for annihilating people, and your army is smaller than their army. It's like a 99% chance if this army make it to your gates, they are going to destroy your whole empire, your whole nation. The only chance
Mhm.
you have is to meet this army before they get to your people and strike first, like do a surprise attack. And that consists of murdering these people. So my question is to you, since you don't believe in killing or murdering, would you will allow these people to attack you first so you can defend yourself, or will you be the aggressor in order to save your people? Because if these people attack you first, all your people are going to be slaughtered.
And you say you don't want me to add anything onto that, huh? Because honestly, I'm looking at it like, yes, I'm the queen of my nation, but is that not the king's duty? I've adopted the king's job.
I told you not to add nothing.
I, 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 I
It's
said
your
that at first.
decision.
Sometimes the
He
queen.
said, if
Sometimes
you're
the
the
king is
queen of
dead.
your nation, if the king does not rule, you're the queen. We've had queens. If you're the
Mhm.
queen of your nation, you don't have to defer to anyone else. You are the head. You are the head ninja in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Would you attack or be attacked and be 100% deaf to majority of your people, or go attack first and have an 80% of chance of winning?
I don't kill. So I'm looking at your scenario. And honestly, I'm seeing a whole lot of loopholes, and I'm trying to be respectful and not go for the loopholes because you left it almost like wide open. Um,
Wide open.
Gotta.
no, honestly, no, you
Yes.
didn't. Because
About time.
the main thing I'm thinking of is the fact of you're sitting here saying I can't sit there and talk to a general who literally is the head of the army. Okay, that's their job. And then you're sitting here and talking about that's literally what I'm thinking about is how you're saying I can't do these things, which to me makes no sense. Because once again, if I'm the queen of my nation, I'm also going to have everything set in place.
He premised it. He said the
So,
way how it comes up. He premised it. The scout, the person who can see the advancing army, comes through. Says,
mhm.
"Oh, the overwhelming force is coming here. These people who are dominators, is killers. You're there, but your general. General's like, I trust my scout. They don't lie. You have your general as the highest person. He said, do you attack or do you just allow yourself to, and your people, by the way, and your people to get ransacked? Or do you strike first and try to minimize as much casualties as possible?"
I share the information with my scout and I also share it with my advisors. And then I also allow them to also be able to aid me in what would be the best maneuver. Now, mind you, the best maneuver supposedly he said was to be able to do a sneak surprise. Once again, he's sitting there asking me if I would kill. Even if I sat there and ordered a sneak surprise, that does not mean that my sword would be going into somebody and I would get the blood on my hands. That would be somebody else. That would just that would be me ordering something else for them to handle it however they see fit. But this is the
Madam, but you
generalized
still
of
gave
what I
the
would like.
order. But you
Hold
still
on.
gave
That would
the
be
order.
your
Once the
order.
blood is on your hands.
Exactly. So
Is
Eliza,
it?
Yes, you cannot. You
Yes,
cannot
it is.
command. You cannot command the
Orthodox.
masses.
No.
You cannot
Hold on.
command the
Hold
masses.
on. Let me engage with her.
Not
Because you
only
got
that, but literally, I was sitting here
Eliza.
and talking about a scenario. Like, I was sitting there and giving out other caveats to a scenario. I was sitting there and telling y'all the way my brain was thinking.
Oh
So,
no, Eliza, allow me. Allow me.
mhm, yes.
Because I asked you and then you said you wasn't. I said, let's have the conversation in good faith. And I want you, I don't think she's listening right now.
No, my husband's talking to me. Give me
Go
a
ahead.
second.
So,
I'm
Let's
sorry.
go.
Respectfully, he
No,
kind of
that's
comes
fine.
first.
No, that's fine.
No, that's good. The scenario comes out to be the same way, dude. Yeah, you're good, Elijah.
I'll get back to y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and
You're
talk to my
good.
husband right back. I'll get right back to y'all. Hold on.
You're good. You're good.
I had on the rope.
No.
I was here with mine.
The scenario comes out the same way as this. Let's bring it to modern times, right? Let's just say you say, Eliza, you in a party or you in the club with your mans, right? And then one of your trusted friends walks up to you and say, "Yo, this guy said he looked at you. He's a notorious ass grabber. Notorious ass grabber. He said he looking at you. He liked the way your cakes is looking. Just saying." That's your scout right now. Your general says, "Yo, I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do, but baby girl, I already know you don't want me being in situations about whatever. She has to make the decision at the end of the day. Do you have your general, the one who has to be the one to draw the sword on your behalf, to be the one to handle that situation, or do you wait till when the ass grabbers are at your gate?"
So check it out, Elijah.
Hold on. Wait. I'm back.
Hold on,
Okay.
because you gotta allow me to clear it up, because you agreed before I even gave the hypothetical that you would not add anything or take anything away. You agreed to that. And so
yes, I did.
now,
and honestly, I wouldn't.
Hold on, Eliza. I don't interrupt you. So right now we are measuring your ability to engage in a hypothetical and have an honest conversation, have a conversation in good faith. So I gave you the parameters of the hypothetical. This is the whole purpose of a moral dilemma. I'm giving you a moral dilemma. You're saying that you won't compromise your morals. So I'm giving you extreme circumstances in order to test your fortitude of your integrity or your morals. So I know it's extreme, but I'm asking you to engage in a hypothetical extreme situation in order to test your morality. So don't add anything, don't take anything away. Would you give the order for your people to go be the aggressors and kill first, or would you let your people be slaughtered? Because you know that that's what your faith is going to be, because you know about this army, you know your scout is not lying to you, and you know those are the parameters. Would you strike first, or would you let your people be slaughtered?
I would not strike first.
I'm sick of your shit. Elijah.
All right.
Wait. I mean, hold on, wait. You just broke down that it is a fictitious scenario, which of course we can already tell. And you said that you were sitting there and trying to go to the ends of the spectrum with, as far as the moral dilemma. So I gave you my answer. And then you sit there and say, "You sick of my shit." That's okay. You can be sick of it.
I'm gonna take it, but I'm still sick of your shit.
Hold on. My husband said he has one for a moral dilemma.
I got one for your moral dilemma. Yeah, I said it's wrong to kill people, but if somebody had to kill my kids because they stole, at that point, I'm gonna kill somebody. That's my morals. That's my morals. It don't make a moral dilemma for me. My morals are what the fuck I decide they are.
And because his morals are what he decides that they are, that also alleviates me from having to even consider it.
Well, there's more to this. You put forth a hypothetical that assumes she has reached a point of being an empress over an empire without deception. If she has been valid to her morals up to this point, then she has reached that point through her morals, and therefore would have access to all the things you cut off artificially from your dream, from your myth that you made up to try to put her in a corner. You just don't like your answer, sir.
Hold on.
But what is the morality?
Let me answer that.
Hold up. And just like talking about an actual empire without deception, Marathon Kev with the $4.99 who turned around and said, "Did OTW get a facelift? Man, these is wild."
You gotta let me respond to him, because that's easy peasy. That's so easy, Sasquatch. You think that you said something player, but you didn't, because you can inherit. You can inherit an empire. You feel me?
Sure.
You don't have to do nothing.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on. You gotta let me respond.
Be
Be quiet, bro. You gotta let me respond. I'll let you say that. So you can simply inherit. You talk about I made all these presuppositions and assumptions. No, I didn't. But anyway, I locked her into a scenario. That was the whole point of giving a hypothetical in order to give her a moral dilemma. And then what did you do? That's when you added more. Exactly what I told people not to do, thinking that you said something sweet, but you didn't.
You're wrong, due diligence. You're wrong.
I mean, I'm asking you right here. You're trying to say that I added caveats that didn't exist. I simply said your presupposition assumes she has attained an empire without breaking her morals up to this point. Why would you assume she's going to break it immediately upon running into a hard problem? She has no help. Nobody's going to stand with her. She can't talk to anyone. She can't do anything. You've cut every possible use an empress would have for her people and then said, okay, what are you doing?
Exactly.
This is about her being disingenuous. Yes, I know you hate that word, Resla. It's my turn, so I'm going to try to be succinct. This is about him saying, you know what, she's arguing for the sake of being right and not behind her morals, which include both emotion and logic. Instead, she's somewhat like a drill sergeant. This is not truth or false. This is opinion. Eliza is somewhat like a drill sergeant in that things have, this is perspective. Things in her life have happened so that they make her have to be extra tough. And she doesn't need or have time for emotions and crying and being a wimp. She had to deal with her mother and her brother being imprisoned and etc. I don't want to go through her.
And unalive. No, you're correct.
Right. So she has made a way for herself to survive by being tough. But what I argue here, where the disingenuous thing is coming from, where the cope thing is coming from, is the very thing that she has to do to survive. It's because of that. Because she's had to be tough, I think what she's done is sort of dissociate her feelings, and she is going for complete cerebral cognition logic. And the problem with that, she can be that way her whole life. But the problem with that is when you're in an argument or you're making a decision or a discussion, and I'm using Lehr, L-E-H-R, as my argument. He wrote the book called How We Decide. He's proven, he's a neurological scientist, and he's done lab tests showing how our dendrites light up when we make a decision, whether the decision is what kind of yogurt to eat, raspberry or strawberry, or a big decision such as should I commit perjury on behalf of my mother who flipped out and killed somebody and I don't want her to go to prison. Huge decisions and small decisions. Both parts of the brain light up, whether you're trying to be solely emotional or solely logical. You can't be both. But she is so focused on remaining strong, and it comes across very well. This is not a criticism. It's just my perspective. If anything, she's actually very powerful, and I'm impressed. And she's intelligent, and she's taking control. But you can understand the psychology behind it, and why she would come off as being disingenuous when she refuses to see the emotional components of the argument, because that makes her AI-like and less person-like. In fact, she would come off to some people as being more masculine because of that, more like a dad, the Punisher, the one who lectures, the one who says you can't do this or you can't do that, and you need to learn your lesson. She comes off more like that because she has had to be tough, probably tougher than most of us have had to be. But I think that's also a handicap in how she argues here, because she knows how to argue in terms of giving the right.
Yeah, you're so triggered by her that you made you more annoying than her now.
In line.
Okay,
I haven't heard him for a while. Because he just threw his shot. I need
right, Sasquatch.
OTW, what's your thoughts?
I'd like to finish. She's thinking
OTW, I need to hear what your thoughts are. I want to hear what 5 tips, what your thoughts are. Melody, you've been bouncing back and forth. I haven't heard you from a while.
No, I'm not triggered by her. I like her. I hope you keep her. I hope she doesn't get any bounties. I think she's fun.
This isn't in Pokemon. I can't say, Eliza, I choose you. That's not the way.
You could.
Hold on a minute. I'm being misinterpreted here, which I don't like. Just like, anyone doesn't like when they're accused of something that they're not.
Okay, we'll wrap it up, please.
I've analyzed this. I said in the beginning, I can be
now
wrong.
Tell us your feelings about what everybody else said. Yeah, let's do that.
10th man, obviously I've triggered you somehow, but
No, but holy shit, lady! Holy crap!
I'm done.
And
I'm
maybe
done.
she had to be strong. How many times did you say she had to be strong? How many times did you repeat yourself in that diatribe? How many times?
It's not really a big deal. I'm done speaking.
I'm not trying to come at you, but holy
You
shit!
sure are.
Oh, we not. Wait. First of all, we know he's not trying to come at you. That's not reserved for you.
It's a good thing 10th man never
It
monologues.
doesn't do
also.
that. It's more of a bum batter kind of situation.
He's a bum bandit.
Well, no, hold on. See, because Eliza, I just realized while I was down in the basement and in chat, and I'm like, because Exiled, a buddy of mine, I've known him for years and years, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, you never met my wife before? And I'm like, oh my God, that's your
Yes.
wife? I've known this lady for like 5-6 years, right? And I had
Yes.
no idea it was her. And I'm like, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say to your wife. And he's like, no, she'll be fine. And then he called her away. I don't know if it was about that. And then I come
No,
up,
it wasn't.
and then hold on. And then I come up, and I'm waiting.
Resla, this is about honest conversation. I mean, excuse me. Resla
And then
said
you-
this is about honest conversation.
I know, but then no, it's I'm not saying. But then
I'm not
you
trampling on anybody. I have my own issues, of course.
are on a
I have my
are
own
on a
troubles.
You
diatribe.
just got mad at Lindsay for wasting all of our time. Now you're wasting all of our time, 10th man.
Look.
Thanks,
Can all the
Ted,
women
man.
on the panel please shut the fuck up for like 10 seconds?
Yes.
God damn.
Go ahead, Sasquatch.
10th, go ahead and say what you wanted to say to me, my dear.
I'll say it as nicely as possible. I understand where you're coming from because you and I have had a lot of conversations in the past.
Yes.
So, but the reason why they're saying you're being disingenuous is because there is no such thing as a strict moral code. Nobody believes you that if there was a natural disaster here and you lived in the United Arab Emirates, that you wouldn't shield your gay son from the authorities because he kissed a boy in public and they're coming to get him, right? I don't believe that that's the case, right? Because your morals are based, that's what the other lady was saying is, or I think it was you, that your morals are based on where you are at the time,
Yeah, that was me.
right? So if your morals are based on where you are at the time, then if you're in the United Arab Emirates, because that's the only place you can live because of a natural disaster, you have to live by their moral code, right? But you wouldn't. Or would you? By your own moral code?
I'm sorry. I'm lost on the question.
No. No, I understand. I understand what he's talking about. 10th, I would have my husband do that. Now, mind you, I would not lie, but I will say this.
Okay.
I would hide my son. I would not lie, but there are other things that I would do. And those would not go against my moral
But you
code.
wouldn't lie to the authorities when you had him in your attic.
Oh my goodness. Can we?
No.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
Sorry.
And what the reason why I'm even proposing this?
Sorry, I have to interrupt. Because you know what there's something that happens. There's something that happens, and I need to be able to.
I was almost done.
No, I know, but I let you edge. You're not gonna be done. So there needs to be things that needs to be said. Like when I get it, people love to be in their communities or whatever, but the whole shit is not about whether you're gay or not. It's not about whether
It's not what the discussion is.
I was talking about. It's not about any of that shit. I don't want to hear the conversation.
It's about whether or not you'll lie, Resla.
It was about whether you will sell your morals. I didn't even ask her whether she'll lie. I will say that someone who has a family, has a family. If it really came to safeguarding her family, she'll lie about it. All right, I'm just gonna say that. It depends on what the lie will be about, which is all about context. But she's willing to go lie about it. That's just about safeguarding your family. But when you turn around and people start bringing about whole other shit that's not what the conversation is about. And I don't know why when we get to particular people that live a particular lifestyle, that shit gets brought into. That's not what the conversation is about. Why is it we can do it without having to make it personal? Why is it we can't engage?
It's not about. Are you serious, Resla?
10th, I understood where you were going.
I understand what he's saying, but the fact that how somehow these conversations get snuck in, and it wasn't about any of that. Why can't we just have the conversation without it having to be hyperbolic? Can we not just do that? Can we have it without having to even turn personal? Can we not?
Can we just ask the
I
question?
have so many talks with so many people online and outside, and I never have to say it as to what's going on anywhere that has to be any relation to me. I can put this is the whole point of empathy. I can place myself in someone else's situation by just having the conversation with them. I never have to drag them into where my mindset is.
Can I answer, 10th man?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Counties are up anyway.
I-
Counties are up
I-
anyway. It's not
okay.
my show anymore.
He said, I just work here. Okay, so no, I would not lie.
It
Now,
was
like
a
I said,
democracy half an hour ago.
right, but I would
Before I got
would
voted
hide,
to be
hold on.
just bounties.
I would hide my child. I would have my husband take my child somewhere else. And so whenever the authorities got to my place, then I still would not lie. But I understand exactly what you're talking about. I would still utilize.
You would lie. Just
No.
say you would lie. Because
No.
what happens when the authorities ask you where your child's at?
I just want you to know, chat and the panel, they voted for democracy not being a thing.
But this is why democracy is gay.
Feel free to reign with tyranny all you want, because that's what they wanted.
Well, here's the thing. I would not lie, because if I sat there and had my husband take them somewhere, I would not tell my husband where to take them. So if I were to sit there and tell them I don't know, that would still be telling the truth. So
Yeah, but you're adding in stuff again. You're adding in stuff again.
Now you're having to do moral gymnastics.
Hold on. You're adding in stuff. That's what they got mad at. Hold on, Eliza.
Okay.
We're not talking about that. You don't get preparation time. He's in the attic. That's it. They're at the door. Is he here? You're gonna lie. That's it. That's why they're all coming at you about this, because you're trying to say that things are absolute, but there's no absolute.
Okay.
There's no absolute. That's all they're trying to say to you. This is an old friend of mine, guys. She's a close, like I've known her for a very long time. Just she's misunderstanding what you guys are trying to say.
You said that already.
No, she's not.
Okay, so for that, yeah.
I get it. I get it. I've had this conversation with her today. I've been listening to what her takes are. She's absolutely a good person for what I've been hearing so far. I'm rocking when she couple and everything. No need to say this is my friend. I'll even go to hyperbolic. Not that you said it. You don't need to say this is my black friend. You don't. Like it's.
I didn't say that, Resla. You said that, racist.
What I just said? I said you don't have to go there. I literally just said that, and he said I didn't say that. I literally said you don't have to say that.
Racist.
So
I get where she's coming from, yo. What she's trying to say is while your hypotheticals and everything are intriguing, in reality, we have a lot of resources available to us before we resort to folding our integrity up.
Thank you.
It's
and
just
that's
like
the thing. That's the thing people don't like.
Yeah, when you do the hypothetical thing, you're trying to lock out all of her possible uses of anything in the universe that's actually real, right? By using a bunch of fictional, hypothetical nonsense, dreams and myths to say you can't do any of that stuff that you would normally do in a real situation. It's because we don't want you to be able to do anything that sticks with your moral code. We want you to say you'll break it.
So let me give
that's
an
not
example.
that's not even
Hold on.
That's a straw universe at that point. It's not even a hypothetical. They're trying to set her up for a straw universe, not even a straw.
Let me get at this. Let me get at this as her husband.
Universe.
You done said, hold on. You done said they coming to the door to kill my kid. There's no option there. I'm gonna tell them my kid's here, and I'm telling them my kid ain't going nowhere. At that point, the battle begins, and whoever survives, survives. Whoever fucking dies, dies.
But that's my husband's
That goes what I said in chat.
Like if you
your morals are not always paid in with money. Sometimes you have to pay for your morals in blood.
Yep.
And
part of the big thing that I said, even during my monologue, is that it's not just about money. Sometimes it's about fame. Sometimes it's about status. Sometimes it's just about having a betterment for the other people around you. I never said it was strictly bent in that almighty dollar. Oh, almighty dollar. Got to have it. I never said that.
When people usually let me respond to what Caucasian said, because he tried to make it seem like the things are too extreme for people to
my brother in Christ
engage,
they were. You gave her a straw universe.
Bro, just let me expound, right? Because even with the example that 10th man gave. This is something that actually happened in real life. You know, the Nazis used to come banging on people's doors for their kids and shit like that. And the question is, are you going to lie or not? But even if you don't make it so extreme, she already said absolutely not. There is no
I did no
exception.
such
Man,
thing.
you got to be quiet. You got to be quiet. She already said for herself, absolutely, that there is
You
no
gotta stop
exceptions that
strawmanning
she would.
people.
Man, shut up, bro. She already said herself
I'm
that there is
strawmanning people,
no
brother.
exceptions that she would not, that she would lie. So it's not that I'm being extreme. She's the absolutist. I'm trying to bring in exceptions
I
that
never said
people
you were
like
being extreme, sir.
like people like Caucasian can't really follow. You know what I'm saying?
What
Because
I
she's
am
the
saying,
extremist.
He
I'm bringing in
implicitly followed what you
extremes,
were doing, and he called you out for it.
examples in order to get
exactly,
exceptions to the rule. She's the absolutist. I'm trying to see where if there's any
because
exceptions.
you cannot find an extant example in the real universe that you can apply. You have to make up a mythical field on which to cast your ball, and then you move your goalpost around wherever you see fit. That's not my fault, sir. All you have to do is take her directly on by her direct points and ask her directly. You'll get the answers that you're going to get. You don't get to like them or dislike them. That's up to you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
What
she's
does
going
that
to
have to
answer
do with
like
anything
or
that I
not.
just
This
said?
goes to what I told
So
Imperius. This
the
is what I
thing that
told
I said
Imperius.
is she
There's a
already
million
said
and
that
one
she's an
good arguments.
absolutist.
You
She's
just don't want to
already
listen
said
to
that
them.
she already said she's an absolutist.
Right. Then
My
why try
job
to
is
break
to be quiet. Let
absolutism?
me respond to what you said.
Can I
Her
respond
her
next?
her claim is that she's an
before you respond to what she said, I want to just say welcome Exile One to the panel. Oh my
That's my
goodness.
husband.
Oh
so
shit.
she
Here
she
we go.
already
You
stated.
know what? We got power. We
Just
got
a
power
warning,
couples.
Exiled
God
is an
damn it.
old friend of mine, and
Oh, here you go. Reza just
he's
told you
the
not to do
old
that
version
shit.
of me. He's the
Reza just
old
told you
version
not
of
to do
me.
that shit.
Wait, stop. I just want to be able
Yes.
to say this. That gives no credence to what happens on Opinionated.
Absolutely
Wait,
none.
Exile, since he wanted to, you could have just been anonymous and had your own point of view, but since he wanted to vouch for you, here's what the rules are in case people didn't know. And now let me just state it for everybody because I didn't even state it to Eliza, who's up here. First
Mm-hmm.
rule. First rule. Be mindful about what you say. Unfortunately, this is the internet. And when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Everybody who's
Oh,
already accustomed to this already knows that.
he's well aware.
Second rule is that you have three things that you can do because you can say things that will tick people off. You can either apologize, clarify, or double down. And then the third rule, there's actually four. The fourth is for me only. The third rule is at any point in time, don't ever feel like you are held hostage. You can exit stage left anytime you feel like it. Those are my
None of
rules.
it sounds like rules. It all sounds like the internet to me.
So let me finish expounding on what I was saying, right? So the thing is, her position is she's an absolutist, meaning that there is no scenario to where she will lie. And my thing is that that's extreme. So for me to come up with a hypothetical that's extreme, I'm meeting her on her ground. She's saying that there's no exceptions to the rule. I'm trying to see if she can if I can present her with a
You're literally
situation to
trying to
where she can
create
put an
one for her.
exception to the no, that's what a hypothetical
That's
is, you weirdo.
strawmanning. You're
No,
creating a simulation for her. It's
bro,
Okay,
okay. You didn't do
bro,
anything
respond?
wrong.
bro, you gotta stop
Gentlemen,
spazzing out like that, bro. Like
yeah,
what
may I
No, ain't
respond?
nobody
you
spazzing. You
you you,
just
you
do it.
spazzing, bro. I'm
Okay,
trying.
You are
I,
just
You are
waffling.
I would
you
love
are
to have a
spazzing.
conversation. I would love to have a conversation, but you just
Oh
spazzing.
my god. Y'all can
okay.
cry
So
about it.
I would like to respond. Here's the thing. For those who know me, my husband is my other half. So the things that I don't have to do or the things that I won't do, he doesn't have a problem doing. So that's another reason why I can stand here, well, actually sit here and be so confident in what I'm saying is because even if I don't do it, I know I have somebody who is taking all of me as well as all of our family into the idea of with the best interest, and he is willing to go ahead and do the other part that would be against mine. But on the flip side, whenever he needs somebody to be a stand-up person and any kind of caveat, then that's where I come into play. So he would be considered my darkness, I would be considered his light. We are a perfect balance. Now I
Yeah, but
understand
whenever we
people.
asking you questions directly, it has
Uh
nothing
huh.
to do with your husband. And asking you to engage in a hypothetical in good faith has nothing to do with your husband. If you bring in your husband into a scenario and we just formulated a hypothetical for you to engage in to compromise your morals, which is called a moral dilemma. And if you just bring in, oh, I can't do it, then we understand that you have this a cognitive dissonance, right? Because you have an idea, right, with your belief. And then when I give you a scenario, you can't reconcile the two. You say, I won't engage. I have to throw something else in it or take something out. That's what's called not being able to engage in good faith.
But see, did I not sit there and engage with you? Did I not sit there and say with the last scenario that you gave that obviously my people would have to sit there and be unalive? Did I not engage with you? Because I
Yeah,
believe I did.
yeah, you
You
did. It
just
took
don't
you a
like
minute.
the answer.
You teeter
You
totted
did.
back and forth a lot of times. You tried to put in extra, and then I had to press you, and then you did. You said your people will die. So yeah, you did.
She,
Okay, so you still
yeah,
got your answer. So if that's the case, then why is it that you still seem not to be satisfied because you don't like the answer?
No, it was not
Exactly.
directed towards you. I was directing to Sasquatch people being able to
But that was
engage
my
in
question to
hypotheticals.
you. Why don't you like
But
her
see,
answer?
because it goes against what he would do. And sir, respectfully, I don't know you, so I don't know what you would do, and you don't know me, so a lot of our opinions may not be aligned, and that is absolutely okay. That actually makes for a conversation. We can agree to disagree,
There has
And
but
we
been
and we already
many.
did
There
that. This
has
is
been
Sasquatch trying
many
to be funny over here.
historical.
He really
No,
think he
no,
doing
no.
something,
It's
but
it's
he
not.
ain't.
It's not due diligence. There has been many historical references where pacifists and people who believe in that have chosen to fall by the sword, be tortured, and be murdered than to kill or fight back because it went against their morals.
yes.
She is saying she is one of them. I do not agree with her in the slightest. I
but
think
there
if you're
are
being
people.
threatened, you should run a sword through a motherfucker's throat and let him bleed
That's
out.
a fact.
Legal.
But
Make
she don't.
So
She don't. And that's up to her. If she wants to let her
okay.
children and family be killed, your straw universes you're creating for her. Do not box her in because she is an ideologue, much like myself. We just have
She
different
answered. She answered
ideologies.
the. She answered the question. I don't have an issue. I already told her. I said I believe that you're lying, but that's okay. I still like her. I still want her to engage.
Well, the
So
only
what?
way that you
So
can
what?
tell, the only way you could ever tell know for a fact she was lying is if you ran up on her in an alley with a gun.
Nobody is trying. I said I believe, jackass. Of
Wow.
course, but
Wow.
there's no way that I can know.
That was
Well,
what.
retard,
No,
you can believe
Wow.
what you want to believe, and you're allowed to be wrong.
no shit. That's why I said I believe. I could be wrong. That's why I said I believe. I didn't say it's a fact that she wrong. I just said I don't believe her.
And that's okay. You don't
I'm
have
And
to
trying to
he
be.
would
box her
see he
I
in.
would see
know, but these
exactly
guys
what
trying to
she
make it
told him.
seem like I'm doing something wrong for not believing you.
No, due diligence. I didn't believe
No.
her at first either till I realized who she was. And then all the conversations I've had with her over the years came back to me. That's why I said that. And I'm like, no, this lady is very steadfast. She's one of the
Yeah.
smartest ladies I've ever actually known.
I'm stubborn as hell.
And when she told you that I would deal with that shit, she meant that shit sincerely. I got no problem with violence
Yeah.
at all,
I mean,
and
I
my
mean, I
record
mean,
reflects
not,
that.
I mean, not for
Yeah.
nothing. If you had came up, I didn't know who you were. That's cool. But she already said that you're her husband, so I'm expecting her to lockstep with you anyway. So whatever she says is up for question anyway.
Well, then ask your
No, these
question.
guys are pretty
No, I'm
genuine.
just
I've known them for
saying
a long
Sir,
time.
she wouldn't have to let.
You wait, sir. You vouch for the both of them. I'm questioning whatever you say anyway. Because no, I question everybody
Okay.
that vouch for somebody else. Because here's the truth of the matter. I don't just take this is just me, human thing. Sorry for me being human. I
Don't apologize.
someone came to me and said, I'm a good person. I said this plenty of times
Oh,
on
I
my
didn't say
channel.
they're good people. I said they're
I never said
genuine.
you did. God damn it. God
Oh, because I was about to
motherfucking
say,
damn
would
it.
you believe me if I told you I'm not a good person at
Wait,
all?
God
Yeah.
damn it. Let me just try this again. For someone try to interject into the points that I did not make. I don't know why I gotta do this shit. If a motherfucker come to me and say, I'm a good person, I hear what you said. You know what I'm looking for? Your references. The same thing how we doing a fucking job interview. I don't give a fuck what bullshit you're gonna tell me. I need references. So if other people say that I think this person, if other people came out to me and she never say anything else, other people came to me and say she a good person, cool. But if you turn around and say Well, because I know you, and because we're good. I think she's a good person because I known her for many years. That doesn't mean shit. You fucking killed her credibility because I could have gotten to know her by myself, but it's that you are indoctrinating me based on your personal opinion, your personal assessment of her, rather than me building my own character profile of her.
Well, if that's the case, feel free to ask me your question so that way you can go ahead and gain your clarity.
Which is why, wait, here's the best part about that. Before he say anything about knowing you, I was already saying here in the chat, here on panel, who the fuck is she? I like her. I was building my own profile in real time, and now he has fucking ruined that.
Well, then don't let him ruin it.
No,
you continue to make your own decision.
You said that, but the fact that he keeps trying to double down, my dick is big. You should believe me because I said my dick is big.
Now remember, I just wanted to state one thing. Now, for me, I've never said I'm a good person. I said I'm authentic, and I'm authentic to me.
I would rather learn who you are based on you being authentic than someone else saying she's authentic. Because I've known her for so long, she's authentic. You should believe what I say. She's authentic. No, that's not enough.
No, I was responding to what you were saying.
Not much. I'm gone. Bounties are up. Bounties are up. Bounties are up.
No, I was responding to what you were saying about her being in lockstep with Exile.
The shit just got real.
So check it out. Let me ask you this, Exile.
Thank you, Brick.
So, Exile, your wife, I'm asking you, right? Wife, do not answer. Exile. How long have y'all been married?
Yeah, what's up?
How long have y'all been married? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer if you don't want, but I'm just trying to get some context. Maybe he don't know. I'm sorry, Exile. I'm gonna
give a range. Give a range.
Hey, Play Foundation. Thank you for that $4.99 super chat. There you go. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. God.
Exile, are you there? I guess he dropped.
No.
Can you not hear me? I said we've been married over a quarter of a century.
Okay, so here's my question to you. What happened? I guess his connection is bad.
Yeah,
if he managed to come back up, he can come back up.
My bad. I didn't mean to yell over everybody like that. My bad.
No, his phone acts funny, and so that's why. There he is.
There you go. Can you hear
me?
me?
I was unmuted. I guess you couldn't hear me. I said we've been married over a quarter of a century.
All right. So this is my question to you: If your children were in a dire situation, right? Do you believe that your wife would get them out of a dire situation? How long you been knowing your wife? Would your wife ever lie in order to save your kids?
No, she's gonna tell the truth. But if it's to the extremes, like you said, that somebody gonna try to come and kill them, hey, we ain't necessarily gonna be the ones that have to be unalived. I'm just gonna put it like that, bro.
All right.
Sound good to me.
Yeah, it sounds good, but I don't believe it. It's bullshit. But it does sound good.
How many times you gonna ask him the same question, though?
It don't matter what you think. I have a criminal record that shows I'm not scared of authority like the common folks.
That's not the question, bro. His question is about your morals and ethics. And he's trying to call everyone out on their morals and ethics when he's utilizing a method it's just weak, bro. Like trying to carve somebody into a stone prison so that they can't move and then saying, "Ha, I got you."
It's like there's got to be no fun in that if it's ever been successful.
It's called a pigeonhole.
When you think about it, it's whenever we break it down.
That is not a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical with a platitude. That's a pigeonhole.
Right. No, okay. So what it is that it's already all of it's rooted in deceit because it's already a manipulation tactic. And so whenever it's a manipulation tactic, that means both ends, no matter how you put it, is rooted in deceit. So therefore, what you're doing is that you're trying to place somebody in a scenario or in a box where you will get the answer that you desire, regardless of what they say. And I'm sorry, but as a melanated man, neither one of us melanated people look like the government. So therefore, leave that to them. Okay, they do it better. They do it best. Leave that to them. Okay.
Okay,
Kind of
You gotta let me respond to
I'm
that.
gonna say
Reza,
this.
Reza, you're not gonna let me
Wait,
respond to
hold
that?
on, hold on, hold on. I'm not gonna say
Oh my
this. I'm
goodness.
not gonna say this, but I know plenty of people. There are people who claim they like the government who are melanated people.
Oh no,
I
no, I
understand.
didn't say he
No, no,
didn't like
no,
them. I said
I
that he
didn't.
is not them.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Mm.
Again, when I hear conversations and we have conversations, the one thing I do, and this is annoying to even people who I do on panel with, I'm very
Mhm.
cognizant of the chat. I try to think of the other thing of what someone else is thinking. It's even the opposite of what I think of what's being said. So it's nothing to do with you. There are people who have no. Not that I agree, not that I even care, but there are people who wholeheartedly are for big daddy government, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Mhm.
But there are people who think that government is too much. Just both on both sides. That's just what it is.
Understood
So
and
Okay.
agreed.
yeah.
So it's just
So I
called
get that.
engaging in a
I
hypothetical
get that, but
conversation.
I
Even
get
whenever I gave you
it.
the
I
boundaries, and then
do respectfully. I understand that you want to engage in a hypothetical, but even to the point that was just brought up, and even to the point that you said, even to the point what she just brought and clarified, when you bring forth a hypothetical that gives no room for movement, you are put in a concrete box. Essentially, it is a pigeonholed.
so let me respond. So and she still gave her answer, and she still gave the same answer. So y'all acting like I gave her a situation. Yeah, it's a hard. That's why it's called a moral dilemma, right? So I gave her a hard situation that will make her choose one way or the other. She doubled down on her position and still affirmed that she would take that position. It doesn't make my scenarios absurd. I am addressing an absurd position of an absolutist position when we all know in the world there's exceptions to every rule, you know what I'm saying, besides her, you know what I'm saying, in the world. So you guys cannot, if you can't,
I
if you
get
don't
you.
have that capacity to
No,
engage
no.
in a hypothetical in a
I get
genuine way, then say
I
that.
get you.
Then say that.
I get you. I'm not in opposition to the position or the theory that you brought up for her to go to. I think the thing is that when you bring forth hypotheticals, when you bring forth theories that leave an absolutist position, there are a lot, not even saying most, that's why I stopped myself. There are lots of people who do not take up absolutist position because there is one side, another side. There's always more than just two options, right? There's always more. And the thing about an absolutist position is that they give you no room outside of two options. Either you go with what I'm looking for, or you're on a defeatist point of view. Now, speaking of a defeatist point of view, I kind of have to bring this up because I liked it. You already know how I am. You already how I talk about shit. You already know what kind of night this fucking is. But Rick, you stated your point of view, which also put people also in an absolute point of view based on your own thought process. So you got Curtis coming up talking about kick the not so intelligent crybaby Brick.
I will honor it. I will
I
honor
don't.
it. I will
But
honor it.
the even if you honor it, I just want to let you know the only reason why they even did this is because you made it a hard stance that you don't want it, which is why they're personally coming at you for it. You understand that, right?
Yeah, and I do understand that. I will honor it because of the fact that you did institute it, and it is a possibility that Carte Blanche did not hear it. I'm not going to say whether, and I'm not going to, so I will honor it. It's 10 minutes. But as far as I know, this will be the last one, right? For the night.
Resla, check it out.
Yes.
You said the position backwards. You said that I gave her an absolutist position.
You said yourself it was an absolutist position. You said it in your own words.
Okay. So can I respond? No.
Sure.
I said that her position is absolute. She said she will not compromise her morals. So if she say that she don't believe in murder or killing and she will never do it under any circumstances, that is the absolute. I am challenging the absolute.
So he's challenging your position.
The absolute.
I thought he was creating a position that was an absolute position, but apparently he's challenging your position as being absolute.
Is it not?
But my point is the only reason I brought all of this up is because when you're dealing with absolutists for most stripes, you can ask a direct question. Would you kill someone to protect your children? adding all of the armies and the empire and the entire Nile and everything else has no bearing on the answer on the other end.
Shit. I'm gonna again. I play both sides. Fuck shit. So even from the way how you have answered some things, Eliza, it is kind of an absolute position if you won't take a stance as you being the last person who needs to make a decision when you defer to someone else. Fuck. The fact that I had to think about it.
Golly, that was hard. That was so difficult.
What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on that?
Can you go ahead and restate the question? I'm sorry.
When he's giving you a scenario, but you won't take a position because in your mindset, it'll always have to defer to someone else when you are supposed to be the last person, the buck stops with you, but you still defer to somebody else.
If I have the ability to divert it to somebody else,
no. When you don't, when the theory, when the situation, when the scenario is you being the absolute person, but you won't take a stance without you deferring it to somebody else. So, for instance, this is not a wish upon, this is whatever. Let's just say it was a situation. Your husband, he's traveling, he does whatever. It's up to you to make a decision. But when you turn around and say it's still up to him, he's not in the situation. There's an immediate action to be done. You are quote the head because he is not around. He is even the whole army situation.
I'm still gonna keep my morals. It may not be what he would have done, but I'll still go ahead and keep my morals and make my decision.
When you turn around and say that the decision is not yours at the end of the day, because now it falls on other people, but you have to be the one to give the go ahead. That is on you.
Okay. And I believe I still think I already answered that. Okay, so right. So, I mean, if I have to, once again, if we have all of those other caveats that are not accessible, that are not doable, then yes. I mean, we would just have to be martyrs for the cause, if you will.
Ooh, okay, dude, can you accept that?
That's what I'm saying. You can ask her a simple question.
Can you accept that she's even willing to do that, even if she's reluctant, she's willing to do it and to become a quote martyr of the cause? Can you accept that? Shit, he
Nope.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
Did you say something to me?
Yes, I was talking to you. If she's willing to accept the fact that she's willing to make that decision, even if she doesn't want to be the quote the martyr of the cause, are you willing to accept that?
Yeah, I already accepted. I just told her I didn't believe her, but she's still cool with me.
Yeah,
like
you did. Wait, and you did. You did say that. The thing is that multiple decisions, multiple theories are being made for the same position that she says she's not going to change.
Could one argue that
which is why we come down to the point right now where it's considered to be a pigeonhole. She's not changing her position.
Can one clarify that the dilemma in this might be that morals is based on the individual and their belief system in itself?
Yes. I will say yes, absolutely. That is quote the moral dilemma, because this is a conversation that I've had years ago, with military people and about the idea of the moral dilemma when it comes to having to follow an order that goes against your morals, but you're there to support your country. So therefore, when you're given a particular order, you say, "I don't want to do this." Cool. Noted is the word that's being used. Fucking go
do it now. Go do it anyway.
Now go do it anyway.
I've heard that. I've heard that exact thing being said from family that I have in the military. And the saddest part, and I'm only saying it's sad for me, in my opinion, but the saddest part is that they cave in. And then not only that, but after the decision is made, it's not just a decision that is made and you can walk away from it. It's something that sticks with you. And whenever it sticks with you, that's one of the plethora of things that end up destroying people whenever they come home, no matter where home is. And so,
I mean, you don't even have to look at it in terms of going home. I have people who know me know I work in areas of business compliance. I have to deal with a lot of different people who have a lot of different opinions of where. Funny, kind of like a lot of panels I'm on, to be honest with you. A lot of people who have a lot of different opinions of what they think is best for content growth. It's all very personal to them. and then
And
what they think is good for other people based on what they like. I've dealt with this. This is beyond anything recent, but I've dealt with this for over the years I've been with. And for a lot of people, even for my own stuff and professionally, I have signed contracts to deal with shit that I don't want to do. I have literally signed contracts where literally my entire job is to look out for the benefits of the company, but my title has been in the benefit of the employee. I found myself literally
Oh, you
in
must be
conflict.
HR.
No.
see, and that's
I
a
wait.
dilemma for me.
I'm not HR, but I have to work with HR.
Mm.
I'm worse. I'm compliant. Even HR doesn't like me.
Okay, I
I,
can
I
understand
get
that
it. I
though.
get
In
it, Rez. I
business
get it.
has structure, but see, when it comes to the military, that's always been a dilemma for me morally. How do you have people that don't even have freedom in their own choice of thought fighting for freedom? It's a logical
So
fallacy to me.
right, but here's the dilemma: when you signed on, you gave away that right to think for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but how can you fight for someone's freedoms without freedoms? It makes no fucking logical sense.
Wait. Here's the sad part: it's easier for some than it is for not. Than it is for all because they signed on to it and they acknowledge it. A lot of people sign on.
But
This is
then,
the same thing. This is the same thing I do when I go on talk to people. When I talk to a lot
but
of people,
the question is, hold on, Resla. The question is
wait.
freedom free or is it engineered?
But this is the point I'm getting to. We talk about personal freedoms, right? But we don't do our, no pun intended, due
Due diligence.
diligence. Due
Hey.
diligence to look and safeguard ourselves from the very things that we agree with. So, for instance, when you work for a when you work for a company, when you work for a country, that's literally what you do when you sign up to the military. You're working for a country. When you turn around and say, "I want to sign on to go do A, B, and C," but you don't even look at the contract, you don't look at the fine print.
Right.
You F yourself because you didn't do everything in your power to make sure that you understood every intricacy that
Mm-hmm.
came off with you signing on the dotted line. Most people say, "I'm here for a cause." They don't think about everything they have to sacrifice. And
Right.
that's part of a contract. You need to. Most people don't. Most people, even if you're hiring on to a job, if you take on a contract, if you sign a prenup, whatever, you know what they don't do? Go to a
They don't
lawyer.
read it.
Go to the lawyer who does all that work for them. They don't. They just say,
Right.
"I love you, sweetie. I know you're gonna look after me." Bloop, 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 bloop. They sign that shit and they get fucked over years later because they did not do their due diligence in protecting themselves. That is
I,
no one's fault outside of the individual themselves. Now there's
I
some
have
people that
to.
say, I'll sign up and I'm willing to take whatever butt fuck I get. But that's what I did. But a lot of people, yeah, I know, pause. But I know, but there's a lot of people who will do that and then they get mad when they find themselves bent over with their cheek spread. And I'm like, that's your fault.
If you're
Well, I
taking
have
it,
to.
I
He
know,
just said the
I
loudest.
know,
Well,
I could
know.
hear that
But I
pause
gotta
from
say
Yo,
it
you.
super
well,
pause. Yeah.
but I
I
gotta
just
hold on.
might
say
do
it.
it on purpose, but
I know,
I'm
I
gonna.
do it on purpose, but
I'm
because I
gonna
gotta hit
say
the point
this.
home. I
I
gotta hit
have
the
to
point home.
agree. I have to
I get
agree
it.
100% with him because there's even teachers at my children's school who do not read contracts, and I teach my children. That's one of the things I teach my children is how to read contracts, how to be able to understand contracts. And I do, once again, these are things I do at an early age. So even whenever my children go to school and they're giving the teacher information, the teacher usually says something like, "Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Where did you learn it from?" They'll say, "I learned it from my mom," or "I learned it from my dad." And then they'll give me a call and decide to have a conversation based off of it. And I mean, they get irritated with me because I sit there and I tell them, I'm raising my children to be employers. I'm raising them to be, business owners, company owners, corporate owners. I'm raising them to be able to have a legacy to decide whether they want to leave it or not. Okay. And I'm not raising them to be an employee. I'm not raising a good little soldier or a good little worker. No shade to anybody else that, that's their thing. But, when you know better, you do better. And with this next generation coming up, I take that serious to where it's my job to teach them to do better. Now, once again, the things are based off of their decision making, right? So if they choose to, become an employee first or, stuff like this, so they can sit there and learn the business from, the bottom up and whatever, Once again, that's all great. But one of the things that a lot of people do not do, this is signing a mortgage. This is signing a rental agreement. This is signing a prenup. This is signing anything, even the medical paperwork, whenever you have to go to the hospital and they have to sit there and bill you. No one, not one, no one reads it. Two, no one, if you don't understand it and you happen to read it, no one takes it to somewhere where someone can break it down who does know how to understand, comprehend, and then be able to communicate it back to you. No one does that anymore. And it's baffling. It truly is. It's
I'm fixing to
baffling.
leave, but I want to make another point, and it's my final one. I'll dip on this one. Most people aren't willing to accept consequences for their own decisions. And if you're not willing to accept the consequences of the decisions you've made, you end up in a moral dilemma.
Yeah. I like what you did there.
I like you do. I'm not coming at you for any particular reason. We ended up on opposite sides of a debate. That's all there is to that. There's no hate.
I'm not taking that. I don't take anything personal.
Excellent. Well, Rick, just stay you, bro. Just be durable, take the punches and the hits, and just curl up in a ball and protect your vital ego. That's the part that's most important.
Then stand up and swing back.
Side fist. You the man. I ain't even gonna try.
I'm at 190 right now, so I think I can handle it.
All right, dude. 10th man exiled. I'm just gonna laugh with y'all. Elizabeth, you've been absolutely amazing.
My people are lunatics, Sasquatch. My people are
Before
lunatics.
you get out of here, Sasquatch, this is the first time you got to meet my wife, bro.
It is. And I should have known. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I could have guessed. If I had thought about it for more than 37 seconds, but I haven't thought about your wife.
Yeah.
I will be now.
It takes someone special.
You didn't thought about it before, Sasquatch. I can tell.
Pain in the ass I am.
I am his piece. So what he gives you guys, I rarely get at home. And whenever it begins to flare up, I'm the one that can sit there and put my hand either on his thigh or on his shoulder and be like, babe.
Alexandria, I will be recording.
We're not on YouTube. We're talking to me.
I'm sorry.
So-
She just did $20 for a cat in the hat narration. I'll do it tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Much love, everybody. I'm leaving. This is where Sasquatch is out.
You said orthodox. Yeah, what's up? What did you want?
Now, what did you want?
I was talking to Sasquatch.
Mr. Millie ain't said nothing the whole time.
I want your unconditional surrender, sir.
Never.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I had to take a call. I'm sorry. I lost a little bit of what was going on.
I gotta go buy that man a beer.
Sasquatch was just signing off, Resla. You didn't miss nothing. It's all good. He was just saying his goodbyes to everybody.
Gotcha.
So, can I bring up another scenario, or am I doing too much now?
Sure, go ahead. Why the fuck not? Why?
You know what I mean? Like, we engaging, so we might as well. So, there's a such thing called like a noble lie, right? And I don't know if you guys are familiar with a noble lie, but a noble lie is something like this. I'll give another one of my hypotheticals, right? So let's
Bros before hoes.
So let's say, like, let's go back to like when people are trying to civilize themselves, right? And then a person comes and says, listen, man, this higher spirit, this God gave me these commandments, right? So we should obey these, laws, this morality, because it was given to me by an omnipotent God, an all-powerful God. So the thing is that, right, in the scenario of the noble lie, that may be a lie, but it's also how you civilize people, because if you get people to believe in that lie, it civilizes them. Now we got one policy, one rule, one law in order to go by. Instead of you walking up to another man and say, hey, you shouldn't do that, and that man says, who the hell are you to tell me what to do? But if I come to you and I say, hey, God told me to tell you this, and you believe it and you accept it, and it's a noble lie and it could be justified. What do you guys think about that?
Welcome to Catholicism. My name is Eliza. I will be your host for this evening.
Yeah, okay. Here's the problem with the hypothetical, and it's really actually kind of goes to hypotheticals like these in general. So what you're doing is you're presenting a scenario and I'm going to say probably exactly what people have told you time and time again, is that the only options that you're giving them are the only options that you've considered. You've never considered other options in those hypotheticals.
Damn. Yeah.
Are you agreeing with that, Resla?
Yeah, honestly, because here's the truth of the matter. We do it even negotiations, we do it even in interrogations. We don't give you many options.
It wasn't even I asked you.
No.
It was hold on.
Going according to what he said. So what he said. Now,
So
if you want to go against that, go ahead. Go ahead and clarify your point to Brick.
Right. So just let me clarify. There was no options given. The question, if you can follow, is the concept of a noble lie being valid, meaning that a person being able to lie, it goes against their morality, but it's in the betterment for the good. And the example that I gave is that in order to become civil, men may have lied and said that they got their morality from a God in order to bring morality to the world. It had nothing. See, it's hard. Hold on, not you, Resla, but it's hard for me to engage with. You gotta let me finish, bro.
Stop. Let him talk. Because even when he said it, I immediately fall on something else. But go ahead. Let's finish.
So it makes it extremely hard to engage in these type of conversations when I bring up a point and it's get derailed by something that I didn't even mention. I didn't give no options to choose nothing. I just asked you guys, how do you feel about a noble lie? That was the question.
You didn't. So even when Brick said it, the first thing that was coming to my mind, and feel free for anybody want to chime in and say, fuck you, Resla. When the moment you said shit like that, the first thing I thought about was even to the point where a noble lie. I think about Moses coming down from the mountain with the clay, even after the burning bush. If you want to, whatever.
Can I ask, dude?
No, God, motherfucker.
I thought you were done, dude.
How
he
did
didn't
you
even take a breath?
No, you didn't, Chance.
What?
Cut it out.
No, you just wanted to interrupt, bro. Come on. No, you do that, and you've been doing.
No,
it
I
the
try to
whole
do
time,
other.
bro. You're
Dude,
still
I
doing
listen
it.
to you people
You're doing
talk
it right
for
now. You're literally doing
hours.
it right now.
No,
My sentences are two sentences. Two sentences
Well, go
is
ahead.
usually what I say.
Your
Go ahead and
sentences
give
are
him
like
10.
20 years, bro.
Brick, he's cooking right now. He's cooking right now.
Man, oh man. Due diligence. Clarifying question. Because I was against you up until now.
Point. I want to hear Resla's
and now
point, I don't want to hear
I'm seeing the exact same.
Bounties are available, folks. Bounties are available. I just want to let you know if it's night, this is what y'all voted on. Bounties are available.
I'm seeing the same type of thing that I saw with Trump, with Trump when Trump said, "Oh, we don't have to bomb them. You just make a couple phone calls." It's like a Trumpism where he thinks he's like omnipotent and can just fix things with a phone call, and then ends up bombing Yemen a couple days later. Right? Is people don't want to think about the situation as it is. They want to think about it as they wish that it was. I understand what due diligence is saying now.
No.
Yeah, no, it's exactly the same thing.
He gave me options. Either
no, you don't get to make up scenarios to support what you're saying. That's what due diligence is saying. You're not smart enough to have the conversation. You're not smart enough to have the conversation, Britt. You believe in magic.
Shut up.
Britt.
You can't just change things with your will.
Either the
you can't change things with your will.
The two options.
Gentlemen.
Either the lie exists or it does not.
You have the
Gentlemen.
will.
Actually, what he was asking you was how you feel about that. He didn't even really give you, he gave a generalization. He didn't even give you an option. Yes. He literally asked you how you felt about that. It really had nothing to do with that, which was why my response came in as in, welcome to Catholicism. Hi, my name is Eliza. I will be your attendant for this evening. Yeah. He did not give options. Okay. So what he was asking is how you feel about that. Me personally, I still feel like it's bullshit. And the main reason I feel like it's bullshit is because even with that noble lie, it opened up the door for someone to be able to sit there and now take advantage of people and then to do whatever they wanted to do with the carry on of said lie.
Is my answer not valid then?
You said that he gave you options. Go ahead, by all means.
He's the crazy part about
That's how
all
I
that.
feel about it.
He's the
Okay.
crazy. He's
How
the
is that
crazy
not
part about that.
valid?
I don't even remember what the fuck I was gonna say because I got interrupted. I lost my whole train of thought.
It's okay.
Crap.
Because 10th man wanted to interrupt.
The burning bush, Rizla. The burning bush.
Brick, this gay bashing coming from you ain't cool.
I do not even remember even with the burning bush. I have no fucking clue.
My
What you were saying? What you were saying is that as I'm trying to say, I can't see that gentleman's name, but as he was speaking, you said that it reminded you of Moses and him coming down with the clay tablets. And this is after engaging with the burning bush, which was pretty much a carry out of, somehow there's some omnipotent entity that is saying, hey, we should all do this because he said so. That's where you were going.
There was something around that. There was a point that I was trying to make that was so. It was pinpoint between that. I was trying to make the story, but I fucking lost it. I lost it.
It's okay.
Well, I have a hypothetical.
Can I clarify my point?
There was a whole narrative and story I was making around a very specific point, and I fucking lost it because.
Yeah. How come Dude's the only one who gets to give hypotheticals? Can I give Do a hypothetical?
Sure, why not? I
Okay,
guess to think about. I'm on a clean slate right now. Fuck.
Dude, here's your hypothetical. You've got two options. Either 10th man fucks you in the ass, or Mel, the fox, fucks you in the ass. Which one are you choosing?
Super pause. Super duper pause.
10th man.
No, I want to hear.
I'll go. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, my brother in Christ, there is some
I love you, 10th. I love you.
There is some shit you couldn't waterboard out of me, brother.
That means you're gay.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
There is some shit that you couldn't watermelon.
You're a liar, dude. You're gonna fight him. You're not gonna choose either one. I don't understand how you can't see that this hypothetical has such a high platitude.
You know what would have been funny?
Definitely a pigeonhole.
You know what would have been funny if we would have said at least Mel has tits.
Am I allowed to respond?
Yeah, hold on.
Yes.
It was a viewpoint that I was going to bring up about it. It's still limited in its perspective of morals and the argument of morals, because at the end of the day, he's coming down off of that mountain with his morals. It's still going to conflict with a certain population of the people. That's why you have atheists and other beliefs and
Gnostics
things of that
and
nature.
In order to
that's
answer what Brick said,
that's why we have social conflict.
I did not give a hypothetical. I gave the idea of what a noble lie is, and then I expounded on what the concept is. And my question was, do you agree with it or not? Allow me to clarify.
It's noble by who and whose standards, though. That's what I'm saying.
Excuse me. Yeah. I will answer the question if you will allow me. If I said that, I want to answer Brick before I get to you. You know what I'm saying? So to clarify it, Brick, the point is that we're talking about will you compromise your morals? And she said that she takes an absolutist position that she will not lie. So I didn't give a hypothetical. I said, is a noble lie justifiable? How do you feel about that? To say that, is there a lie that if somebody believes in it and the outcome is good from it, would you engage in that type of thing? So it wasn't even a hypothetical. It's just that is it necessary for a noble lie?
You asked how people felt about it, and I expressed how I felt about it. I feel like it's a hypothetical with a platitude so high that I've only got two choices. Either it's a lie that I'm willing to tell, or it's a lie that I'm not willing to tell. Now, what you're doing is called a pigeonhole. It's a hypothetical with platitudes. That's what I'm feeling about it. Now, you might not like that I feel that way about it, but that's what I feel about it.
Yeah. Go ahead,
so let him so let him correct his, and rephrase his question a little bit then to appease you instead of just attacking him.
Well,
Right.
no
It's
one,
not an attack.
no, well,
It's
no
a
one's attacking.
response.
Brick, you know that anytime you give anyone
Mhm.
pushback, it's an attack. You know,
I
calm
haven't.
down.
Okay,
Apparently,
well,
one
Stop
thing that I
attacking
Hold on.
would
He
people.
still
I
man can't speak for me. You know what I'm saying? Let me elaborate.
Well, wait,
Let
wait,
me.
wait, wait, wait. Before you do, I do want to go ahead and clarify something. He actually asked Brick. He was asking, well, I believe it was towards Brick, but I believe he was asking the entire panel. He was asking how we felt. It was not an attack, it was a response to his question. So, I mean, once again, all we're doing is sitting there and giving a little bit of pushback saying that we do not agree with that answer. It wasn't really any kind of attack. But I'm not going to hold y'all. Brick asked that God King up there. He asked him a question, and I'm waiting for the answer to that because I wasn't allowed to get out of the scenario of mine. So, sir, respectfully, you will not be allowed to get out of that scenario. I would like to know the answer too, since
I
we
did
had
answer.
one that went around. You answered it?
Yeah,
I
he said
did. I
10th
said 10th
man.
man.
He
Oh,
did say
10th.
10th man. Yeah, he
Okay,
said
so I
he
think
would
that the
totally
answer is she's saying that there is no such thing as a noble lie.
on the 10th man. 10th man would be
They
in the
don't.
butt.
They don't get the
He'd be
con.
do
They
do
don't
do
get the
do
con.
do do.
Okay, okay,
Tenth
but,
man,
okay.
tenth man's like, I'm about to activate the jackhammer on that.
But okay, Eliza, I
And
think
get up in there. Go
They don't.
deep.
They don't
Shit's
have
getting deep.
the capacity still,
no,
man.
I
This
think they're
new
saying
guy that just came up, he's wonderful. Everybody watch this.
Yeah,
Yes,
let
my
him
dear.
talk.
so. Yeah, I think they're saying that there is no such thing as a noble lie, and that if you
That's
give
what
them
we're
that
saying.
scenario, yeah, they're saying that's where it's loaded at. That there is no such thing as a noble lie, and that say given in a scenario where she was forced to make a decision, something like silence would be better than giving false information or bearing a false witness. I think would be the answer to that question.
Yeah,
That
like
was the
So
answer to my question
You
earlier.
know, your morals, my
hold on.
morals, their morals doesn't matter. It's only what I can convince the people to do.
So still, man, we can't say there's no such thing as a noble lie because people tell what they believe is, noble lies all the time. Lie in order to have a good outcome for themselves. They consider that a noble lie. So we can't say that they don't exist. They just have to say that they don't agree with entertaining it. They wouldn't entertain it.
Well, yeah,
They wouldn't
there's
partake.
I think, and I'm seeing what they're saying is that they're saying that when people are actually lying to themselves when they say that their lie is noble. And
Thank
they're
you.
Yeah, and that may be the case, but hold on, and let me say this: you're saying a lot of stuff that they didn't say. Number one, still, man, you know what I mean. You making the case, but I would prefer to have a conversation with you since you actually able to engage in it, right? So even if that's the case, still, man, I wanna engage with you. Let's say if somebody tells a noble lie and that they lying to themselves, then it's not a noble lie. Is that what you're saying essentially?
yeah. A noble lie doesn't exist. It's actually just like a trick of words.
Well,
Okay,
it's
so
a, it's a lie
hold
that
on, hold
goes
on.
through
Let me
mind.
let me let me give some pushback, right? So let's say you
Toot
are
it up,
your
bro.
kid or something, right? You lied to your kid. You say, "Hey, don't eat the candy off the ground because you'll die," or whatever the case may be. But you know that won't happen, right? But it keeps your kid from doing, savage
But you should
stuff.
tell them the truth. You should tell them don't eat the candy because it's dirty and
But
there could be germs and it could make them
Sure,
so
sick.
sure,
now
You can
sure,
get sick and die.
now you can't
sure.
engage still,
But
man. Now
what
you
about
can't
Well, see, hold
engage in
on.
no, wait,
hypotheticals.
wait. Stop. Hold on. Well, what about the thing that's most important when we talk about noble lies? The lies, not the lies that we tell to other people, the lies that we tell to ourselves. That's what's not being said. The lies that we tell to ourselves, even if we turn around and tell other people, it begins with us. The lies that we tell ourselves, and then we try to convince other people because we ourselves are in a position of authority. So if we want to turn around and tell your kids a noble lie, it starts with us. Do I believe it enough to be convincing to tell it to my kids? And how long am I willing to say it to my kids for them to actually believe it? Because you know why? They look up to me, especially as men, as their
Mhm.
superhero.
Exactly. Not only that, but here's something that I've noticed.
No, wait.
Um,
Dude just dropped his head. Tell me I'm wrong about that. Come on. Push back.
No,
um,
no,
Push back.
that just derailed my whole shit. But I agree with what you said, but it had nothing to do with what I said. I don't think.
I said that a while ago, though. I said anytime you tell a lie, pretty much it goes into your subconscious because it has to form there before it exits your lips.
Let me ask you something, dude. Do you actually believe what you're asking us?
No, it seems like you're
No,
just trying to win an
Can I
argument.
answer the
wait, keep in
question?
mind, keep in mind. We're
I
we're
can't
here
answer the
having.
question.
Wait.
I, I would
Here's
like
what's
to go
important.
next.
I'm not gonna say this for. I'm not gonna speak for dude, but let's just be honest.
Mhm.
Some of us here are having the conversation for the sake of conversation. We don't have to believe it to be a contrarian. But the point is that there's someone. This is why I say it. We come up here and we have conversations with each other, but sometimes we are also sparking the mindset and the conversation and the thought process for the audience. Sometimes we say shit that we don't personally think that the audience might be thinking. Someone in there is thinking that. So it may not be something he believes. He might be being contrarian, but there's someone. I don't know why. For whatever reason,
Content purposes.
there's someone else there thinking that, and we need to have that conversation. I say shit, me personally, and I say to you guys when I do my monologues, it's not about what I think. I know I've had a conversation with people who have had the thought process. Can we have a
So,
conversation about it?
so to answer the question, Britt, I not only do I believe that noble lies exist, I would partake in a noble lie too. I would practice it.
Okay,
Yes.
show
So,
me one.
No, wait.
hold,
Show
hold
you?
on. Hold,
Before we start
golly, we
doing that.
can't.
Show you?
Well,
I,
I mean, earlier I
so let,
stated I wanted to go afterwards.
I can give an example.
Go
Take
ahead.
for instance.
Wait. Do you go? I would like Eliza to go, and then we can have whoever wants to jump up next.
So I'll give a couple examples, right? I think that God is a noble lie myself. The concept of God and religion are noble lies.
Okay.
And that's not to say that they are all good, but I think the concept of it, the principle of it is to obtain more good. Like I believe
That's fine.
initially it was a good thing. So religion
Okay.
is one. And then I
Okay.
also say marriage. I think marriage, the concept of marriage is a noble lie because it keeps people, it keeps the spread of STDs. There's a lot of good things that come from marriage. You know what I'm saying? But
I have a
I don't.
question about both of those
Yeah, and
though.
that's fine.
I,
It's
I, I,
Eliza's. It's Eliza's.
Wait. Before we do, were you done?
I absolutely wasn't.
He gave a couple
Well, yeah.
So
examples.
I mean,
Thanks. I
but
knew you
if
were going, but I wanted to touch on those 2 points, before because I know that
sure.
I didn't want to forget them.
Wait. I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna tell you what some people do. Not everybody does. Please write down some notes on some points of what people say, so we don't stop
Okay.
them in their process.
You're letting me know. Yeah, no, I need to do that. That's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah,
I need to
please
do
write
that.
down notes so you don't stop people in their process, and then we
Okay.
can cover exactly what they say. And even if they turn around and say that I didn't say that, I'm willing to go that far to dig back in our very own content
And
to
and
say
I'm
what
willing
the fuck the person said.
and I'm willing to let anybody interject. But it seems like whenever y'all do, the panel does never give the person
Keep
the opportunity to. Yeah.
keep cooking. This is why I said what I said.
No, that doesn't happen.
God damn it. Do keep going, please.
I'm gonna allow Stillman to interject.
It
Okay.
was to
Well, I just
Eliza
want
though.
to thanks, yeah, man. I appreciate both of you, or all of you, really. But I just wanted to say that I think that those two points that you brought up as noble lies were not good examples of noble lies. I would say because and we could debate the whole God is real or not, and I'm not taking a stance personally on this, but I'm saying if God isn't real, then telling the story that God is real would not be a good thing. If God really wasn't real and people are telling this story that God is real, that would not be good. Think about that. And the other thing that you said, because we would need to know then the other reality of the situation, right? It could be great reality or whatever, but the point is telling that lie and making people not accept the truth or see reality. That I could argue was not a good thing, right?
Hold on. So let's tease this out.
Okay. Guys, I've been waiting patiently. You already passed my turn to another gentleman, and
It
I've
was
literally been
Eliza.
waiting.
It was Eliza right after.
Okay. So initially, I wasn't even going to touch on your examples, but your examples, I see where you're going with your statement. Here is the thing, or here's the piece of the caveat that is not being taken into consideration. How are we to state what a noble lie is whenever we don't understand the origin of the situation at the time that the lie was created, right? So what that means is, and I will sit there and use your two examples. Whenever someone started talking about God, what was the real idea behind creating the false narrative of an omnipresent spirit? And it wasn't to civilize people, because at that time, please take in consideration, they already had a different type of civilization. It was in a means of control. Okay. It was in a means of trying to give an excuse to allow one organization to be able to do as they wanted and to be able to spread. Okay. So whenever we're talking about religion, there's that. So no, that lie, there is no such thing as a noble lie, especially if we're using that as an example, right? Even whenever we're using the example of marriage, you sat there and stated STDs. Okay, so whenever marriage was supposedly, according to the Bible, hypothetically, invented, there was no such thing as STDs. So what was the real
Man,
reason?
see,
Hold
you
on,
just
hold on,
talking
hold on,
now.
hold on.
You
Because
saying
honestly,
shit.
I waited patiently while you went ahead and landed your plane. And yes, I did want to interrupt, but I did not disrespect you, such, right?
She's just making her point. She's not solidifying anything. She's just questioning what she heard. That's all.
Right. So even with the marriage, right? That was also something. What was the mindset or what was the ideology behind that? Because once again, it sounds like it's another ideology of control. And I'm not taking marriage as in today's terms. I'm taking marriage as in what the situation was or what was going on in the civilization or in the nation at the time that that was supposedly created or invented, right? And it was once again still a means of control. So with those two caveats or those two scenarios, am I to suggest that your viewpoint of a noble lie is to be able to have another means of control over somebody else? And then
Yes,
would
that's
that
the
not
point
play
of a
into
noble lie.
manipulation?
Yes, that's the
So
point.
if that's the case, then
That's the
no, there
point.
is no such thing as a noble lie. If you look, if you truly feel
That is
that
correct.
if you truly feel that what you are saying is so justified that people will follow along with it generally, then why do you have to make up a lie, period?
So, so you made some claims, right? That STDs did not exist before marriage existed. That she did make that claim. She did. That's
Did you
completely
make that
bogus.
claim, Liza?
Yes.
I stated that his version of STDs, which are what we know
You don't know
as,
what my
the
version
letters.
is.
Yeah.
Wait. What form of what form of STDs do you think that he stated as? Because I will go for him in saying that STDs have existed, but what exactly do you mean?
Yeah. She trying to make
I
my
was
position for me.
okay, cool. I was talking about the ones that are a bit more wider known in the Western civilization within the last 50 years or so. Now, I'm not sitting here and talking that there were not diseases. I'm not talking about there were not illnesses that made women infertile or made it hard to be able to, consummate the marriage, which was the actual marriage, right? I'm not speaking of those. I'm speaking of what he said,
When you say
STDs.
that,
That is that those are the things that have happened since those letters were coined.
well, when you're saying that, are you just strictly speaking about AIDS and HIV because syphilis has been around for a long
Okay. I
time, and
think
gonorrhea,
this
chlamydia,
this is
they
so
have
off
been
the rails.
around.
Oh my
All
goodness.
right, all right.
So I
Fuck
was
the
just trying
STD
to
thing. My
you gotta
question is,
allow me to finish. You gotta allow me because I'm just poking holes into her logic, right?
No, you're
Now,
poking holes in the condom, but go
no, I
ahead.
want to know what is the lie in marriage at all? What's the lie in marriage? How is marriage a lie? That's what I want to know. What you said marriage is a lie. Like what does
He
that
said it
mean?
so
was a noble lie.
I'm poking holes off into her logic first of all. So I'm saying that, and then once you said after that, you also was making a point about religion, but you start at Catholicism or the Abrahamic religion when religion goes farther back than that. So you
Correct.
can't
But you
start.
were talking.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
Eliza, I did not interrupt you.
Go
So
ahead.
whenever you start there, you don't even start at the beginning to try to expound. So it don't even matter. You made that long diatribe. So for one, you didn't even start at the beginning to where you say that, oh, this happened and this happened. But that's neither here nor there because you didn't even start at the beginning, but you was talking as if you started at the beginning, right? So the point that I'm saying, those are just small points. But here is the point, right? You missing the point of what a noble lie is, right? Because whenever you say a lie can't be noble, it's not the lie, it's the outcome. It's later on. So y'all missing it. You getting caught up on the phrase noble lie. Of course, the lie is not noble. That's just the phrase. But you are trying to lie to your people to get a better outcome in the future. That's the noble lie. That's the concept
That's what
of the
all
noble
lies
lie.
do. That's what all lies are
Okay,
for.
Didi, you're right about the STD thing, but about the religion thing, no, you was referring to Moses coming down off the mountain earlier, sir.
Thank you. I was going off of your comment, not mine. I was going off of yours. That was the scenario that you sat there and gave us earlier. So, sir, while you're sitting here and trying to put the heaviness of that on me, no, sir. Unfortunately, that you're gonna have to sit there and take that and let it sit on your shoulders for a little bit. You sat there and stated that.
Okay, so
Whenever you
What's the
were
lie
sitting
of
there and
marriage?
talking about a
Okay,
noble lie,
circles
you
now.
sat there and did that.
you said the concept. You said you can't say the noble lie to religion because we don't know
Never-ending
when it started, and then you started
story.
at Catholicism. Is that not correct?
No, sir.
Okay,
I
so
started your story at Catholicism. Okay, so
So,
and here, you know
so
what?
we're
Here,
not
let me
talking.
help you out. We can bypass all that. Did you not? And I quote, sat there and stated that when I said, "So are we talking about a noble lie? It's still another form of a lie or a form of manipulation?" And you said, "Yes, all of them are." So you stated that. I asked for clarification. You stated. Yes, a very simplified answer, sir. So, I mean, we can go back and forth on semantics, but you yourself had sat
he's
there
not
and
arguing
stated
against that. He's not
that
arguing
it
against that.
I'm
was,
at
hold on,
all. At
He
all.
actually did towards the end.
I
He's,
didn't.
oh, okay. At the
I
end of the
didn't.
day, you were sitting there and saying that literally it is still a lie, which is a form of manipulation, regardless of how the outcome may show up. It like,
No,
and
not
I posed
regardless.
a question to you. If truly you feel,
Not regardless.
or if
That's
you
the
felt
difference.
like
Not
what you
regardless
had,
of the outcome. That's the difference in a noble lie.
right?
Now I see what he's saying.
That's what he stated. Secondly, but what my statement, well, what my question was earlier, whenever I was done, was if you truly feel like that, then why wouldn't you just tell the truth? Because how do you know that you're not going to get the same response if you tell the truth?
So to answer your question, it is completely context dependent, right? So I gave an example, and the example that I gave was, and this is why you responded the way that you responded. I said that religion could be used as a civilizing tool, right? And if you take religion to help people garner morality, that is a noble lie. And then I gave the example of a man coming to another man without religion and saying, "Hey, you need to follow these rules." Another man will say, "Why should I follow your fucking rules?" But if I can get you to believe in a God that got the rules, then so that's my answer. I already go ahead.
Get somebody else to
You
believe
mean if you
something.
get yeah.
You can't get other people to believe anything. They either believe it or they don't. And we're not going to just sit here and change the
Wait,
meaning of
wait,
You're not
words.
gonna get
stop,
us to
stop,
believe that.
stop, stop. There's
Are
something happening. There's something happening, and I want to make sure that we don't go too far up in it. I
Thank you.
swear, this is the whole concept when it comes to freaking morals and stuff. And then this is why I was wondering why it was this lingering voice that was coming to my head. Are we really about to link the whole thing of are our morals even really up for sale just based on the fact of religion? Because then what we're basically crawling down to at the very fucking foundation is saying that no one has morals unless they're religious.
I
Are
was
we
going to
Most
are
go
we
there.
religious people,
are we fucking going there?
most religious people
I
don't
was
have
gonna go
morals.
there a bit later, but what my response was gonna be is that okay, so let me get this straight. The same people that went around sitting here and spreading supposedly this good word and to do this and to do that and to, not kill, not steal, not do, whatever the 635 commandments were. You all only know of 10 of them. Um, So you mean to sit there and tell me that those were not the same knights that were sitting here killing people, stealing their resources and treasures, slaughtering people, molesting people, sitting there taking prisoners of war, killing and raping and pillaging. This is women, children, and men, right? Which at that time it was also supposed to be you don't harm women and children as well. But these are the same men that were supposedly spreading this noble lie, and they were actually doing the exact
Yeah.
opposite. And
It
somehow that's hold
it was
on, hold on.
614, babe. Hold on. That's what I was saying. The Crusades and all that. It's
Right.
been many wars fought for religion. So we can't just say that's a noble lie based on the
Thank you.
moral values of the writings.
Because he's sitting there saying, okay, so after the fact, it supposedly civilized people. No, it didn't, because you had a civilization before before the Abrahamic religion. You also
I
had other
agree.
religions
I'm not
before
talking
that,
about the
right?
Abrahamic religion. I'm talking about religion in general.
Okay.
But
You've
Once
wait,
also
again,
had
it goes
war
off
and
of the story
ideological
that you sat
conflict
there and get.
for the
Okay, moving
Abrahamic
on.
religions.
point being made.
Moving on,
Moving on.
right?
The point what she's saying is that there were still civilization. There were still morals. There were still people that behave in a particular mindset to benefit the whole of the community, way before religion was being established.
Thank you. So
So
as far as your
Whoa,
reasoning
whoa, whoa, whoa,
for
whoa. How is
hold
that?
on,
Because
hold
Hinduism is the
on.
oldest religion, and we have these things as far
Okay,
back then.
dude,
exactly.
hold on, please. So as
That's
far as
like
your caveat,
saying that religion only came up the moment human beings were born. Are we
That's
really
not
No,
gonna
like
be
saying
the
that.
agreeing on
moment they
That's not
became
that?
like saying
right?
that.
civilized.
It's like
Moving
saying
on,
the
gentlemen,
oldest religion that we have on
gentlemen.
record is about the same time that. So let's
No,
put some things in
I'm going to
Religion
finish my
is
statement,
chronological
okay?
order.
Because
We
I've been
had
positive
people that
consistently
was
relation.
interrupted. I'm going to finish my statement, okay? So, what
Not
your
hard.
reasoning for the noble lie is supposedly to better a community. How did it better a community when it allowed them to do everything that supposedly that lie was sitting there telling everybody else not to do? It literally was still a form of manipulation and control, which is what I was sitting there stating in the first place. Therefore, a noble lie, especially if it's only done in the means to control or subjugate somebody or something else, is not noble. I don't care how you try to say it. I don't care how you try to dress it up. I don't care how you try to doll it. It still is a lie to the core, and it is still disgusting to the core.
Yeah.
Period. There is
You
no
can't change
excuse
the meaning
for
of
it.
the word. You can't change the
Thank
meaning
you.
of noble.
Thank
Noble has a
you.
meaning. Lie has a meaning. The two
No.
are antithetical.
Whoa,
Thank you.
hold on. I've been quiet most of the show, so hold on for a second.
Quiet Orthodox Scott. You don't stop talking.
What came? Fuck you, bitch. I ain't talked at all. I've been fucking muted because I've been playing Fallout. Cry about it. What came first? Murder, rape, kill, or religion? All the evil that
All
humanity
those before
does.
religion. All of them
Yeah,
before
The
religion.
R one was
exactly.
the first one. The R one.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about it is, right? You can blame religion, you can blame anything, but
No one's blaming.
atheistic ideologies have killed more humans in the past 100 or so years than any other ideology.
I doubt that.
Man is evil. The noble lie, as Dew is presenting it. Now, I'm not saying I
No.
agree with it. The noble lie is to not put a stop to that, but minimize it in society.
The problem that we're
Exactly.
having here is that you can make the case and say there was absolutely pillaging, rape, and everything else that happened beforehand. You can even say that, man, you're not speaking for all men. You're only speaking for some.
Oh my
We're not.
God. This is not a manosphere's conversation.
No, we're not. We're not having. Well, because come on. Because I stand for sure. Do not like to talk about that kind of shit. Because I come from that area.
Right.
So I literally
Right.
made a channel that moves away from it. But even when we talk about caveman times, before religion was really started being instituted and being the Bible of the group, that's not to say that just because you were a caveman that all cavemen raped. Get the
I didn't rape
fuck out
nobody,
of
dude.
here.
No
They
one
for
stated
sure.
that.
Okay. So when two dogs do it, they're not.
I get it. You know what? Yeah, wait. Because all cavemen was always some booty raping or two, right? You got fucking proof of that. How long we got?
Who said
No.
Oh my God.
No. Are you responding to the chat?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Are
respond to
you
you if you
responding
don't
to the
mind,
chat?
Eliza. Because what you and Briggs said, right? Briggs tried to say that I'm changing the definition of noble, which I am not. And you're saying that being that it's a noble lie, that its intent is to deceive, that it can't be a noble lie. So
You
hold
stated
on,
that,
Elijah.
sir. You
Okay.
stated that.
Oh,
Please don't try
I'm
to put words in my
reiterating
Agreeing to
mouth.
that. He's
I'm
agreeing to that.
reiterating your claim
Okay.
to me. And you
Okay.
and Rick are saying the same thing, but you're not getting the concept of a noble lie. Don't get hung up on the title, the phrase, right? The
Get
concept is
hung
the
up on the
same deal
words.
of the
They
thing,
only have meaning.
the concept. It's not the definition of the
Change
individual
the
word.
word
It's a
meaning. Yeah,
concept, and
I get
inside
it.
the
What do you
concept,
mean? Yeah, just
you
call it a justified lie or something like
never
that.
never mind. I'm just gonna give y'all got it.
Yeah,
Y'all
no,
Well,
got
you
okay.
it.
tried. You
The
Here's
tried.
the
thing is,
thing.
early
You tried
man
to
did not
change the
have a
meaning.
early
You
man
can
did
have
not
it.
have a sophisticated authority nor moral system. I'm not saying that every early man raped, beaten, and murdered, but barbarism is the human default. Under barbarism, you have massive amounts of murder, rape, theft, and destruction. All religions seek to minimize barbarism, even those that practice human
Okay.
sacrifice.
That's the
Okay.
point.
That.
And
Okay.
hold on.
The
So.
To a
lamentation
caveat,
of their
and
women was
my and
voluntary.
the point was
Okay.
hold
Hold
on,
on.
hold on, hold on,
You
hold on,
responded.
hold on,
Here
hold on,
goes
hold
the
on.
To
spoils
ask
tip,
me,
man.
and then
You girl,
other
you should
people
know
want to
that.
talk in. Y'all can't keep doing that. Like you.
Mm, You know what I would like most of all? We were passing it midnight my time. I would like one person at a motherfucking time. I get it. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. It's Sunday for me. And for some of y'all who are sitting there doing all this motherfucking shit like it's the Lord's Day, it's the Sabbath. Y'all going hard on the Sabbath. Y'all putting extra work on the Sabbath. But I just want to let you know. To me, the Sabbath is Saturday. So y'all been putting extra work. But for some of y'all, I'd like to believe that y'all start on Monday, because apparently y'all don't believe that y'all start on Sunday. Y'all putting the extra work. I need one motherfucker at a time. One. Let's try this again.
Host, may I respond to Mr. Due Diligence?
As the only woman up here, so I don't seem like I'm a misogynist. Sure.
Only
Thank
if I
you.
get to respond and don't nobody else try to respond for me.
That would
Okay.
be nice too.
Okay.
As
That
a
sounds
misandrist, sure.
fair. Okay. So here's the thing that I was saying. I wasn't, I even looked past the words. I took your own ideology whenever you were breaking down your viewpoint on what a noble lie was. I was taking your ideology. Okay. I haven't looked up what the word means. I could easily go to the meaning of the words, the etymology. But I was taking your own ideology from the way you explained it to the panel. And the way you explained it still does not fit the narrative that you would like to state or push.
Okay. So what is my narrative that I'm stating and pushing?
You reiterate it from me. That way I have it for clarity. And then I will go ahead and repeat it to you again.
So that's what my issue is. I don't think that you can follow the actual narrative that I'm trying to push, because whenever I say a noble lie, and then you're going to turn around and ask me, is it based in manipulation and deceit? And I say, yeah. And then you act like that crumbles that crumbles the concept. But no, that is the concept of it. Because you don't agree with the phrasing noble lie does not then uh does not then make the concept fall apart, right? Because the concept of a noble lie is that you tell your people a lie in order to get something greater later on. But because you starting off with like manipulation, you saying, "Oh, it don't make sense. It's not going to work because I would never do that because that's your position. You are absolutist when it comes to your morals. So you don't have
And
to agree
sure,
with it, but you won't.
you
But
will
the
bend your
thing is, you
morals
got to
and
be
your
quiet,
values.
Exile. Be quiet, Exile. So that's the whole point right there. Follow the hypothetical. Follow the concept. Don't get confused with the phrasing.
Okay. So I'm going to go
Okay.
ahead and respond to that. Hold on, babe. So here's the thing. You stated a lot of things that I supposedly said that I never said. Okay. What you
Like
stated,
what?
well, we're going to go into the, oh, well, I don't believe that because I wouldn't do that. Sir, I never said any of that.
Yeah, a lie.
Okay.
You said you wouldn't
Hold
lie.
on.
That's what I was referring to. A lie. You would not
Yeah.
lie.
Yes, but that has nothing to do with what we were exchanging while you were sitting here and talking about what a noble lie was. That
It
was something
is
prior. Okay.
lying. Noble lie has everything to do with you not lying. That's the whole point why I brought it up.
Okay. So once again, you sat there and gave a scenario, all right? And you sat there and stated that a noble lie, yet again, you stated that it is supposedly something that is done in the betterment of your environment, community, etc. Now, is that correct? A simple yes or no will suffice.
No.
Okay, then if that's the case, then what have you been saying? Because you have repeated that 3 times at least. And it could be more
For
from
3
my comment.
hours.
I
Right.
said a noble lie is a
Mhm.
lie that you tell your people in order to have a greater outcome later on.
Did I not just say that,
You
everyone?
absolutely did not. But anyway, just move
Oh,
forward.
wow.
Just move
Hold
forward.
on. Okay. So, fine. A lie is, oh, sorry. A noble lie is a lie that you tell your people to get a better outcome. Okay. So I want to say it specifically like you. But when that outcome is not only not better, but then actually causes much harm, then it is not what you're trying to make it out to be. It is not good for the people if it causes them death, turmoil, pain, and suffering that is unnecessary. Okay? I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. All right? So, with that being said, you advocating for a noble lie still has the loopholes of you cannot claim that is something good for your people if it does not do what it is you state that it is supposed to do for your people. Did you? I can't make it
You
any
don't lie to your
simpler than that.
people. At least lie to the cops if you're gonna lie to anybody. Damn.
I don't know because
You don't
and then I'm
understand?
going.
Okay.
Yeah, I understood what you said because you said that if I tell a lie and it doesn't do what I intended for it to do, then it wouldn't be a noble lie. Okay, I will concede to that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you tell a lie and the outcome comes out to what you intended, then that's a noble lie. Good, but I'm going to pass because we can't. I'll let somebody else go because people not engaging good.
Okay.
I'm
This
over
could
it.
all be
I'm
easily
over it.
settled if you would
I'm over it.
just ask Miss,
Yeah.
just ask
Eliza.
her what she defines a lie as, and then we don't have to play all of these roundabout games.
No, because we don't want to.
Yeah.
Actually,
What? Why
there
not?
were
Because that's what everybody's trying to pigeonhole her into. Just ask her.
No, I was never trying to. In fact,
Not you.
this is one concept of the monologue that Resla put out of the fact that people have these strong beliefs and they won't cave to them. This is actually just one very small point about the many points that Resla actually made. I actually have one, and I hope that maybe we can talk on it. I don't know, bro. It's like 4.5 hours into the conversation. I could actually say something like, because people have this expectation that their leaders are going to forgive them, they tend to overlook what their leaders do on a moral ground. Now, are you willing to sacrifice your morals and overlook what your leaders, religious, political, whatever, are doing because they're your leaders?
God, let me answer this, please.
Please. Thank you, Josh.
The answer is
Go ahead. You're being quiet. Go ahead, Fed.
The answer is absolutely, because my morals are derived from those authorities.
Ooh.
Most definitely not.
Okay.
I'd say it depends on what's going on and the outer world. If you're at war, yes. If not, no.
Okay.
I'm still gonna say absolutely not, because we've all seen come to light way too many immoral and illegal things that are being done. And as much as we like to talk about immoral, whenever it comes into the illegal, the illegal aspect, that means that there are laws put into place to stop it, right?
Well,
So
legality does not dictate morality.
you're absolutely correct. But with a lot of our leaders, whenever it comes to religious, political, societal, a lot of the things that are done that are immoral that we catch are also illegal. Now, once
So
again, I am not tying them together. What I'm saying is, my answer would be absolutely not.
here's a question. So let's take it down to the very basic leader, the father or the husband. Are you willing to sacrifice your morals in the instance of certain times whenever you know that person did something wrong, and or perhaps you did something wrong, and you know that you're going to receive forgiveness or you're going to forgive them? Are you willing to sacrifice that moral of telling them that they are wrong, or willing to be told that you're wrong, or exactly the opposite? Actually, are you not willing to be told that you were wrong? Are you willing to shut up in those instances? There's that very basic foundation of a leader, which would be that, household leader. Are you willing to sacrifice your morals in those instances?
Speaking with my husband, absolutely not. If I do something wrong, I will sit there and tell my husband that I did something wrong, because the last thing I want is excess chaos and turmoil to come into my home based off of a gut feeling that of either me feeling guilty or my husband picking up clues as to what is going on. And that literally will ruin, or sit there and allow the ability for our marriage to be ruined. So absolutely not. I will fess up 100%.
Okay. Anybody else on that one? Are you willing to not tell your spouse or your, let's say, father, that they were wrong in the instance that they were wrong? Are you willing to sacrifice your moral because you believe that later on you might need to be forgiven?
Well, I think you're on the wrong panel for that question, because we all love to tell people they're fucking wrong,
Exactly. I was gonna say that too. If my dad is wrong about anything, oh yeah, he already know. I have 4 sisters, and we all like to run our mouth. Oh, my daddy gonna hear it. Now, I'm not gonna be disrespectful. Please don't take that. I'm not gonna raise my voice, yell, or anything like this. But I will correct whenever there is a correction that is needed. Now, I will do it in a loving way, but that's just me. But yes, I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna hold you accountable, just like I hold myself accountable. Just like
Thank
he raised me to be able to sit there and take on my consequences, I expect him to do the same, and I will hold
How
him to
about
that.
this one? How about grandma?
Okay? My grandmothers are dead, so
Well, would you have
okay.
told your grandma that she was wrong?
Yes, actually, I have told my grandmother that she was wrong
That's
about a
a
couple of
fact.
things.
Wait. That is a fact. Why do we think we wouldn't do that? Ooh, I might have gotten slapped in the mouth.
Exactly.
That is
But
not
I'm
even
still
against
gonna do
morals.
it.
That's not even a moral question.
No, wait.
I mean,
But it's not about morals, but it's about values.
exactly. With my grandmother,
Talking
matter
about
of fact,
morals.
I have a short story, right? I remember we were going to church, and we came home and we were playing, and my grandmother sat there and cursed. And usually she doesn't curse, and I sat there and said, "Oh, grandma, you said a curse word." This woman threw a shoe from across the room and hit me dead smack in my jaw. Okay, now understand, my grandmother, she was what, about 4'8", and she was the sweetest little, most adorable lady. But baby, when she got mad, honey, she had paws. Fuck hands, she had paws. So yeah, And I still told her that she was still wrong, or I still sat there and told her, "Oh, you did something you weren't supposed to do." Now I understood that there was going to be a consequence, getting popped in the mouth, getting smacked upside the head. But you know what? Hey, as a
Absolutely.
kid, you were just going to have to sit there and take that lump.
Absolutely. And let me just say this, because apparently, as human beings, we conflate a lot of shit. We conflate feelings with words based on what they say, and we make them intricate. When really, they're two separate words. Values and morals are not the same. They're not. Values are about your freedoms, about your loyalty, about your success, about your family. It's about what you think of your independence, about your spirituality. But your morals are based on, like, is lying right or wrong? Is helping the poor a good thing or bad? It's about not cheating. They're not the same thing. Words mean things.
Could you say that morality may be part of your value system?
Wait, but here's the point. We say this about morals and ethics. Morals are not the same thing as ethics. You have to build morals first before you can get to ethics.
Yeah, and I want to clear it up, because I believe Dude said this doesn't sound like a moral conversation. Yes, it is, in my opinion, because what I'm referring to is the expectation of forgiveness from those in authority, like leaders. So would you tell your auntie that she was wrong? Would you tell your uncle? Would you tell, Jim Bob down the street when you saw him doing something wrong?
Is this really what I'm being quiet for, listening to this?
Yeah. Let me answer his question, right? Because he said that he feel like it is morals, because the authority, will you be able to be forgiven for the authority if you tell your grandma she wrong? If you tell
macaroni
your grandma
and cheese and clean my kitchen while this was going on.
So, Tenth Man, do you have anything to add to it? Let me ask you something.
Do you have anything to add into it that doesn't request another man's booty hole?
Yes. Because I already got a man's booty hole here for me. I don't need any other booty
obviously. Anyway, go ahead, dude. It's on you, dude. I don't want to hear Tenth Man. He has nothing to add.
So I would love to comment on the overall conversation, but I would like to first, just real quick, hone in on why are we going through a chronology of a family? You're gay. Which person we're gonna have this conversation with? Like, that is so ludicrous. Ludicrous.
So this is the reason why, Tenth Man.
You asked me if I had something to say. Shut up, restarted.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you
Shut up, restart.
Tenth Man.
No. I'm making a statement, and then I be quiet for like 2 hours while you say stupid things.
Fucking question? No, you don't. You want to?
Yeah, but I'm not going to get an opportunity to say both things that I'm saying. You can't even keep up with one topic, one thing.
It's great.
I said one thing.
Come on, dude. We're actually having a real conversation.
Dude, I'm married. Get off my dick.
I don't care.
Get off my dick. Get off my balls, brah. I'm already married. So, and then the second thing is, there's no such thing as morality. Nothing is true.
Yeah, we noticed
everything is permitted. No, I have my own set of morals, but morals, because they're subjective from person to person, mean nothing. They mean nothing. You have to live by your code. I have to live by my code.
Derailing. Anyway, dude.
Oh, let's go back through the family tree. Hey there, ma'am. The lady that I sent over to this channel to get some more subscribers. Who's your favorite? We'll cut it down to real simple. Who's your favorite person that you ever knew? Would you lie to them? No. Okay, that's the end of the conversation. Holy fuck, man. The hours of this? Hours of 4 smart people, 2 imbeciles, and 1 restart.
So go away.
Talking about, well, we have to understand what language is. Well, thank you, professor. Fucking thank you, bro. We're all stupid.
Hey,
bring out your fucking thesaurus. Get your fucking thesaurus and read it to us, genius.
Nah, 10th man's cooking, bro. 10th man's cooking. Let him cook.
Listening to people talk about what if it was your aunt? What if it was your cousin? What if it was an alien?
Well,
Like, stop picking apart every fucking word that people say. Talk about the concept. Talk about the concept.
Resla made a point to mention. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that Resla's making the point was valid. Because Resla made the point, but now when I say it, all of a sudden it's a problem.
Give me the point, Brick. Give me the point. Ask me again.
Okay. 10th man, you're going to interrupt and be a fucking retard?
Now he going to interrupt. Now.
When you say my fucking name, when you invoke the monster, don't be fucking scared when he comes into your dreams.
He said you. He said.
I would love for you to come into my dreams, 10th man.
Okay, cool.
Don't mention Freddy Krueger, because then he comes, dummy.
He said, "Just slap the bull. Now it's time to reap the whirlwind."
You know, here's the thing.
To get the jackhammer and that do asked for.
When I started it, I mentioned that Resla, in his monologue, said something about the expectation of forgiveness. That
I thought you restarted it.
Okay.
Go.
Anyway,
go, Brick.
Fucking retard interrupting. Go ahead, retard.
Oh man.
Okay, Bricks, you have to learn how to focus, honey. We have to learn how to focus.
I have the ability to focus. I just can't stand a retard.
Your force of will must be stronger than this. Yeah, you must push through the barriers.
You got to tame it in.
No, I would like to actually engage with Do, if that's possible.
Stutter some more. Restart.
No, you should have said spit it out, Junior, today.
I'm sorry.
So Do.
What up?
Beyond what 10th man is sucking on, I'd like to mention to you that Resla actually brought up the expectation that people are going to be forgiven by their leaders. Now, he mentioned this in his monologue, okay? He mentioned that this is a problem because of the morality argument. They're basically giving up a degree of morality by not speaking out when their leaders, whether it's religious, etc., are doing something wrong because they expect to be forgiven by those people. Now, I started with the religious and political. People gave their answers. I said, okay, now let's go to the home. People gave their answers. Now let's go to a step further. Would you be willing to sacrifice your morals if you were charged with certain types of crimes and lie in court?
Absolutely.
I lie to authority all the time. It is not against my moral. I do not recognize the authority. The authority of the
As legal
government.
counsel, nobody should answer that question with a yes.
I would never lie to Massa.
Authority and morals are two different things, though.
Man, I would get some limestone and some gallon jugs and some water.
I swear,
I think everybody.
Wait. Okay, so with that, hold on. With that, you also have the option, and this is in your Miranda rights. Since we're talking about those type of authorities, mind you, those are the same ones that killed my brother. You have the right to shut the fuck up. You have the right to remain silent. So if you
yes,
be a witness, though, to the authorities
yourself.
And
that's not self-incriminating.
Here's the thing, though.
Hold on, I wouldn't have to lie to the authorities because I understand my rights. I would shut the fuck up.
But that wasn't
I don't have to say,
though, man. It's people that you can't even engage. He gives you a scenario and says, "Will you lie to the authorities?" And then you bring something outside of the scenario. Then we can never have.
Bro, is that not
because everybody want to bring in what they want to bring into
$5 super chat from Marathon Kev. I appreciate you for being here, Marathon Kev. You know I rock with you, my guy. Holy shit! That I like. It's to a point where I'm just sitting there, my hunger. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But most of all, you want to know what's in my mind, the thing that's going on through my mind throughout this entire shit.
We heard at that time.
That goes to my ex.
But my thing is, okay, so with
right now, pause.
Hold on. With the scenario that Bricks gave, let me ask Brick, if you sitting there talking about the authorities, right? We sitting there talking about the fucking popos, right? Now, would I be stretching to sit there and say that I will follow the law and shut the fuck up? Is that a stretch?
No.
Thank you.
No.
That is it. That is all.
Yeah, I'm
like I
willing
said,
to. I'm willing to accept someone else's answer. That's the difference between me and a lot of people. I'll ask a question, somebody will answer it, and I'm like, okay. And then you move on and go on to the next point. But I
Right.
can't stand this extra hypothetical shit, man. I appreciate your answer, Eliza.
Thank you. Well, what it seems to me is that, we're getting a little upset at the fact that we can't control the narrative or control what somebody else says to sit there and try to fit in our box. And honestly, that sounds like a psychological issue that you might have to take care of when you get off this panel.
Thank
Respectfully.
you. Yes. Some people don't want to accept that other people believe different things and have different morals, and then they may actually compromise on their morals. And then there's some people out there who won't.
Well, let's say this, right?
Or who
Let's
believes
say
it.
let's say if she is lying, what does it matter? She holds these beliefs.
I'm trying to understand why we spend more time instead of understanding where her position is from and running from that. Why we're trying to convince her to see our point of view and convert her.
I think that's human nature. I think that we see somebody in opposition and we're like, I must dominate.
Sure,
that.
sure. But rather than just saying I might be wrong, no, I need you to submit to what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's called being a zealot.
She had a whole husband up here.
Right. And he's right underneath you. It's not that it's human. It's human nature. What it is that is an ideology that's been adopted from the Western civilization, and that's being nice saying it that way because there's another way I could say it.
Well, say how you feel.
No, this is not the say what you need to say. No, you don't need to convert. Just be fucking convert.
Well, no, what it is that it's an idea that's been adopted from a whole completely different culture than the one that I come from. So I can understand how a lot of people might not see my point of view. That's absolutely fine. I've never once asked anybody to see it from my point of view, to have to follow these. I've never said, hey, you know what? When y'all get off this panel, y'all have to do X, Y, Z. Absolutely not. You all are your own free person, as free as we can be in a society such as this, right? So if that's the case, then by all means, do you. What I'm stating is that I'm also going to do me. And if you're asking me what that looks like, I'm telling you what it looks like. You guys don't know me from shit go to Sandman. This is the very first time I've been here. You guys don't even know me, right? Which means that whenever I hang up, which my phone is at 15%, so it's probably going to be relatively soon.
I'm keeping my mouth shut about everything I know.
Right. I'm still going to sit there and stand by my morals. I'm still going to sit there and do what I do on the internet, off the internet, because this is me. This is who I am, period. I mean, you ain't got to like it. I'm not here to impress you. That's not my job. My job was the job that I chose to take on is to satisfy my husband, raise my children, be the best partner I can be for whenever this man decides that he needs any kind of counsel from his other half, and I'm going to live my best life. That's what that looks like. Y'all don't have to agree with it. I mean, hell, some of y'all might not be married. Some of y'all might not like melanated people. Some of y'all might do this and that. I don't care. That, it's not going to change anything about me, and the way my life is shouldn't change anything about y'all. And if it does, once again, that is an internalized issue. That's not one that I'm even going to entertain by giving a fuck about after I sit there and make this statement. And by the way, I land my plane. So any kind of fucks y'all wanted to give, y'all should have gave while I was sitting there and talking. With that being said, carry on.
That's what's up now. That's what's up.
I'm glad she corrected herself, because ain't none of y'all free. You'll do whatever the man tell you to do.
I'm not sure I want to hear those words from a Fed.
I mean, he's the one spitting the facts. By the way, Josh, don't shoot my dog. Look at him. He's adorable. Look at him. He's adorable. Could you really Could you really shoot that puppy in the face?
If I end up getting posted back in Vietnam, I'm telling you, I'm kidnapping your dog, taking him for lunch.
I will show you the meaning of domestic terrorism if you do that.
I mean, okay. Look, I said I wouldn't kill anybody. I didn't say I wouldn't beat the shit out of y'all and make y'all wish y'all were dead. I just said I wouldn't kill anybody. I think some of y'all might have got it twisted.
And she's going to nurse you back to health and beat the shit out of you again.
I am, because actually that is my job.
So you're not a pacifist per se. You just don't believe in killing.
I just don't believe in killing, and honestly, it's because it's against another oath that I've made. But baby, look, I don't have a problem beating the brakes off a motherfucker real quick.
Yeah, especially if they hurt your puppy, your adorable, cute little boxer that's literally sitting on my feet right now. You know,
I have huskies, And my
you are
husky,
lucky.
I actually I have a red and white husky and a black and white husky. That's my grandpuppy. So I mean, anybody want to come around, want to fuck around and find out? Oh, I'll let them have fun with you.
I usually keep my shotgun by my desk, but it is currently loaded, so I can't click it, which sucks. Because it's funny.
I understand.
But like,
I have a Mickey Mouse tool, so yes.
Nice.
I mean, I only target practice with her, but no, because I don't believe in unaliving somebody. But baby, look, I don't have to kill you, but I will take your legs out. You gonna be sitting there army crawling trying to get my black ass.
Nice.
Okay.
No, I mean, like, I by and large agree with you when it comes to killing, but I'm not against it. I think it should be a last resort type situation. So you should always be prepared and trained on how to do it, but it's not something that people nor individuals nor groups nor nations should be the first go-to thing. And it's very sad that for all of those organizations and individuals, it seems like it's a go-to thing in our country.
Mm-hmm.
So,
fair. That is fair. Oh no, wow. I can't believe we went this long. Shit. I might miss this. Shit, but with the changes going on in my life, I feel weird because I'm not trying to say it, but it feels like it's my last day doing something this long. Because normally we would go like 4 hours, 5. Sometimes we get killing and we go to 6 and 8, depending on how great the conversation is. But as we stretch towards the 5-hour mark, I want to give this point to say I really enjoyed this conversation. No, this is not a wrestling going away type speech. No, it's not that, but it's just like tomorrow I'm going to take my time off because I need to work on other content stuff and get ready for my new employer that I'm going to have to show a good face for and fill up paperwork. But with that being said, I really enjoyed the conversation with everybody being up here. With that being said, I want everybody to give their last thoughts on what's going on. What you want to say?
Would you consider your new employer to be your new authority and who you would submit to?
See, the problem is that I don't know if you see this as a blackface, this idea of the word submission. I'm not allergic to it.
Oh, I just want to hear you say it. That's all.
I'm aware that someone pays my bills.
But would you be willing to sell?
You and I are not different boats here. Like there is the case that somebody else pays my bills.
No, but I know how there are plenty of men on the internet that don't want to make it seem like someone else doesn't write a check for them.
Right.
I'm not one of them.
Oh, so my question: show me a person doesn't collect a paycheck.
No. There are people who want to pretend I'm a man, and as a man, I gotta do whatever. No, I get it. They won't even want to run the hidden fences. He don't pay me because they like me. He paid because he owed me. Because nigga, you did something for him.
Thank you.
Check. I got something. Here's the rebuttal. If they ain't getting a paycheck, they ain't a man. They ain't out there doing their damn duty. Unless they're in a wheelchair and well, no, they still getting a paycheck.
They still get paid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're still collecting a check. And they're still supporting their family. Well, hopefully.
What if you don't collect a paycheck, but you just take items and remove them and place them with other items?
It depends.
Damn communist.
It depends whether you stole those items or not.
No, comrade, Tavarish.
Well, my question to the host. I don't know what your name is, dear.
Who?
The host.
Resla.
Okay, Resla.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, are you willing to sell your morals for your new employer if they ask you to do such a thing?
Being the fact that I am looking to benefit not just myself, but also my family and my friends, I absolutely am willing to sell my morals out.
Okay,
now there are degrees of morality, and that's not something that's not something we climbed into. The idea that someone, keep in mind, for the past, so way before I got into my last employment, which went over 10 years, I was by myself, working for myself. Then I worked for someone for 10 years, then I left. And for 3 years, I was working on my own, only for YouTube in the last year and a half. Wow, I can't believe it's been a year and a half on YouTube. I've been working for myself, and officially as of pretty much next week, I will be working for someone else. So it's going to be a little weird for me. But yeah, There. First of all, the idea of me having to be on someone else's clock is already
Yeah. It's
already.
a little anxiety driven, a little bit.
Well, here's the funny part because even my girlfriend's been asking me. I'm not anxious. I'm not nervous. I'm not worried. I'm not. It's not like something I haven't done before. I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know how bad it's gonna be. I don't know how annoying it's gonna be. For all I know, I might go and I might fucking love it. For all I know, I might hate it. I don't know. I'm open to the mind of myself. I'm not psyching myself up for information I do not have it.
Right. So here's my question to you.
Sure.
If morals can be sold, will we even consider those who have actually sold their morals to still have them?
Interesting question. Even when I was trying not to jump the gun, but even when you were formulating the question to me in my head, the way it was coming out was like I think of so many people, and I was thinking medieval times, right? People who like conquered different lands. There were definitely people in higher authority, i.e., kings and whatever. And I'm thinking that there were so many knights, generals, I think that sold themselves, not because they really believe, but because of the comforts that they brought their family.
And
They
the
have
fear of
sold
death.
themselves out. Right. It's the same thing I say as this, and I've said this to people. How many people are willing to sell their souls, even way back then, to bend their knee and kiss the ring of their freaking king and say your grace, even if it wasn't your kingdom? Because the opposite of that would be to lose your head by the guillotine. How many people would have done it?
Hell, I do that now. And
You
I
do
that
it. Well,
2025.
I know. You know what you also do? You raise the communist flag. But anyway, we're gonna go
But
from
what? No, but what I meant by that is that just off of the conversation we've had today, right? Is that you have a set of morals, but there's ways, there are reasons that you will bend them. So if you have reasons that you will bend them, then can you really say that you still have those morals as far as sticking by them fast if you have already shown that you bent them for one reason or another?
So
Because that
I
means that
love
the rules no longer apply.
I love that because part of the conversation I had even within my monologue was the fact that I'm not shaming and I don't care if people I don't care if people who bend their morals. It's those that like to hold themselves at a position to believe that they are moralistic. And I've seen people who have morals that claim that they are higher than thou, right? When people that they claim never had morals do better off.
I have a question.
Resla, just guys, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna take off. Can I have 20 seconds?
Sure.
Okay. Resla, I'm very glad to hear that you're doing well, and I hope that everything goes really awesome for you.
We'll see. We'll see if you're doing well.
If you ever need if we lose contact because you get busy, because it happens, ask Sasquatcher Dusty for my phone number. Everything be good, and peace out, everybody.
Bye.
Goodbye.
You gonna call him?
I have a question.
You gonna call him?
At the end of the day, what is the purpose? What is the point or the matter without having to answer to a higher authority? What is the point in even having morals? Because if you have them, you're a slave to them. And if there is no higher authority like a god or a king, there's no point in having them. People said it on this panel. Everything's permitted. So at the end of the day, what's the point?
Killed me. He that was gonna be part of my actual final thought. He fucking killed me. He got it. He already got it already.
The great minds think alike, man. Great minds think alike.
Now I gotta think of something different. God damn it.
Just so like what? Because like me, I'm a Christian. My morality comes from God. My belief in the Creator. Without him, without his morality, I don't value human rights. I don't value human life.
Well, even to the point that you said, right?
I'm not afraid of death. I went through literal hell last year. So
well, even to the point of what you just said, right? Because there are going to be some people that take intention what you said and just saying without his moral. There are plenty of people who do not believe in your God and still hold morals.
What's the point?
Who still do the things that need to be done. And I have met plenty of people who are Christian, who are Muslim, who are Jewish, who say, You do things that make me feel away because you don't even claim, and I feel bad being around you. That's not to toot my own horn, because I don't think of I just think I want to do what needs to be done. I don't even think about is the whole golden rule, do unto others, because I hold the opposite
Right.
way. I don't expect anyone to treat me the same way as I treat them. That's not what
Right.
I think. I say I only expect someone to treat me as good as I treat myself.
Exactly.
If I hold myself to a standard, I'm not going to allow you to treat me any differently. That doesn't hold the other way around that we use as the golden rule. Treat other people how you want you to treat yourself. Because here's the truth of the matter. We don't always treat ourselves well. We do not. We don't always give ourselves the best.
I think a lot of times, especially in the Christian faith, and once again, I'm not there. There is no shade or anything. I was raised up like that. I just don't follow it now.
Same here.
But one of the things that I used to often hear is "do unto others." Well, it wasn't that. It was you're supposed to love yourself as you would love love your neighbor as you would love yourself.
Right.
And the most interesting part about that is that everybody focused on loving their neighbor, and nobody literally
Love themselves.
remembered to love themselves. And so then they literally wonder why their life is going to shit, and why they feel so overwhelmed, and why they have so much anxiety, and why they feel this and that, because they've never taken the time to take care of themselves. And when the only way you're actually be able to love somebody else authentically is that you have to learn how to love yourself first, because that's where it's going to come from, right? And so
Correct.
it's just for me, and I love the question that, but I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Riza as well as the gentleman that was up here earlier, right? That sat there and stated it. Without those, without a hierarchy type of authoritarian figure, right? Why would you have morals? You have morals because of what they do for you and how they make you feel. It really has nothing to do with anybody else, because if that's the case, everybody will have the exact same morals. And we've already expressed that everybody else does not, right? So if everybody has their own anecdotal morals that literally cater to them, then that's exactly what it's meant for. It's meant to go ahead and make you feel some type of way about what you're doing in life. And it's meant to allow you to move in a certain direction. I'm at 5%, so my phone might go off. But that's what it's meant for. It's not meant for an authoritarian. It's meant for you.
Bye before your phone cuts off.
Yeah, before
I
you,
personally think it's meant for both.
Yeah, if your phone cuts off, I just want to let you say, I love the perspective. Congratulations! I love the fact that you came up here today. You are definitely welcome any other time in case you're off any other time before we close out. I wholeheartedly agree. I see a lot of similarity. That's not to say I'm looking for symmetry, because I do like people who have adverse perspectives, but I'm so used to hearing people that just come from very highly biased areas, and sometimes we get so caught up in this aspect of the internet that sometimes we get indoctrinated about things that we hear alike, or we end up running across the same people and having the same conversation. So it's refreshing to hear an open perspective that is new. That's why I like you being up here, Eliza. Same thing for you, Orthodox. Exile, you're new. I know in your relation to Eliza, but I love hearing new perspectives, because sometimes we get so used to hearing the same faces, the same voices. Even I get annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
I get annoyed because I try to bring forth something that's outside of even some of the spaces that we're in, and sometimes I keep getting the same rhetoric, and that's what we do here in this channel. We try to go up against that.
Before Elijah goes, I do want to pose one question. If you have time,
I have the phone on the charger. I just put her on there, so she's at 3%, but she's growing. Go ahead.
if everything is relative and only for the individual, because I can rock with what you're saying about morals having to have significance to the individual. I know that's not what you said, but that's how I interpret it. But if morals truly are, and this is why I don't necessarily believe in the individuality stuff, if morals and everything, and when people talk about individuality, it's not just typically morals, it's everything. If all that mattered is the individual, because humans are social creatures, and we are tribalist by nature. But if all that mattered is the individual, and like, how would we have laws? Like, how would we have rules? Because we base rules in society based on our collective values and morals. So I have to disagree.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and state this. The reason we have laws really has, and people might not like this, once again, I don't care. It's not really about the moral aspect of it. It is about what is popular and what will receive an emotional response. That's why we have certain laws. This is why we still have people. We still have gun rights. This is why it is illegal to be able to rape a woman, even though supposedly now people are sitting there and trying to have excuses to do so. It literally was an emotional standpoint or an emotion. Hold on, I'm trying to sit there and try to figure out the word before my phone dies, even though she's growing a little bit. It was an emotional response to things that will make the mass, which is also why we had voting that came into play, right? It was an emotional response of the masses that allowed something to be put into place because of the potential upheaval or the uproar that it will cause if it was not put in place. Does that make sense?
It does, but I think that our minds and our way of thinking are so different because I am an authoritarian. I do not believe in democracy. I do not believe in in the type of system that we currently live in. I do not think it is what we will have in the long term. I do not think it is sustainable, and I think it is an abnormality in humanity looking through history. So I think that you're coming from a perspective that has lived in that system, in that liberal system. I'm using the classical definition, not the modern political definition, and I'm coming from the traditional hierarchical way of thinking. And I while I do understand what you're saying, I don't think that I can really accept that.
Well, I mean, once again, as soon as my phone goes off, you'll have to accept it regardless. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm also deconstructing white supremacy in every aspect that it shows up. And so that might not be something that a lot of people are doing, but even in that kind of veers in religion and politics and social and emotional and mental, as well as the things that we see and the things that we put into our bodies, et cetera, right? So in doing a lot of that. And once again, it's not an easy job, and it's damn sure not going to be something that's happened overnight, right? But even with that, that is another reason why I feel the way I feel about certain things. Now, understand, my ideology is always open to change, right? My morals, not so much. But my ideas or my concepts or my reasons for doing things, they may change, may adapt. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's considered evolution, right? So, with that being said, we don't have to see things eye to eye right now. We may never see things eye to eye, and that's completely okay. There may be one day where I see you, and you see me, spot on. We almost agree, or we almost start to finish each other's sentences. But until that day comes, it's just a matter of. I mean, I think everybody's doing a lot. They don't have to be doing the exact same thing, but whenever it comes to morals, I do believe that those are individuals. And whenever it comes to laws, I do believe that those were things that were put in place to sit there and literally pacify a group of people that supposedly had enough influence to sit there and establish laws. So, I mean, until I find readings or teachings that state different enough to convince me, and I'm stubborn, I mean, it's going to be that. You don't have to like it. I never asked you to eat it. You just asked me a question and I just responded.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Well, I appreciate the feedback, and I mean, whether it be white supremacy or J supremacy or any supremacy, you're never going to get rid of that. 'Cause there's always going to be an elite, and unless you or yourself are a part of that elite, whether you are white, if it is a white supremacy, you are not part of that elite, so you are not supreme. So, like, you'll never get away with that hierarchy. In communism, there's that hierarchy. In Marxism, there's that hierarchy. In nationalism, there's that hierarchy. In libertarianism, there's that hierarchy. In just tribal society, there's that hierarchy. You can call it white supremacy. You can call it black nationalism.
No, I'm not. Wait, stop. We're not. We're not. Where we are. We are not about to jump into that bandwagon.
Okay. Here. I'm going to clarify. Okay, hold on. I'm going to clarify. Obviously, you got triggered by the word white supremacy. So here, let me help you out. It's any kind of supremacy. It doesn't matter what you want to name it. It's any kind
Yeah,
of
and you'll never get rid of it.
superiority. I'll change. I'll change up the wording so it's a bit more palatable. And usually I do not do this, so consider you guys truly graced. I will go ahead and call it the superiority complex. Any type of superiority complex, I am deconstructing from. I'm not saying anything about the nation having to do that, a group of people. I don't care about them. I'm caring about me and my offspring and the way to be able to set them in a fashion of where they have true understanding of the way the world is, so that way they can be able to make the decisions that they need to put them in the best place, as well as to be able to protect them from any threats, seen, unseen, known, unknown, right? So I know a lot of people, they sat there and kind of got their, they start clenching their pearls. It's okay, you can release them. But
Damn.
I mean, once again, it's still any type of superiority complex, because at one point in time, please remember, we didn't have that. That was something that was adopted. And
All
if
right,
an idea can be adopted, it can also be deconstructed.
Well, anything can be deconstructed. Deconstructionism is a thing. Like,
You'll just have to show plenty of examples of times when things have been deconstructed. That's all, and how often those things have been deconstructed. That's the thing. Because the problem with a lot of people who run into a lot of things, whether they like it or not, is possibility and probability are things that people do not take into consideration. People only go on what they would like versus how things are.
Yeah,
That's not the
idealism
same.
versus reality.
There you go.
And that's kind of what I was hinting at. Like, you can never have that. You have to be pragmatic.
But a lot of people do. A lot of people do not like pragmatism. They don't.
Oh, Con Shonery just had a banger of a comment.
Nope, he didn't. I'm not talking about elitism. I'm not doing it.
No, not even that. No, it was the most recent one.
All right.
Do you see it? Yes.
So yeah, I just want to give my close.
There are people. There are people, like, I'm not gonna say anything. There are people who absolutely will go against that because their idea of what they see as democracy today, they have a shit ton of people, and I could automatically think of some people who hop on panels today who do it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Have we ever seen has anyone ever experienced a group of people without a hierarchy and how that looks?
Never happened.
No.
I've been in
the last couple hundred
locations.
years.
So that's why I said locations. Like, you could have been somewhere. Like, I've been in a location where, unbeknownst to me, I was the hierarchy, and I didn't know until after I got there. People that took care of us made me aware that it was real hectic in the location prior to me arriving there. And when I arrived there, it got calmer.
Sure. But that also means that when you were there and they let you know, you knew there was a hierarchy. Hence, that means that you never been anywhere that you didn't know that didn't have a hierarchy.
No. I'm talking about before I arrived. I guess it was crazy. Then when I got there,
what it means
guys,
is that somebody had to have been there before, prior to when you have been there. There's no area that you can go to that is leaderless.
Guys, I have to bid you all adieu. My phone is like literally on 2% now. So thank you guys so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
It was wonderful talking to you.
It really was.
I will probably be back more than likely, but I cannot state when, because usually I'm not on the internet like that. So I bid you all adieu.
Have a great night.
Take care. Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you all. Bye.
So historically speaking, right, Resla, there are periods in time where there are leaderless areas and there are not hierarchies, and that's called anarchy. And historically speaking, well, I know modern leftists and even some right wingers try to say, oh, anarchy just means without leaders, bro, because we're cool hippies who smoke pot and do drugs.
No, anarchists absolutely have leaders.
Well, the thing that's just what they try to say to obfuscate, right?
Well, there's always a family arrangement, regardless.
Well, typically, when you have anarchy, you wind up having riots, revolts, social collapse, that
Yeah,
sort of thing.
but there's still always a leader.
I understand, but at the same time, we're gonna have to make this short. I need to end the stream.
Thank you.
Oh, my bad. Have a great night.
Good to see you, Mr. Mill.
No problem.
See
I
you,
know
Five
you didn't
Fifths.
talk a whole lot, but
Yo,
a good
feel free to
point
come
at
up
the end.
again, man. Absolutely.
Appreciate you.
Five Fifths and Squash are those guys.
So
They're great folks.
So are we doing closing thoughts?
Closing.
So I generally believe that the vast majority of the population, and I am talking upward of 90% of people, will sell their morals out one way or another for whatever purpose, whatever goal they seek. However, there are those, I guess, exceptions to the rules.
This guy.
And I sincerely think that the vast majority of people actually fantasize about those people. That ain't me calling.
Gotta go.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I actually kind of do agree with you. The only difference with me is that, as you probably already know from the other moral panel that you had, is that I don't really believe that that's really a thing. Morals. I believe that people sell out, but it's based upon some arbitrary position that they take. Morality, much like ethics, rights, faith, what people believe is vile, what people believe should be public, are all just basically claims. And so with claims, that's a metaphysical thing, and it is absolutely subjective, and it is absolutely movable. It would have been really great to get some of the extra points that you had brought. I hate that we went down some hypothetical roads. It's not valuable in my opinion.
I showed up late. That's all on me, and I should have been here earlier. And trust me, as soon as this panel ends, Resla's gonna be kicking my ass up and down like he normally does.
But I also want to say that I do not believe that bounties are useful in this type of conversation. There are other ways to get something, like you could do 1v1s, name changes, things like that for the crowd. I believe that would be maybe beneficial, but the bounties just absolutely derail and destroy every bit of ground that a person makes when they're up here making any type of valid or invalid point.
So how do you feel about the people who turn around and think that it really does have good points, or rather it is a rather fun thing to people do, but they think that you're just in your feelings about it?
Well, here's the thing. So if someone is being targeted as a bounty every single time, they're just simply not going to want to be here. That is actually why I left. And it was as soon as you said the bounties were off that I came back up. Now, I actually was about to come back up regardless, which is kind of interesting because, like, as I'm setting up to come back up, I said, you know what, screw it. I still want to be part of the show. It's still a great conversation to be had, and I'll live with the consequences of being part of that conversation. Unfortunately, for
the
some
moment
people,
you came up.
Yeah, unfortunately for some people, such as myself, the target is there. It's really stupid, in my opinion. Like if people wanted like real blood, you could say, a 1v1 would be more interesting than just get him out of here.
Well, it also depends on if people really want to hear a 1v1 from people that they're interested in.
This is true. Right. And so but that's what I'm saying is like, okay, the 1v1 isn't the only thing. Like you can do name changes, and there's also other things. I know it's not as satisfying. However,
it's not even a matter of satisfying. There are the ideal is not to make one show look like the other, because that's exactly the claim that another show could put them. They did this because we did this, and that's not my thing. You know what? One of the biggest things that people harp on my particular content about is that I do something different, not the same. Which is why even the concept of bounties bothers me, because that would be me aligned with being the same, not different.
Yes, exactly. And like I've told you, it's something that will get you money with the right people on panel, but with the wrong people on panel, guess what? You don't get a dime. How many bounties were paid? 2.
Well, question. So I guess I'll say to you guys up here before we start getting into what exactly does it mean to be the right person? Or is the right person only the wrong person? Is the right person? Let's be honest. You only think of getting rid of people that you dislike, not people that you like. I can tell you this as a person who's been on Fight Club for several times, because I know people like to want to relive the Fight Club days. I can tell you, I probably only got dropped 3 times. Am I the right person? If my entire time on Fight Club, I can only say that I got dropped 3 times. No, I wouldn't say that I was. If it's all about profit,
right? You would have to have an imperious type person all the
correct.
time.
Who would be considered,
or someone like Rick who has enemies in the panel.
Who would be considered the wrong type of person,
right?
Which
and
is
guess
why
what? They don't want to be where they're going to get hit with the bounty.
Or rather, I should say the right type of person, someone that people dislike in order to hit. But the idea of having the conversation that I have is that regardless of whether people hate you or not, they can see you as being someone who can have a conversation, rather than they don't even give you the opportunity to have a conversation because he immediately decided that I work for a living and I want to get rid of you, which also stifles me from other opportunities, because which also does this, and I've said this to many content creators because I've observed them as well. When you fall into an area of a niche or the only thing that turns around and be profitable, you don't determine your content anymore. Your audience does.
Yes. And the reason that people came to you in the first place is because they enjoyed your content.
Was not for this.
Yeah.
It was not for that kind of content.
And now you get the same people that everybody else gets, which is, hey, look, if you want that, then hey, that's what you're gonna get.
I said this day in, day out. If that's what you want, you have other places to get that from.
Well, it's never enough because there's never a 24-hour stream of it. Right?
I don't do 24 hours. I don't collaborate and say, hey, I'll do fuck shit for this time, and then after that, you get fuck shit for this time. I'm not doing that.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. They don't have it. What I'm saying is they don't have access to it 24 hours a day.
Well, and then
they want it all the time.
Well, here's the thing: as soon as you say bounties are on, who doesn't have $10 to pay a freaking bounty?
Plenty. No, there are plenty of people who don't. And let me tell you right now, you know why they don't have $10? Because they gave their 10 and 20 and $30 to someone else earlier.
Yes.
That's why they don't have $10.
Yeah, they didn't save that bounty for over here.
Well,
yeah.
you
they're
notice,
saving it for later.
Well, you notice, right? The bounty thing only works if you have like at least 10K subscribers, if not more.
Which everybody I can tell you who's above me, even if they review me, even if they talk about this area that I'm in, all have more subscribers than I do. Pass me. They might even be new, and they pass me, and I'm like, whatever, because I understood that when I did this, it was going to be the long haul, because the idea was to not be like everyone else.
Well, you got to understand, right? If you have a certain number of subscribers, you roughly only get 10% of your subscriber count viewing your stuff at any one time. It's typically lower. 10% is just that average. Now, people like Sasquatch that come over and they encourage you to do it. They're not doing it out of malice or trying to convince you to run stuff. They're trying to help you make money because they're going on the assumption that anybody who is doing YouTube wants to make money.
Yes.
And see, Sasquatch made money in
the assumption of anyone who has a super chat button, anyone that says that I am. Keep in mind, the average person doesn't understand the idea of someone being monetized and someone being fan funded. I say this: if I was monetized, especially if you're a motherfucker that doesn't want to pay for premium, you would see ads. You don't. Not to say that I would get not to say ads mean anything, because people aren't getting paid by ads. Ads don't mean no fucking money.
Well, and then here's another point. What means more to you? A super chat that somebody wanted to throw at you because they wanted to say thank you for the content, or like these super stickers.
Honestly,
or
I would rather get a cash app than a fucking super chat. Because then you would know 30% or whatever wouldn't go to YouTube. It would just go straight to the creator.
Or even if it was a cash app, which one is a more valid, I guess, support of the show? Is it the one that you get because they wanted to say, I like that point, or I like your show? Or is it the one that they come in and give you a bounty? Is that $10 because they said, I like your show, or is it the $10 for the bounty? Which one means more to you? I know it's a rhetorical question. I know it is, but that's kind of the point, is like, if they're here for the bounty, and look, if that's what they want, if that's the show that they want, hey, it's available.
Well, that's why I gave you that. That's why when me and you were talking after Brick left, right? Me, you, and the locksmith gentleman.
Yeah.
When we were talking, and I told you, like, it depends on what you want to do with your channel. That you can't listen to anybody, because people are always going to want you to run it how they want you to run it, and not how you want to run it and do what you want.
This was not a new conversation. I have been having this conversation for quite some time. It's not. It's just, keep in mind, even to the point we were saying, like, people have their own perspectives based on what they would like. I based my show based on what I would like. That's not to say that things don't change or that they should not change, but because here's the thing. We look at the definition of insanity as well. You cannot expect different results by doing the same. Now, I have been slowly always changing shit. Always. But I also understand the way how I've been changing things are unconventional. I have been told by this man so many times. And I don't understand why he's so, I want to help you with it.
Yeah, he is.
Because he's been in different areas where it's so much easier to get shit done. I know I'm pulling teeth.
Hey, bro, I know that you're trying to close it out. I just want to address someone in the chat. The person who put up the 10 for the bounty. Carte blanche. Here's the thing. You say that, what is it? As you were saying earlier at Resla, when one goes from channel to channel.
No, thank you.
When one goes from channel to channel.
Let me just say this much. Let me just say this. I would rather cut my entire channel off. I don't think you understand. I could literally have my time to myself, play video games, hang out with my girl, hang out with my friends, whatever, and I'd be good. Yet this is not paying me an absorbent amount of money. It's not even close. It's not even paying me a quarter, less than a quarter, half of that. It's not even for what I could be doing on my own. I do this literally because I like it, not because I need to, not because it's being profitable.
And with hard work and dedication and a long time, you'll make something out of it.
I know you're joking, but people act as if that's a real thing. It's not.
Okay.
I know you're joking. Plenty of people get it, but people pretend as if that's a real thing, and it's not.
So I just want to address it real quick, and I just want to finish it out. Like I said,
hey, go choose your violence.
Yeah, look, carte blanche. I blocked you before. I hid you from my channel, right? Now I've hidden you again. Here's the thing. You say that you don't want to go from channel to channel and see and hear the same people speak the same shite on every channel. It gets boring. I like different perspectives. Here's the problem. You've never heard my perspective. You want to pay to get rid of me. And that, my friend, is a antithetical thing that you're saying. So when you say this thing right here that you're saying, right, that you don't want to go to the same thing over and over again, and then Resla says, hey, it's going to be bounties. And then you paid the bounty. Guess what? You can go elsewhere for that. What we're doing, well, from what I understand, maybe I'm wrong. Resla likes to have some intellectual conversation. Now, you might not like my perspective, but you're not willing to hear it. So you say, I like hearing different perspectives, means absolutely dick.
All right, guys. I need to go.
Community announcement.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
What's
community announcement.
Because I need to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm letting everybody know this will be the last panel that people are allowed to talk over the host. Next panel,
that's a fact.
I'm gonna start getting extremely abusive about this. That shit's gonna end now. This is the last panel I'm tolerating that crap. I'm really getting tired of it. Anyways, let's end it out.
All right. So
how you gonna abuse people though? Because like
Well,
that happens on panels. It don't even when it don't mean to.
I'm very good at what I do. I just have a line that I people keep kicking it, right? And it's just a bad choice. It's either I have to do it and I can be an asshole, like I'm allowed to be the asshole in that concept. Resla kind of can't. Now people taking advantage, but people are taking advantage of the situation, and I'm really getting tired of it.
So Russia's Canadian says 5 for the 5 Canadian. Thank you for the 5 Canadian. But let me get out of here because I really gotta go. Maybe if you guys see me on some other areas, just say what's up or whatever. But I need to get out of here for tonight because if I don't get on my timeline for the things that I have to do, then I'm gonna be behind, and I can't do that.
Yeah, bro.
I need that. I need sleep. I need everything else.
We'll see you on the next one, bro.
If anything, those who want to be in the back, you can be in the back. But let me just do this real quick. Guys, this has been quite a night. I appreciate you guys being here. It didn't get super crazy, thank goodness, but we did have a bit of a conversation in itself. Let me do a couple of things so we can try to do this properly because I get chastised for not doing this. So let me just do this real quick. Guys, I think this is pretty good. Let me just give him a little bit of my final thoughts, and we can move on from that. What was my thing I wanted to talk about before? What's going on here? Final thoughts. So, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, make sure you guys can hear me because I can't tell right now. Yes. All right. Cool. So at the end of the day, we all have prices that we have to pay. We all have that line that we say that's in the sand that we're willing to go through, and that we say we're not going to absolutely tolerate regardless of who it is, right? Some people Sorry, I hit my freaking mic. Again, guys, help with the mic fund, right? So there are definitely those that we run across to on a regular basis, those that we turn around and say that we want to draw a line in the sand and say there are some people that we don't want to deal with things, where we have a line that we won't cross. We all have that line and we all have that point where we're saying we're not going to bend. Some of us will break. Some of us absolutely will. Some of us will fold. Some of us will jump into their fold. The thing is, you don't know what you don't know. And what you also don't know is what you're made of until you're actually tested. That's just really what it is at the end of the day. I would never do that, is what people like to say. But I want you to remember the price just might be higher than you think. And when that moment comes, you'll find out what you really are looking for. You'll find what morals you really have or not. And then you're gonna have to ask yourself really the question that a lot of us, I'll even say myself as someone who's folded on his own morals and had to find them back. Was it worth it? I'm not judging you for it. I'm not judging you at all. Just giving you a little bit of food for thought. With that being said, take care of yourself. Take care of your family. Take care of your friends. And of course, guys, stay opinionated. I'll see you in the next one. Later, y'all.